Hey, yo.
Woke Patriot in this motherfucker. Strategy member.
Hey, yo.
Got my milkshake. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is 8-Ball and MJG over there, remixed by Extendo, calling this remix Spliff After Spliff. Spliff After Spliff. And of course, the video is some young person suicidally driving on the highway. I doubt this person's still alive. Every single pass is a roll of the dice on this person's life. I seriously doubt this person still lives. Welcome back, Woke Patriot. Welcome back, Strategy Member. Speaking of impending doom, I guess. More planes falling out of the sky, you know? And this is a weird one. This is a weird one because the one that happened in India here, the black box is reporting that the pilot, and there was recordings as well that were recovered that the pilot, the co-pilot maybe, flipped the switch, the fuel switch, and apparently the pilot, someone said, one of the pilots said, "Why'd you do that?" And the other guy said, "I didn't do that." And then this expert that they have being interviewed here is like, "Oh yeah, that shit used to happen all the time. I used to fly Boeings, and that was a big problem. They had a recall on some models, and they put a special lock on the switch so that it wouldn't shut off." So I'm thinking that's what happened here, is that we got another Boeing situation, another Boeing fail. And then while I was double checking something, we won't say what because I'm too embarrassed. I'm searching for plane crashes, and there was one just a couple hours ago in London. That one doesn't seem to be Boeing related. They're probably to blame, though. They're probably to blame. Anyway, I miss my old soundboard. I had a Boeing sound. I had a plane sound. My new soundboard is anemic. I need to work on the stream. Anyway, another plane crash, this time in India.
In the last hour, India's Air Accident Investigation Bureau has released its preliminary report into last month's Air India plane crash, which killed more than 270 people. The report has found no significant faults with the plane.
Oh, I'm sorry. This happened a month ago. Did I report on this?
It says both fuel control switches, which are used to turn engines on or off when on the ground, were moved shortly after takeoff, causing both engines to lose thrust. While the investigation is continuing, it is clear that
like lose thrust at the exact worst time when they're trying to take off. They need thrust the most, and that's when it shuts off. Would have been another story if they were up in the air, right? Fuel shuts off, engines shut off, and they're gliding, and they got some time. This is the worst possible time it could have happened.
Attention is now focused on the actions of the pilots. In the cockpit voice recording, the report says one of the pilots is heard asking the other why he did the cutoff.
Yeah, but this is so, like, BBC needs to stop with this shit. Or is this BBC? Yeah. BBC should be ashamed of themselves with this, because I was listening to this really carefully, and I was like, I think we have to wait till like 4 minutes in before we actually hear that the other guy was like, I didn't do that. Because they're basically framing it like homie did it intentionally, and the guy was like, why'd you do that? But they leave out the part where the other guy goes, I didn't do that. Is that intentional? Are they protecting somebody? It's a very weird thing to leave out, right? I get the salaciousness of it, but they're insinuating that this is like some nihilistic psychopath, pilot cutting off the fuel and letting the plane drop at the worst possible time, when it seems to be mechanical failure.
Air India Flight 171 came down less than a minute after takeoff from Ahmedabad, bound for London Gatwick. In a moment, we'll speak to our business correspondent Theo Leggett, who's been looking through these findings. First, let's go to Samira Hussain, who's in Mumbai for us tonight. And Samira, this is very much details still coming through, really. Just tell us some of the key findings and what we're learning here.
What we've understood from what was happening on the plane was that it was the co-pilot that was in charge of the takeoff, and the pilot was actually monitoring. Then there was a question from inside the cockpit: why did you switch the fuel engines from the cutoff to the cutoff position from the on position?
Here's the footage.
Well, one pilot said to the other, I did not do that. So then they switched it back. Now, the way that the plane works is if this happens mid-flight, that there's some cutoff from the fuel to the engines, well, it does restart once you put it back into that go mode, that flight mode. But for some reason, one of the engines didn't exactly thrust at the right time.
So, okay, I take it back a little bit. Took them about 2 minutes to get to that. Not to the other guy's response where like, I didn't do it, but to talk about the mechanical failure. So did you hear what she said? She's like, there's a fail-safe on this so that if you re-engage those fuel switches, it automatically restarts the engines, right? You don't have to fiddle around with all the fucking switches. You just you click it and it's like, okay, it wants go time, right? And for obvious reasons, right? And for just this scenario. But the black box is recording that the engine wasn't going. Man, that's got to be hellish. You're taking off, critical time, everything's going smooth. Whoa, what the hell? Fuel switches. What the fuck? Click them on. I think it was less than 10 seconds. And they're like, where's my engine? Where's my engine? Where's my engine? Where's my engine? As the fucking thing's falling down. Jesus Christ, everyone died. Or is this is the one where the one guy survived in that one miracle seat? People have pointed out that, several of these plane crashes in the same plane at that very seat have everyone, those people have survived, like 2 or 3 people in that one specific seat. People are looking for that seat now. They're like, hey, can I get that one? Yeah, it's booked up. Would you believe it?
It's still a preliminary report. It's still very much the initial findings. More details will come out within the next several months to year, man. Even. But this preliminary report is pretty, it shows that perhaps there wasn't something wrong with the plane.
And it's impossible, really, Samira.
Huh? Did I hear that correctly? That's her conclusion. Hold on.
Engines, well, it does restart once you put it back into that go mode, that flight mode. But for some reason, one of the engines didn't exactly thrust at the right time. You know, it's still a preliminary report. It's still very much the initial findings. More details will come out within the next several months to year even. But this preliminary report is pretty, it shows that perhaps there wasn't something wrong with the plane.
Yeah, strategy. Yeah, the fail-safes failed, but there was nothing wrong with the plane. What is happening over here, dude? Yep. Something crazy happened. Okay, so I don't think this is the person I'm thinking of. No, maybe it is. Okay, let's finish this.
And it's impossible, really, Samira, to overstate just how.
Yeah, didn't you know? So the fail-safes, they didn't engage. The engines didn't work properly when he flicked the switches back on. So, you know, my conclusion about this report is it's all good. It definitely doesn't point towards the plane. Man, it's pretty fucking sus, man. How the links how far are we going to go to protect this company? You know why? Because it would just be astronomically expensive. There's so many Boeing planes. It would just be astronomically expensive for every commercial airline company in existence. Because I doubt there's a commercial airline company that doesn't own a couple Boeings. You know, it would hit literally everybody, and it would hit the big ones the hardest. You know, not just Boeing as a company, but, you know, their airline company, right? Oh, yeah, by the way, okay, so now there's all these regulations on Boeing planes, and we got to upgrade this, and no more Windows 95 floppies to update firmware. Yeah, no, we got to upgrade that. So we calculated it's going to cost you, you know, $200 billion. You know, some fucking insane. And you're not, by the way, the planes are grounded. You're not allowed to fly your plane until you fix them. You're like, what? Yeah, because they're a massive safety hazard. They're dropping like flies all over the place. And yeah, no, we did it. We did an actual independent audit on the safety of these planes. And yeah, you got down to the skeleton. You got to retrofit these things with all kinds of different, you know, buttress the frame and, I don't know, replace the plastic bolts that you're holding the panels together on or whatever you're using. I don't know. I'm exaggerating.
Devastating this was.
It is a devastating loss to the airline industry and, of course, to anyone.
What the fuck? Yeah, it's a devastating loss to the profit margins of these massive airline corporations and also some humans and stuff and whatever, you know, some people died. Right. But massive hit to the airline industry. That's what you were talking about, right? Oh, the humans. Oh, the people. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, tragedy. Oh, yeah, there's, limbs and bodies everywhere. There's, you know, dead children as far as the eye could see. It's really terrible. But you wouldn't believe the profit sheet. The chart went down. It did. It went down instead of up. I mean, you know, is it possible to quantify Hiroshima? Like we just, you know, right there, basically, right?
Devastating loss to the airline industry and, of course, to anyone who suffered who lost a loved one in that plane crash. You know,
airline industry first, though. It's am I the only one seeing this? Maybe I'm reading into it a little bit. I'm kind of nitpicking on that one, but like, do we even need to mention the airline? Oh, poor airline. Like, what? Who cares? Like, who's getting arrested? Who's getting arrested? They're so saddened in the boardroom as they're like hiring as many, you know, the top dollar PR firms to be like, okay, how can we cover this up and how can we avoid accountability? Oh, it's a little weird, the order. And how we're not talking about accountability. We're like, poor them. They underfunded maintenance and their plane fell out of the sky and killed hundreds of people. Oh, that's rough. Those executives, I mean, they're going to have trouble sleeping at night. I'm sorry. Hold on. Can I do that again? Can I get another take on that one? I exploded with involuntary laughter there. Like they exploded involuntarily. Oh no, wait a minute. That is horrific. We should.
Anticipation of this report, I spoke with one family member whose husband had died on the plane crash, and she has an 11.
Did he own airline stock? That's, it's tragedy.
Old son, and is bereft at the idea of having to take care of her son.
Right. So somebody should be arrested, right? I mean, that's an actual tragedy, right? That's actually disgusting. So somebody should be held accountable in the executive level, right? Someone who wears a suit, maybe cashes a $100,000 check every month or something. One of those guys, right? No? Where's my cricket button? I got my cup in my hand. Just pretend you're hearing the sound of crickets and tumbleweeds.
On her own, that her son continues to
4D
lament,
experience.
why is my daddy dead? And in terms of this report, this woman said to me, yes, that's great that they can find all of this information about what happened on the plane.
Oh, here we go.
What may have gone
here we go. Hold on.
wrong, but ultimately it's never going to bring her husband back. And so many family.
So we should arrest somebody. We should hold somebody accountable, right? At the executive level, people making these decisions who are like, right?
Members, although are waiting for this report, ultimately this will not bring any of their family members back.
Samira, for now.
Wow. Isn't that amazing? 3 whole minutes of that. Not a single mention of accountability. That's something else. That is really something else. So what this guy has to say is actually pretty interesting as well, but I don't think any mention of accountability is mentioned either. That's really something. That's really something, It's a tragedy. Moving on.
Thank you very much. Well, let's just recap some of the key findings that are, as we say, still emerging. The report finding no...
all the proof that indicates that it's a mechanical failure, but we're gonna say it actually exonerates. This is proof that it exonerates. So what's the alternative, right? Some suicidal guy? Oh, let's do it.
Significant fault with the plane or its engines. Rather, the focus is here in the cockpit.
Yeah, wow, that's the framing. Holy shit balls, dude. Holy shit. Is this covering up? Do they own Boeing stock or some shit? The black box literally says the fail-safe was like the switch was flipped. It doesn't say who flipped it. But it says that they flipped the switch back on. And by the way, so if you want to kill everybody, why would you flip the switch back on? And why wouldn't you be like, you try to stop the other guy from flipping it back on, right? There'd be a struggle. No, according to the voice recordings, it was like, whoa, what the hell? Why did you do that? He's like, I didn't do that. Then they flip it on immediately. And then the engines don't re-engage. But this is how they frame it?
Findings that are, as we say, still emerging. The report finding no significant fault with the plane or its engines. Rather, the focus is here in the cockpit.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was talking to that. One more time. I just want to make sure I understand the framing correctly, and then we'll finish this video.
Findings that are, as we say, still emerging. The report finding no significant fault with the plane.
The report finding no significant... So, they describe that... A fail-safe failing to re-engage the engine is not significant. Who says that? Who by whom? Who declared that not significant? What? Is this a situation where like the airline companies own the auditor, right? Like with the financial industry, who they own, like Moody's, they own all the ratings agencies? Is that what's going on here? So the conclusion is that there's no significant fault found, but here are several pretty major significant faults. Oh, and here's an expert that used to fly Boeing planes that said this was a major problem on all different kinds of Boeings, so much so that they requested, they had a recall on certain planes that I guess was optional. I don't know how it works, right? For different countries. This is India. But they're like, no, they put a lock on those fucking buttons just in case, right? Just in case. Report. It's all good. I don't know. Crazy motherfuckers today. Crazy motherfuckers out there today, man. That's our conclusions. Yeah. Here's a list of all the problems. You know, that's just normal. That's just everyday kind of shit, right? Like, nah, man, something's up with this dude.
That are, as we say, still emerging. The report finding no significant fault with the plane or its engines. Rather, the focus is here in the cockpit, in particular on the pilots. And what happened?
In particular on the pilots. Wow!
To those fuel control switches. The report says flight record data showed...
There's a good reason. There's a good reason, Pimento. All right. Look, Jeff is very nice to let me back on this platform, and I need to behave myself, but let's be real. Real news, real information, being critical of the rich, being critical of the powerful. That doesn't get you very far on this platform, you know, unless you're a hunky guy like Hassan. I'm very proud of Hassan for his success, emulating certain leftist values. You know, hey, he's at the protest. Destiny isn't. So Destiny needs to shut the fuck up. Straight up, biatch.
Both switches, normally used to turn the engines on or off when on the ground, were moved, as we heard, from the run to the cut-off position.
No more pausing.
Shortly after takeoff, that causing both engines to lose thrust. It says, as we've heard, one of the pilots is heard asking the other why he did the cut-off.
And once again, they don't mention, not until this guy speaks, they don't mention that the other guy was like, I didn't. That the other guy was just a surprise. They keep trying to frame this like one pilot just decided to go bananas. Yeah, Tisrael, I'm going to report on it. Putin has no idea what he's doing. It's really interesting because like people want to say like Putin is so smart. Putin has no idea how to deal with Trump. No idea. He just can't, you know, he just can't lower himself even like theatrically. He can't kiss the ring in any way. He can't be seen as capitulating to Donald Trump in any way, even symbolically, right? He wants to just pretend like this, like he's dealing with George Clinton, like George Clinton, Clinton or Bush. I was going to say George Bush. Right, where you can just be antagonistic and you can puff up your chest and you can just pretend and not bend to anything, right? And just, you know, you got it with Donald Trump, you got to give him a little something. You know, look, if you want to know how to play Donald Trump correctly, take a look at Zelensky. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, you humiliated me. I still, you know, I'll come back and talk to you. And, right. You think Zelensky wants to do that? No, he's doing it for the good of his country. Right. He's playing Trump like a fucking fiddle. And, you know, as much, and Trump desperately wants to be, you know, buddy with Putin. He sees himself as Putin. Welcome back, female eunuchs. Welcome back, Gaius, Tisrael, the whole motherfucking crew. Good to see everybody. Right? Trump so badly wants to have a setup just like Putin has in Moscow, right? In Russia, I mean. Shut your ass down for any fucking reason. Slave labor camps, concentration camps, kidnappings, and all different kinds of theft and villainy all across the place. And, you know, it's just everyday business, right? And everybody just accepts it. That's exactly what Trump wants. But it's interesting to me because it's a strength and a weakness for Putin. Right, his authoritarianism, his dictatorial nature, you know, he's you know, it makes him very ruthless when it comes to securing power internally inside Russia. Right, he's cleaning up a mess with an oligarch already, and not already, but again. He, you know, assassinated an oligarch. He's busy absorbing his entire fucking financial empire. But it's that same tyrannical, dictatorial, like I'm not going to bend, you're going to bend attitude that's losing him to Trump, right? That's, you know, he can't Putin doing his normal thing. Trump is like, you got to give me something. You got to give me you got to give me a W here. You got to get, I thought that's what you wanted. That's what you told me you wanted. You wanted peace. And it's putting Trump in a rock and a hard place here. It's putting Trump in a rock and a hard place because he doesn't even he doesn't think he'll be able to sell, Russia rolling into Kyiv, Russia not stopping right after they capitulate, after Ukraine gives up. And then, look at this, the Russian military, they just kept going. Ukrainian military shut down. Whoops. There he goes to Kyiv, just like he said he wasn't going to do that. I guess even Trump is like, there's no way he can spin that. And he's like, so I either let Putin do this and look like a total bitch, or, I mean, I've talked about this from the very beginning. The world's least deserving human being on planet Earth has an opportunity to be seen as the guy that kicks Putin's ass. Like, this golden opportunity handed to him on a silver platter, doesn't even have to get a single U.S. soldier killed in the process. Just has to turn on the fucking weapons faucet, something America does better than almost any country on the fucking planet Earth. Military contracting companies and all the military industrial complex companies would just fucking go totally gaga, right? They'd love it. But he's hesitated. He's totally hesitated because he's got this weird infatuation with Putin. All right. Did Biden, even Putin, say he wasn't going to invade? I'm remembering wrong. I don't know. Who gives a fuck about what Biden has to say? You know what I mean? That motherfucker's the coward of all cowards. That motherfucker's the coward of all cowards. Like, his foreign policy was freeze like a deer in headlights. The numbers were clear about the ability of one side versus the other. To be afraid of the Russian military is to show your ignorance and cowardice pertaining to geopolitics. In my opinion, you need a nutsack, right? You got to stick your neck out a little bit. But yeah, I don't give a fuck about what Biden has to say about Ukraine, Russia. Yes, the UK government and various British institutions hold shares in Boeing. They do, huh? Really? Bike shop guru. I mean, welcome back. It's still, I mean, the whole, even if the full support was given, and even like the U.S. put, or NATO put boots on the ground to cover the North, while Ukraine, actually fights the war in the East, right? I just get those mixed up. Crimea still would have been a question of if they get rid of that bridge. If they get rid of that bridge, the naval presence in the Black Sea, that's taken care of. That's what a joke, right? That's been taken care of. But it's all about that motherfucking bridge. And can Russia back up Crimea? So that was really the question. Was can they get Crimea even with a full support? But now it's like, I don't know, man. Fucking, Andy come lately over here, Donald Trump. Oh God, I really like Putin. Oh gee, guys. Oh, I don't know. Like, just reluctantly taking this place in history where he gets to be the American president that could kick Putin's ass, but he's not. He's tiptoeing into this. But either way, as long as Putin continues with this completely unflexible, you give me everything, maximalist position, Donald Trump is going to feel betrayed in a way, and he's going to, have no choice. But he's tiptoeing into this, and he's probably going to tiptoe out of it. Because he's talking about, okay, so what he's doing, he's giving Ukraine, and we'll go back to the plane crash here in a second, but he's giving Ukraine the weapons that Joe Biden promised, that he put on hold, that Pete Hegseth put on hold. So that's what he's authorized. He's mulling over making the decision to send a new weapons package, a new support package to Ukraine, with the Trump stamp on it, right? Which would basically say, I've lost this argument that I'm a peacemaker, right? Which is, for some reason, like, he doesn't really care if real peace is made, right? He just wants, to take credit, like, look at India, Pakistan, right? He's just like, I did it. I called them up and they said, yes, Donald, that's a great idea. And then peace was made immediately. And they're like, he didn't do a damn thing. He didn't do a goddamn thing. Right. Simply Steve, welcome back. It's never going to happen. He's literally destroying them right now. The Epstein files, he's literally destroying them as we speak. Okay. So the only thing that'll save us is some kind of actual real leak. Someone across social media, something went viral about the dark web has the list. It doesn't even matter. Even if we had the list, they just say it's fake. And then pussy corporate mainstream media doesn't want to talk about it. We're gonna get to Jeffrey Epstein. So let's just finish this section here. 30 minutes in already. Jesus Christ.
Other pilot says the report responded that he hadn't. Well, let's talk.
Right. So there we go. 4 whole fucking minutes after saying twice to the audience, the one of the pilots said, "Why did you shut that off?" And then they cut to something else, right? They finally, 4 minutes in, they finally say, "Oh, and the other guy said, I didn't do that. He was just as surprised," indicating mechanical failure.
As we've heard, one of the pilots is heard asking the other why he did the cutoff. The other pilot says the report responded that he hadn't. Well, let's talk to our correspondent.
I mean, that's critical shit. That's critical shit. All right, 404. Let me show you how they opened up the fucking thing, because that's critical shit. Why are you going to leave that out?
In the last hour, India's Air Accident Investigation Bureau has released its preliminary report into last month's Air India plane crash, which killed more than 270 people. The report has found no significant faults with the plane. It says both fuel control switches, which are used to turn engines on or off when on the ground, were moved shortly after takeoff, causing...
Okay, is this intentional? Are they trying to, without saying it directly, are they trying to say that the government is speaking hypocritically because that's why they then interview this guy?
Both engines to lose thrust. While the investigation is continuing, it is clear that attention is now focused on the actions of the pilots. In the cockpit voice recording, the report says one of the pilots is heard asking the other why he did the cutoff. Air India flight...
But they don't... But where's that... Come on, so like, why are they trying to be so goddamn slick about this? Why are they tiptoeing around this shit?
Other pilot says the report responded that he hadn't. Well, let's talk to our correspondent, Theo Leggett. You've been looking through these details as they emerged. Explain more then about the role of these fuel switches.
Well, these are 2 switches which are on the central console of the cockpit, and their job, as we've already heard, is to turn the engines on when the aircraft is on the ground and turn them off again once it's landed. Now, they would not normally be used when the aircraft's in the air. There are some exceptions to that. For example, if there's been an engine failure or an engine fire, you want to cut off the fuel supply to that engine and make sure that it's not going to cause any further problems. But that is rare. Now,
because smartasses on social media are asking, like, how come these switches even exist? It's like, yeah, because, shit can go down. So, and, like, you got a jet engine over there, okay, and it can light on fire. Of course, you need the ability to cut the fuel off.
What we have here is information from the flight data recorder, which shows quite conclusively that those switches, both of them, were in the cutoff position, and that one of the pilots, we don't know which one, noticed this was the case and asked the other pilot why they had turned those switches into the opposite position, into the cutoff position. That's what we know at the moment. We don't know.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Are we so pressed for time that we can't mention that the other guy goes, I didn't? Are we gotta truncate that shit, man. We gotta edit, we gotta cut that out, man. You gotta cut the fat. Get down to the bone, get down to the meat. This is TV, baby. It's intentional. We got 2 separate individuals, 3 times total, mentioning the first part, but intentionally not mentioning the second part. But at 4 o'clock, she mentions the second part. Oh, at least one before everyone died horrifically in the crash, Tisrael. I need a fucking rim shot.
What the intentions were of whichever pilot pushed those switches into the cutoff position. All we know is that this happened. Now, the focus of the investigation going forward will be on why. Was the confusion in the cockpit at the time? It's a very harsh environment when something is going wrong shortly after takeoff. It may be that one of the pilots made a mistake, or there may be some other motive. All we have now is those bald facts that these switches, which are incidentally designed not to be used accidentally, it's a 2-step process to turn them from the run to the cutoff position, why those switches were moved.
More indication that the pilots did not do it.
Because we know now.
Okay, so I was thinking I must have been watching BBC Live, and I'm mixing this clip up because they interviewed a different guy who was like an older guy, a retired pilot, expert in his field, right? Had been like decades of piloting experience, and he was like, "Yeah, this happens all the time. Actually, these things flipping on their own." It's so bad that they had to institute. They had to, like I said, go through and install a lock.
In all likelihood, this is what brought the plane down. Once the engines had been switched off, they started reducing thrust, bringing thrust back, which the pilot, at least one of the pilots, was trying to do, takes time. And
they're insinuating, man, this is really something, dude, really something, and if you're not paying attention to news like we pay attention to, like, you would totally miss that. You would totally miss that. You would come away from this thinking, "Oh man, I guess something's up with those pilots, bro. What's up with those pilots, bro? What's up with those pilots, bro?" But they didn't say explicitly. They didn't say explicitly. I need some good tunage here. DJ Sacred, that's always good. DJ Sacred. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Oh, that's a good one. There we go. It's nap time for my little son. So, like I said, on top of all this other news that we've been hearing, plane crashes just happened just a couple hours ago. Explodes in a massive fireball on runway outside of London. Small plane crash into a ball of fire and black plumes UK runway on Sunday. Explosions hit London Southend Airport around 4 p.m. local time. Saw a huge fireball from my window, said an eyewitness. Yeah. Can you imagine? You imagine being these people? They're loading up. They're getting on a plane. I don't know, man. How many of these people are religious and believe in like omens and all kinds of wacky bullshit, right? But they're not, but they're like, I mean, I believe in wacky bullshit when it's like unsolved mysteries and they're talking about ghosts, but I mean, come on, I got a plane to catch. Can we get on this fucker? Oh, and mass shooting in Kentucky. Multiple people hurt in Kentucky church shooting. Great. Multiple people are injured following a shooting in Kentucky church on Sunday, and the shooter is dead. Kentucky State Police said the suspect shot a trooper around 11:30 in Fayette County. Suspect then fled the scene, ended up at a Richmond Road Baptist church. So interesting. Altercation that started with the police. Then he ran into the church? KSP said that there are multiple victims at the church. They're being treated at the scene. So, interesting. He took it out on the church goers, or was that his initial? Maybe that's why the cop was engaging him, because he was on his way to a mass shooting. The trooper who was shot was also receiving medical attention. KSP said troopers and Lexington police were able to secure the suspect, who is now dead. They shot his ass up. A trooper involved shooting, additional with multiple injuries. The trooper and others being treated. So they don't really give us details. Are still emerging. And don't get it mixed up with the mass shooting that happened 8 days ago that killed 4 people. We don't have the money. We don't have the money to learn about the mass shooting that happened 8 days ago. You'll just have to read the headline, you broke-ass peasant. Only in America. Hey, coming soon to a country near you. The more we embrace nihilism. Wanted to show this. This was just funny. Thought I'd start off with something funny. Yeah, like haha funny.
He calls his reflection fake news. He tried to pardon himself from Monopoly jail. He once tried to buy the moon. Great real estate, nobody lives there. He autographs subpoenas before reading them. He holds rallies in front of mirrors so the crowd is always double tremendous. His hair has its own non-disclosure agreement. He insists, if I was on Mount Rushmore, it would be called Trumpmore. So many people are saying this. His skin tone was invented in a Doritos lab. He hires people to clap when he walks into the bathroom.
Yeah.
He calls his golf game unbeatable, absolutely perfect. Some say even the balls are impressed. He says, nobody tweets better than me. Other presidents tried, but frankly, they just didn't have the thumbs.
Ironically, he probably is the best shit poster in the world. You know what I mean? Like, he probably is the guy with just a sentence can ruin your day.
He became president 3 times.
Hey, Kem, welcome back. Let's maybe avoid statements that would get us in trouble by Jeff Bezos. Okay. Welcome back, Year Tubing.
He owns all of Atlantic City, but hasn't been there in 25 years.
That's funny.
He tried to rename the sun Trump Light. His hands dwarf those of an average newborn baby.
He's got little baby hands.
He didn't release the Epstein files, but at least we got involved in another war for Israel.
Yeah, thank goodness.
He is the most tremendous man in the world.
Yeah.
I don't always drink, but when I do, I prefer Diet Coke 12 times a day.
12
Stay
times a
tremendous, my friends.
Yeah. No, not the most interesting. The least deserving. It really is something. I mean, he is the product of everything that is wrong with the current paradigm that we have around worshiping wealth, worshiping celebrity. You know, he is the logical conclusion of this toxic stew, right? Kem, I insist. Knock that shit off. This was funny. I thought this kind of perfectly encapsulated the current situation. Political cartoon. These are funny. Oh. Thank you, Kem Goblin. Deserves got nothing to do with it. Everyone, calm the hell down.
I'm Luigi, #1.
Okay. Oh, it's all fun and games until these motherfuckers knocking on your door. Okay, they knocked on my door. I'll tell that story one day. These motherfuckers aren't playing. But anyway, Trump asleep with the tariff stuff, Bondi asleep with the Epstein files. They'll never release him. I mean, if you knew anything about anything before all this Trump insanity, you would know damn well, oh yeah, what if Donald Trump was put in charge? You know, and then people thought he was going to release the files. Be like, oh, that's insane. That's completely laughable. He's all over this shit. Good friends. Okay? Eyewitness report of the 14-year-old prostitute who jerked him off. Details like how you needed to wear a glove. It's never happening. Secretary Hegseth, which does this doesn't look anything like him. Putin's still bombing Ukraine, right? Asleep on that. Really disgusting. The actions. Are we gonna? So now that we're considering shipping weapons back to Ukraine, are we gonna undo some of the bullshit things that he did on day one? Like day one, sitting in the chair, he's like, number one priority: make it easier for the Russian government to propagandize the United States. Totally kill all the cybersecurity stuff, all the counterintelligence. On the Russian propaganda, just open up the door and stop guarding it, and just we know it's going to continue to happen. Of course, it's going to continue to happen, but that's just us acting in good faith because we love Putin. So, are we going to undo any of that, or are we just going to half-ass this? That's what we're going to do, right? Homeland Security, of course, Texas floods. We're going to get to that. There's a measles outbreak. I haven't even had time to talk about it, but of course, I did talk about it because I had a whole segment actually last weekend about how fucking dangerous RFK is over here, firing experts, replacing them with straight up stone cold quacks that have been completely debunked in their fields by actual experts, right? Contrarians and grifters. That this guy, I mean, I've talked about it. It's like, is he pretending? Like, is it fake it till you make it? Or is this mental illness and he believes this, even though, no matter how many times he sees proof to the contrary, he just says, no, those are isolated incidences and the reality is over here. Like, I don't know, man. It's like, is it mental illness or is it evil? With RFK. I think it's maybe a little bit of both, right? I think it's a little bit of both, right? He's corrupted, but he's also a Looney Tune. That's the technical term. But very, very dangerous man. And people are dying right now probably because of this dude. Straight up. Like, decisions that he makes will get people killed. Yeah, I know. They drew his ears pretty funny. Yeah, plain stupid. I don't know. Is it? He's too craven to be called stupid, though, right? He's wormed his way, right? Like it. You can't do that when you're dumb, right? Like Vivek Ramaswamy, I think is a good example of someone who's dumb, right? And he just really doesn't know how to play the game. He wormed his way. I didn't even know I did that. Get him! I'm so funny. Very funny man. Hey, Bingo Boingo is back in the news. Bingo, 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 boingo. Everyone resisting. I love everyone resisting having fun with Bingo Boingo's name. Not on this fucking stream. Not on the News Underground. Okay, it's Bingo Boingo around here. This fucking clown. This absolute in over his head. Grifting idiot, just applied the basic template and repeat over and over and over again with a louder voice. That's his whole thing. And of course the right wing rewards that when you say the right things to this gaggle of people. So it's funny that you say that, female eunuchs. I was searching for news on Bingo Boingo. I want to be like Dan Bon Juicehead. Okay. I was searching for, a news segment on the story, and I was like, oh, this ought to be good. Jimmy Dore. Okay, so we're actually going to, Jimmy Dore talk about Looney Tunes, right? Like, I'm anti-establishment, but let me lick Trump's boots. I'm a real talk kind of guy, but let's listen to the totally illegitimate sources just out of contrarianism. I acknowledge that I'm uninformed and stupid, but I also am indignant and just like completely like aggressive, you know, at things that I don't understand, right? Where I've taken a side and I clearly don't understand what I'm talking about. Okay. Like, I don't, you know, like I don't, look at this, 200,000 views, 200 fucking thousand views. So he's like, he's on their side, but he's so mixed up and goofy and contrarian, right? These guys are kind of changing on a dime. Like if you were to walk up and ask Jimmy Dore, do you support MAGA? He probably would say no. And it's like, but you so clearly do carry so much water for this, you know, fascist movement. No, I'm a free thinker. I just believe in draining the swamp, and I just believe in supporting the people that are going to actually go after the corrupt individuals. Are you ever going to admit that you're wrong? Where's the mea culpa? Right? Where's the mea culpa? Ironically, we are starting to see with the Epstein stuff. I have a tweet from some conservative that's like, oh, gee, golly, I guess the liberals were right the whole time, guys. Oh, no. Oh, man. Every time I brought up Epstein to the liberals, they mentioned that Trump was in the files, and I denied that shit to the ninth degree. I kept whatabouting to Clinton, and then they would say, yeah, we know, we agree, we would like to see Clinton in jail too, and that really confuses me, because I thought they liked Clinton, and now I don't know what's going on. Exactly, Rocksfist. I free-thinkingly believe everything that they've told me, and I've been betrayed. I tell you. No one was telling me this. Anyway, I'm dying to see how Jimmy talks about Bingo Boingo over here. We're not going to do the whole 14 fucking minutes. I guarantee you. Okay. I'm expecting lunacy. I don't know what his previous positions on Bingo Boingo. I'm just assuming that he's been defending this. Like everybody else was saying, oh, this is atrocious. This man should be nowhere near government. What a complete joke. What a farce. And I bet Jimmy Dore was like, oh, let's give it a shot. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, let's get a regular guy in there. Yeah, you know, I met Bingo Boingo at a right-wing conference because I'm not a right-winger, but I was at a right-wing conference speaking there and taking money from right-wingers. Hey, you know. Anyway, I was talking to Bingo Boingo, and, you know, I was thinking, you know, hey, this guy might be pretty good. He might release the Jeffrey Epstein files, you know, and I think he might be speaking the truth. He might not be an emotional man-child, you know, that at the first bump, at the first like bit of controversy or, you know, trouble, he turns into an emotional mess and starts blaming his coworkers and getting all red-faced and I'm not showing up to work anymore, guys. Right? No, he's a solid guy. We should put him into power. That's just what I'm assuming. Those are the quote. That's a direct quote from Jimmy Dore. Okay, that's just what I'm assuming. Kind of his position was in a nutshell from Jimmy Dore. But let's see. God, he's still using all this. I used to watch Jimmy Dore when he separated from TYT. I was excited about aggressive progressive, right, and all this stuff. And then I was like, what is this guy? You know, and Ron Flipowski. Like there was some cool people next to him. And then the Trump shit, you know, like near the end of the Biden administration or whatever, dude, like the Trump stuff, the MAGA stuff, guy went completely, you know, he went Joe Rogan. He went in the Joe Rogan direction. Anyway, no more pausing. Let's see how he's going to frame this, and then we'll move on from this because I don't want to look at this motherfucker's face for any longer than I have to. All right, I'm curious. Let's see. No more pausing. Can he do it? Let's find out.
Here it is. Kash Patel will resign if Dan Bongino leaves. FBI chief frustrated with Pam Bondi. Amid the Dan Bongino resignation saga, a report stated that FBI chief Kash Patel has told his close circle that he could leave the Trump administration. The 45-year-old has reportedly cited frustrations with Attorney General Pam Bondi over the Epstein files row. Sources close to the Department of Justice says Kash Patel also wants Pam Bondi gone and that he'd consider leaving if Bongino...
I'm sorry. I've already broken this, but why does the algorithm think Jimmy Dore has dementia? Just say it. Just say it. Just say it.
Patel also wants Pam
Locked.
Bondi
No more
gone,
pausing.
and that he'd consider leaving if Bongiorno leaves. Also, that there are more frustrations with other documents Bondi hasn't released. Mary Margaret Olohan of the Daily Wire posted on X, platform formerly known as Twitter. This comes after Daily Wire cited a source close to Bongino to report that the deputy director of the FBI is threatening to leave his job if Bondi remains in the administration. The report
Pretty
further adds
embarrassing
that
stuff.
Dan Bongino is furious with the attorney general over her handling of the infamous Jeffrey Epstein files. The source close to
Yes.
Bongino
Okay. Yes, yeah.
said that he's effectively issued an ultimatum saying he won't
Better watch
work
out.
alongside Bondi,
See,
the
'cause this is a
Daily Wire
serious guy.
stated. Neither the White House nor Patel's office have issued a statement on the recent.
So they're kind of they're kind of that's where I don't think there's been any news beyond that he didn't show up for work on Friday, and he made a bunch of statements, and I guess we're going to see what happens on Monday. I don't know if I assume Donald Trump is like, I don't want to hear this shit, I don't want to deal with this shit. I think he likes Pam Bondi more than Bingo Boingo. And he's like, I'll just get another sycophant. Just get him out of here. He's a distraction. People should be talking about my amazing economy, not Bingo Boingo having a fucking fit. Tell him to get out of here. You're fired. Get another one in there, right? Plenty of sycophants lining up, right?
developments. Wow, look at that. What do you think of that, Kurt?
What do you think of that, Kurt? What about you, Jimmy? This is whose show are we watch? Is this the Kurt show?
Hey, you know what would be even more a better stand to take is just tell the truth at the start rather than resigning like a punk. Why don't you just tell?
I've seen this guy before. Talk about emotional man-child, and that's coming from me, man. This guy, he looks like he's on the verge of tears literally every time he talks.
The truth. What if you do that? Have the balls of Snowden,
Why not just tell the truth?
I mean, Russia's nicer now, if you've seen this.
Yeah, why not just tell the truth, guys? Gee, what could it be? What could be the one goddamn obvious reason why? Are we doing this? Is this idiot hour? It's Donald fucking J. Trump, bitch. Come on. Wake the fuck up. Where's the mea culpa? Huh? Who'd this motherfucker vote for? I guarantee you it was Trump. It was too, wasn't it? It was Lumpy Tumpy. Oh, that's a sensible choice. I'm going against the deep state. Where's the mea culpa? In between, look at this guy with his goddamn skin tone. This motherfucker's on vacation half the time, isn't he? Going around to various nightclubs with his goddamn crusty ass comedy set. Oh yeah. I mean, Hillary's in the Epstein pile. Yeah. What about Trump? Oh, I don't know. Trump kind of thing. Word salad.
Subways.
Yeah, Greg Gutfeld, exactly.
I mean, did they both come out and say that there's nothing to see here about the Epstein files? Is that Pam Bondi's fault? Their public statements?
It's Trump's fault. That goes to the top. Okay, so
yeah, that's right.
What does he have? A goddamn smoke alarm in his hand? No, okay, it's it's nicotine patches. He has a canister of nicotine patches. Wow. And you believe this guy? He abuses his substances before he does podcast? That's disgusting. I can't believe, anybody that does that's a fucking scumbag. You getting all high before your show? Fucking scumbags, drug addicts. I would never abuse drugs on stream. Never. I'm a professional.
But why is she there?
Exactly. She's doing what Trump wants her to do.
I'll be right back.
Let's be the most kind we can be to Trump in that he has a secret plan and this is the way it has to be. Fuck you anyway, motherfucker. Fuck you. Tell the truth. But Kathy's right. I tell everybody, you don't got to hurt nobody.
Who'd you vote for, dude? Who'd you vote for? What did this guy sound like 6 months ago? Look it up. I guarantee you. Look it up, man.
Nothing except tell the
libertarian. Guarantee. I don't know who this. I don't know what it is. He's a libertarian, isn't he? Libertarian, right? Got a gay brother or something?
Truth all the time. You can't do that? Why?
All right, what's your opinion, Jimmy? I don't.
The guy, Raheem J. Kassam, he is the editor of the Nat Plus. He's an ex Farage advisor, co-founder of War Room. He's got a threat.
We like Farage, huh, Jimmy?
On this, he says, I'm not sure about Cash leaving, but the report that Dan Bongino is done cleaning up after Pam Bondi is 100% accurate and comes after months of frustration. I have this on airtight.
Look, it's clear to me what the hell's happening is that Dan Bingo Boingo is like, whatever happens with Trump and this MAGA stuff, I need to think about number one. I got to think about Clutch Cargo. I got to think about, my career, my, whatever the fuck that is. But on the right wing, that's a real thing, right? He's got a name, and look, if you want to see somebody who's weaselly and talk about wormy, look at Alex Jones, right? I'm against the deep state. Deep state's pretty great, especially when I'm throating its dick all day. But I got big problems with the deep state, right? He's able to worm in and worm out, right? Ride the vibes. And for Bingo Boingo, it's like, well, it's kind of hard to do when you're on the inside, right? Because what does Trump want? He wants complete fealty. He wants what the performance that he got, reluctant performance, it seems, right? With Kash Patel. Oh, I've seen it. There's nothing in there. Yep, I've seen it, and there's nothing in there. Definitely. Yep, totally innocent. Yep, nobody's in there. All those women and girls, literally girls that were raped, they were raped by ghosts. I saw it. I saw the video, and there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot. We're watching hours and hours of this stuff. You wouldn't believe it. Some of the celebrities that are having sex with ghosts. It's amazing. Alex is like GTA radio. Yo, he actually is. He actually is, right? Just total insanity, right? From a mentally ill person who should not be anywhere near a microphone. And it's just like, well, here's my unhinged opinion. And let me tell you what, buy my supplements and trust my opinion. I miss Laszlo. There was some drama with fucking Rockstar or something, but I often play the Grand Theft Auto radio. My favorite's Grand Theft Auto, the first one, Grand Theft Auto 3, the first 3D one. I do enjoy the radio from Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2 and the London expansion. I enjoy those radio stations, but man, I am totally in love with Grand Theft Auto 3's radio station, like this kind of mid-2000s, snapshot. It's probably just nostalgia because everyone's like Vice City is so much better, and I'm a rap guy, so I really enjoy San Andreas, of course, but Grand Theft Auto 4 has an amazing soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto 5, it's okay. I don't know. It's not as good as 4, but my favorite's 3.
Multiple sourcing, and Dan isn't the only one who feels this way. He said this is a thread, but I don't.
What's your opinion,
both
Jimmy?
Cash and Dan, for months, have tried to get Pam Bondi to understand the importance of full transparency in her department, especially on the Epstein stuff. For reasons becoming apparent, this has fallen on deaf ears. Pam has been giving multiple avenues to pursue and infinite examples of people who need to be brought in front of a special counsel, but she has refused to budge every time. There's an interesting New York versus Florida thing going on here, too. Susie Wiles.
You're gonna find time to say, oh, by the way, to the audience that, maybe you're just coming in, you're wondering why I'm criticizing the Trump administration all of a sudden. Oh, it's because I had a brain tumor. They pulled it out of my head, and I kind of realized that, maybe voting for Trump wasn't a good idea. I saw John Fetterman embarrassing himself one too many times, and I decided maybe I should stop doing that to myself, and I'm very sorry. I'm sure he's going to squeeze that in here somewhere. He should probably just make that into one of the bumpers that he's automatically attaches to every single video and clip that he makes. Oh, hey, it's Jimmy Dore here. Just wanted to remind you I was mentally ill a couple months ago, and I made some incredibly wrong decisions and recommendations that you should support a fascist dictatorship. Just wanted to let you know that I'm no longer that, and I apologize anyway. Thank you for watching the Jimmy Dore Show, and enjoy the clip. Should probably just do that on every video, right? Just kind of clear the air, right? Because that's right. Because we're not still going to try to defend obvious fascism, obvious corruption. I mean, obvious and blatant politicization of the Justice Department, et cetera, right? We're not going to try to both sides this, right? We're going to admit that we were wrong, right, Jimmy?
a longstanding close and personal friend of Pam's.
Yeah,
in the
long
event Trump
legs,
would consider keeping Dan and maybe Cash if he wants out too, it is likely his chief of staff will recommend against it, which adds layers of problems. I don't think Bongino will be back to the office Monday if something doesn't happen with Pam, or even a special counsel search announced perhaps.
I think Bingo Boingo wants to, no matter what happens with Trump and all this, he wants to keep his media career. And the Epstein thing, covering for the Epstein thing, like going down with the ship on the Epstein thing, it's going to be harder for him to keep his little grift going once this is over with the, like, there's no way that he believes that this, like, he's like, I don't belong here. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is a total joke. Like, he understands that, but he also understands he wants that ching once this adventure is over with, right? So him leaving in a huff on principles, right? And then he immediately sits down, and fires up the podcast, and he says, yeah, there was some crazy stuff. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's some really crazy stuff in those Epstein files, and I'm going to milk the shit out of this for the next, 3.5 years, and I'll let you know. I'm going to release, you're going to get all kinds of insider information from me. Right, I was there to drain the swamp, but the swamp, the swamp destroyed me, and blah 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 blah. That kind of narrative, right? The hero narrative, the martyr narrative, and then rake in the ching ching. I'm talking millions of dollars, folks. I'm talking millions, right? It's not like the left wing. It's not like a bunch of broke ass motherfuckers like you guys over here. Oh yeah, you want $1? Here's 10 bits. You want 10 bits? Here you go, bro. No, Bingo Boingo can sit down in a fucking chair, get, hundreds of thousands of views, and, get a couple supplements, sell some fucking insurance, whatever the fuck. Good take. I'm just as broke as y'all, okay? I'm right here with you at the unemployment line, okay? I get to call people broke, motherfucker, okay? I'm as broke as it gets. Make sure you check out my merch store. Check out the Patreon, which doesn't exist. All right.
This would represent a massive victory for the swamp, and indeed for sex traffickers and pedophiles. I'll conclude for now by reminding everyone how people like Dan Bongino and Cash Patel sacrificed as
4 minutes in. 4 minutes in. I have no idea what this guy believes.
Much as they possibly could for MAGA and Trump.
Okay, strategy. Thank you. 50 of your European dollars. I don't know. It's probably worth more than the Canadian fucking whatever the fuck.
I've no doubt they'll remain loyal to both regardless of what happens here. The truth is, Pam needs to go fast. Number 7, update. Matt Gaetz would struggle with Jeffrey Epstein was intelligence. Prosecute is with someone who really wants to haul folks like Acosta. Acosta was the guy who first was the only guy to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein in Florida, and he was the one who said that he was told Jeffrey Epstein was intelligence. And
only W could have given the order.
Only George W. That's right. So anyway, if and it's replaced with something so if they want to bring Acosta in front of a special counsel, that special counsel and the new attorney general will need President of the United States.
I do think that would be kind of funny though. Like if someone sponsored me to just like bring up every once in a while how cool this random guy is. I just like, oh yeah, that reminds me of the story of Gary Smith. Yeah, this Gary Smith guy, he's something else. Who? Oh, Gary Smith, man, have you heard of this guy? Man, I tell you what, this guy, like when he washes dishes, he dries them off and then he puts them away. He doesn't just like leave them in the dryer. And like it's crazy how considerate this Gary Smith guy is, dude. It's totally fucking crazy. By the way, I need to let you know that Gary Smith pays me $50 a month to talk about Gary Smith. So anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about. What? Yeah, he pays me $50 a month, and I just casually, in every conversation that I have with literally anybody, I need to kind of bring it up once in a while, and he's like a really good dude. Is he your neighbor? No, he lives in another country. It's a good guy. 50 bones a month. That's profit.
States level of Secret Service protection. Remember, the Alex Acosta sweetheart deal negotiated by Columbia University's new lawyer, Jay Lefkowitz, a big Jeb Bush donor.
Yeah, long leg Homo sapien. Thank you for pointing that out, because that's what I'm feeling right now. It's like, hey, what do you think? Oh, yeah, what do you think, huh? Oh, yeah, you think it's total bullshit, huh? Right. Okay, yeah, no, that's interesting. Let me just read from this fucking twit chain.
2008 has scarcely been probed. All of that needs
I
fresh
agree,
attention
Clutch.
and full transparency. In fact, I think Mike
Dries the
Benz just did a
dishes.
thing about that. How that whole Acosta thing needs to be completely probed.
Okay, wait, whoa, we have an opinion here. We have an opinion. Hold on.
It has scarcely been probed. All of that needs fresh attention and full transparency. In fact,
Okay, talking about Jeb Bush donation. What are we talking about?
I think Mike Benz just did a thing about that. How that whole Acosta thing needs to be completely probed, but it's not.
Yeah. The Bush administration was incredibly corrupt. Yeah. Okay. What about Bingo Boingo?
So it looks like Dan Bongino has had it, and that he's going to leave. And then Kash Patel it's been reported that if Dan leaves, that he's going to leave. And so Trump is going to be left with the. So do you think there's a possibility, Kurt, that this is Pam Bondi's doing and that she's.
Okay, so it's Pam Bondi. Is that what we're trying to do? We're deflecting away from Trump. Is that the angle? It's like Trump wouldn't be failing if he wasn't surrounded by people who fail. That's a very Putin-esque kind of way. This is how Russian media kind of handles Putin's failures, right? You never criticize Putin directly, but you criticize people in Putin's orbit when you want to criticize Putin's decisions.
Somehow snowing Trump on this Epstein thing, and that she's the one who's
clearly Trump is snowed by a lot of people around him. The thing that's wild.
Snowed, yeah, right. Okay, so there we go. Okay, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was like. I was like, what's the angle here? What is he trying to do? How is he defending Trump? So there it is. He's being snowed. Great dear leader with all the best intentions is surrounded by incompetent and corrupt and nasty people that disagree with Trump's mission. Wow. Just incredibly pathetic. I mean, it really is bottom of the barrel, scraping the fucking bottom of the idiot barrel. But 200K views. Right, 200K views in a couple days. That's cheddar. That's cheddar to an advertiser. That's a hefty chunk of change at the end of the day. A couple 100K at the very least. And if you stretch that out with sponsorships and whatnot, you rake it in with a couple sponsors, and there's plenty of them. All the right wing ones, the supplements and all that shit, the Alex Jones shit, the gold, whatever it is. Ching, 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 ching. Yeah, you can scrape together a couple. If your videos are pulling in 100K, 200K, the Tim Pool numbers, you can become a millionaire, right? So that's what we're doing. Snowed. Clearly, Trump is snowed by a lot of people around him. Right. And of course, that's not a sign of Trump's incompetence. Right. That's not a sign that he's completely out of control and he picks, wildly incompetent people because they're he's more concerned with loyalty than he is with, competence and actually achieving any kind of real goal like governing. Right. Okay. All right. I'm done with that. Okay. If someone wants to watch the rest of this clip and say, oh, no, he actually criticized Trump later on, feel free to torture yourself. But This is why Jimmy Dore belongs in the fucking in the toilet. Hit the flush button. Bye Jimmy Dore. That's embarrassing.
President Trump.
That's embarrassing. Oh dear leader, it can't be Trump's fault. It's Pam Bondi. He's getting snowed. Fuck off. Fuck off. And what's crazy to me with Jimmy Dore is that it's just about the ching ching. Like he does, who cares? I'm damaging, the zeitgeist. I'm confusing people. in a way, it's kind of like a form of gaslighting, like almost intentional confusion, right? Adding this confusion to the debate. Confusing what is and isn't even a centrist. It's like, well, whatever. If I'm damaging the zeitgeist, whatever, I'm getting paid. It is kind of nihilistic. It is. But I think with a character like Jimmy Dore, he's a true believer. He's a believer of his own bullshit. And if other people are on that same bullshit wave, I don't know though. I mean, because it's like. It does seem intentional, doesn't it, from Jimmy Dore? Right? This kind of hedging where it's like, well, I can't criticize Trump directly, right? I have all this audience capture I got to protect my audience, right? I don't want my audience to leave me. So I need to have these kind of opinions. And to me, that kind of craven, like you're no longer a true believer in your own bullshit. You're just a believer in money. Right? Like I got to say the right things to keep this kind of audience So, you know, how do I handle this? How do I, you know, because they're like, well, if Jimmy, if he doesn't take the PBD route, right? If he does the PBD, the Paul Bet Davidson route, right? Of like, well, oh, that's interesting. Or, oh yeah, I mean, you know, does Donald Trump actually know about that? Like, I bet you if Donald Trump knew about that, like he wouldn't approve of that kind of behavior, and et cetera, et cetera. All right. I mean, what can we do here? Moving on from Bingo Boingo. What can we do about these saps but laugh? And like, it's not like a whoa, it's not like a knee slapper. It's like a, yeah, you dum-dums. Yeah. Golly, if only someone could have told you. Right, because here's the headline: Rural Missourians weigh in on the big beautiful bill impact on rural hospitals. So, you know, of course, the big beautiful bill, because of its cuts to Medicare and Medicaid that are only going to affect lazy pot smoking 30-year-olds on the couch, by the way. It's going to close a bunch of small rural hospitals. Right, small hospitals that service maybe a couple hundred people in the area. They exist so those people don't have to get on the freeway and drive for like a half hour or longer to the local hospital. So that's why they exist, and of course all the regular stuff as well. But the main reason is that, oh, you know, fucking my leg got cut off in a fucking tractor accident, you know, and it's like if I can get to a doctor in the next 10 minutes, I might be able to save my leg. And I was like, well, no, hope you got a couple gallons of yogurt, motherfucker, because you got to get on the freeway and drive 45 minutes to the emergency room. That kind of shit. So that's why these rural hospitals exist. And these goddamn dum-dums. Look, I know you don't like me, dum-dums. I know. It's so pleasing. I like to do it to myself. It's so much fun to piss me off, right? Oh, look at the liberal flipping his lid, talking about democracy and liberty. Doesn't he know that Republicans own those things? Like, I get it, but goddamn, I'm talking the oldest of the old and the youngest of the young and the disabled and most needy are going to suffer the most, and it's like it's going to happen very quickly, right? Some of the negative shit doesn't happen for a couple of years, but it looks like these rural hospitals are already shutting down. And these goddamn yokels, what can we do but laugh? Yeah, dum-dums, yeah. I didn't vote for this. No, you actually did, dude. They don't even hide it anymore. Man. Remember when he got elected? And a bunch of the right was like, oh, yeah, no, we're totally doing Project 2025. Yo, get fucking smoked on, bitches. They don't even hide it. Oh, I didn't see it coming. Which military is currently begging North Korea for help and is currently using donkeys and consumer grade ATVs and motorcycles to get supplies and troops to the front line? Which military is currently resorting to that? Literally donkeys in a fucking donkey cart? Which military? I'm confused, guys. What else can we do but pity these people? Oh, that's like Vosh is saying, like, you should be openly negative and openly, laugh at these people suffering. Boosh. Right? And it's like, well, I feel like, aren't we better than these people? Right? And if the answer is yes, because I believe we are better, the left. I believe the left is better than the conservatives, the conservative movement in general. Shouldn't we act that way? And it's like, look, I understand what he's saying with like, don't lionize, don't repeat this fiction about the small town hero, the noble savage, as Vosh puts it, right? Like, we shouldn't lie to ourselves like some of the Ivy League leftists do. You know, oh, these people are just noble, and you know, they don't understand, and they should be. But it's also like, and like, you know, Cenk Uygur over here worrying about their votes. It's like, I don't think we should worry about their feelings or their votes. But do we rub it in? Right? Isn't, you know, do we rub it in and ha, you deserve it? Right? And like Vosh says, well, they do it to us. And it's like, he's right. They do that to us, but they're scumbags. I vote, yeah, I mean, I know it feels good guy Dari, and they deserve it. And we shouldn't be worrying about their votes, right? Because we should be trying to energize the left. And if they want to, you know, switch sides and come along, I do believe in shame. Star Troopian, welcome back. And welcome back, good guy Dari. I do believe in shame. And I do believe in shaming, right? I do that all the time. Every time there's a right-wing person in the chat, right? I'm telling them you should be ashamed of yourself in one way or another. But do we rub it in, right? Because like the reason why Vosh was talking about it is because the flood victims, you know, children drowning. Oh, well, they were Christian. They were part of a Christian. Who cares? They're kids. I don't care if it was a camp for Hitler Youth, right? They're kids, right? Kids. Is the left really just going to scooch aside the inherent innocence of children? To make it so that we can Twitter dunk. We like the Vosh was complaining. It's like, we can't just have fun and we just can't cut loose and talk a bunch of shit on, like, the right wing gets to do it. The right wing gets to do it. Well, yeah, that's the difference. These people are shameless scumbags, right? What about principles? Is mentioned in the chat there by Gaius. So it's like, no, I agree that we shouldn't lionize, like I said, right? Like, put these people on a pedestal and, oh, you know, they have the best of intentions. No, a lot of these people are fucking racist bigots that support a murderous fascist dictatorship. They see the shit that's happening with ICE and they're like, get the gay people next. Right? That's a lot of them. And then Cenk Uygur is all like, we should, curate and cater our message so that it doesn't offend those people, right? Offend the politicians, but what about the voters? And it's like, no. The strategy is to make the movement big enough, to make the movement exciting enough to get these people on board, right? We had that energy with Bernie. These people are fly by night, politically, Their allegiance really doesn't mean that much. They do vote, though. Anyway, that's my opinion on that. It's like, because like I said, I do agree with shaming and being critical. But rubbing it, when a bunch of kids drown, bunch of fucking girls screaming to death and drowning, can we? Is there a way to talk about that? And the corruption and the mismanagement, there's all kinds of proof of that now. These people shouldn't have built on a fucking floodplain. God, everyone knew goddamn well if there was a flood that those cabins were going to be fucking subsumed. So is there a way to talk about that without being like, they kind of got what they deserve, though, am I right? You know what I mean? I mean, kind of like, fuck around, find out, right? Dunk them. Dunk them on the blue sky. Take that, children. Oh, by the way, let me take a big moral stance on the children of Palestine next, right? After I just got done making fun of conservative children that drowned to death. Boo, 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 boo. I'm so moral on Palestine. Boo, 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 boo. I feel like there's a way to shame them, point out, hey, you guys voted for this shit. Your government. The completely conservative government that you selected intentionally rejected flood prevention or flood warning systems from the Joe Biden administration as a political slam dunk, and you're not going to hold them accountable. Who's the goddamn fool, right? But I feel like we can draw the line there and not go to the, oh, by the way, I'm super stoked about your kids fucking drowning. Take that, right-winger. I'm better than you. I have the moral high ground, but I still think it's cool to make fun of drowning kids, and I'm going to go ahead and, justify that because it feels good. They get to do it. Principles, sometimes principles suck. Sometimes having principles, it means you don't get to have as much fun as the other kids. It really does. Sometimes it's like being principled means that you have to that'd be cool. I mean, it'd feel good to be like, that's what you guys deserve. That's what you voted for. But you don't do it because you're better than that. Oh, we're not better than that. We're not better than that. Then do we deserve to govern? If we're no better than they, if we're no better than the goddamn sloppy fascists, right? Oh, more excuses, more excuses. And from my opinion, it's easier just to stay principled around the death of children, right? It's easier just to stay on this, like anybody, even a Nazi kid, even if a kid wearing a swastika dies, it's a tragedy, right? Let alone all the children in Palestine and Texas, et cetera, everywhere everywhere in Africa, in every one of these countries in Africa where children are getting kidnapped by the tens of fucking thousand. Whole villages getting dumped out. These guys pull up to the side of a fucking school, empty out the school, enslave all the goddamn women trying to learn how to read. Sorry, girls. It's like, it's a tragedy wherever it happens. It's a tragedy if it happens in Israel. And some leftists are like, no, it isn't. And it's like, okay, man, like, how the fuck are we supposed to have an argument? How are we supposed to have the moral high ground when we're over here, defending the humanity of children while also indulging in jest and jokes about the death of children from certain places that we don't like? It's morally inconsistent. It's messy. It makes you look just as bad as the people you're trying to defeat. Oh, but it feels good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so does masturbation. And how much does that accomplish? So strategy, I actually have a good answer for that one. I actually have a moral answer for that question. It's so funny that you ask. So a strategy member over here is asking, if you had a chance to go back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? And it's like, that's an interesting question, right? Would you, because it questions this whole idea of, are our children inherently innocent? So here's my answer to that. I would, if someone gave me this, I would say, don't bother trying to get me to come back. It's a one-way trip for me. I'm going to go there. I'm going to be Hitler's best buddy, right? I'm going to be there, right? Like, I'm going to be like, I'm going to try to get hired as like a caretaker, be his nanny, right? Take care of the kid. I'd sacrifice myself, my life, to live in 1900s Germany, to go hang out with baby Hitler and raise him properly. I'd just be hanging around, right? Friend of the family, right? Uncle abandoned nihilism. He's always been there for me. Oh, what do you think about the Jewish question, Uncle? Hitler, I don't know, man. I think, those people are human beings. Oh, you're literally the person that's closest to me. Man, if you think they're human beings, maybe I should reconsider. That's what I would do with the Hitler question. Because I'm not killing a baby. But I would sacrifice myself to try to turn him into a proper young man instead of a sniveling little bitch that learned how to manipulate a crowd like a carnival barker and, genocided, holocausted an entire group of people. Yeah, 1989. So that's what I would do. Great idiots think alike. Can you get him into the arts academy instead? I mean, I would just, follow your dreams, man. You want to be an artist? I'd support his art, right? Help him sell it, right? Like, ironically, I'd be sent back there to destroy Hitler. I'd be like his best bud. I'd be so supportive. You could do it, man. Stay in art school. Don't drop out. Here's some money. Come on. Live your dream, Hitler. Maybe painting not so bad. Thinking about killing all the Jews, but no, maybe not. Watch it literally like it's one of those like cautionary tales where like it literally changes nothing. It literally he's raised well, but he still just does it anyway. Yeah, it really doesn't make as good of a movie, does it, Good Guy Dari? Yeah, exactly. No, I think we'd keep the Hitler thing because I think I'd get a kick out of that. Like, because like obviously Hitler is like, such a terrible word. But like what in the alternate history, it's just like another name, another German name that no one even thinks about, right? Doesn't have that connotation anymore. I think that'd be kind of funny. Yeah, poodles rule. I mean, so here's the thing, guys. Okay, here's the compromise. Here's the compromise. If, I'm his best buddy his whole life, right? He's turning into a young man, and he's still going down the Hitler path, right? Still, drops out of art school regardless. He starts going to the beer hall speeches, the anti-Semitic beer hall speeches. Starts getting in with that crowd, becomes a leader. I'm killing the motherfucker at that point. Okay, he's no longer a baby. He's no longer a baby. All right. Like I'm totally betraying this kid that I raised my entire life. Like I'm murking the motherfucker. Oh yeah, you went to the beer hall. Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, you had a speech, did you? Oh yeah, people really liked your speech at the beer hall, huh? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Anyway, check out this Smith & Wesson that I got yesterday. I mean, like I'm taking the motherfucker out at that point. All right, are we done deviating? Back over here, you've heard my whole spiel about, do they deserve it? Do they don't deserve it? Right? How do we handle that as leftists? And it's like, we have to be critical. We have to be truthful, but we don't have to celebrate the death of children either. And because we can use our morality to back up our argument, be like, no, this is incredibly tragic. It's not funny in the slightest. And, one of the reasons why the left is so emphatic about good leadership, about these things that you guys laugh at us about, is because there's real human cost to corruption, to bad leadership, right? To just voting for somebody because they have an R next to their name, and then they're boss hogging it every single day out there, taking the dough and not really taking care of people, right? Like there's a real human cost to that. And we can't make that argument as strongly as we can if we then follow up with a, haha, your kids are dead, slam dunk on Twitter. Right? It kind of like deflates everything else that we just said. Anyway, let's watch this.
President Trump's signature and massive piece of legislation is not quite a finished deal. The House taking another crack at this moment and could be added late into the night or even into tomorrow morning, leaving Americans anticipating how it will affect their daily lives for better or worse.
I'm Ryan Gamboa, and I cover topics in rural Cass County, Missouri. Congressional cuts to
fucking shirt, man. What are you thinking with this shirt, dude? You're looking like an optical illusion.
Medicaid can potentially leave rural hospitals and their patients vulnerable. I'm amplifying the voices of rural America and delving deeper into the potential impacts of the cuts. Dinner time in Harrisonville draws a crowd. Willie Ogden drove from Garden City, Missouri.
10-15 minutes.
What he really came to do was pick up his mom from Cass Regional Medical Center.
She just had some stomach issues, we'll put it like that.
Jessica Thomas is eating for two. She's expecting a new baby in November.
We are very excited. We prayed for this one.
Thomas tells me she's a Medicaid recipient. Access to her local hospitals sometimes isn't enough. She's a high-risk pregnancy, and in her first delivery, Kansas City was her only option.
An hour drive can definitely change a lot of things.
The GOP-led Big Beautiful Bill that passed the Senate on Tuesday.
Just to give you an example, my wife, our kid was only technically premature, like by like a day, right? But like as soon as that kid was ready, he was like a piece of toast in the toaster, like bing, like we're done. Get me out of here, motherfucker. You know, because like they told us, oh, you're gonna have to make multiple trips and there'll be false alarms. And I was like, no. When that kid was done, water like burst, blop, get in the fucking car, we're going, dude. And within, I swear to God, within like 30 minutes, we're having the kid. Right? Like kids coming out. Like within, all this happened within less than an hour. Okay? So if I was in that person's situation with my wife, we would have been having that kid, Blop mentioned, we would have been having that kid in the fucking Honda Fit. Okay? Not exactly roomy. Okay? That shit would have been blopping on the goddamn car floor, man. That shit, my son. Okay. But you see, Honda Fit enjoyer? Yeah, it's a damn good car. It's a damn good car. But you see, like, how an hour, I mean, and we're not even, you know, we're talking about a pregnancy here. Let's talk about, like I was saying, these life-threatening things, you know, any number of things that, you know, if you get to the hospital within 10 minutes, your life is saved. You get to the hospital an hour or longer, you're dead. Yes, exactly, Star Troopian. Like, exactly. We're, like, egregious amount of fluid. Like, more fluid than any human being could hold in their body. Yes, that. Like Coneheads. You ever seen the movie Coneheads? It was just like that. Valdar, it's time. It literally went like 1 to 1. They suck an abusive relationship with the GOP. Like, yes. So I agree with Vosh, though, where it's like, it's not our problem. Right? It's not our problem. These people who consistently vote against their own self-interests, you know, we're happy to tell them the truth if they wander into our spaces, happy to criticize them, right? But if we're going to get them on our side, it's going to be from defeating them politically and getting them to basically bend the knee, or more ideally, check out, which is what they're going to do after the Trump shit is over with. They're going to go back to checking out, becoming a non-political entity. Oh, both sides, everyone's corrupt. I don't even vote anymore. Right. While, you know, the goal of the left should be the template, Zoran Mamdani, the template. OK, you become patriotic to your area. You become well informed on your area's issues and what people are actually talking about. You win locally. You stay true to your socialist democratic principles, right? Hopefully liberal left, whatever it is, you want to call it democratic socialism, whatever it is, right? But you stay true, you know, like I'm against the genocide in Gaza. I'm pro single payer healthcare. I'm not budging on these things, et cetera, right? You follow the template. Zoran Mamdani, and this, you know, the question is, are the Republicans going, you know, have they successfully obtained enough power to truly make elections meaningless, right? We all vote, but just like China, you know, the result is always exactly the way that the ruling party wants it to be. Welcome back, Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny. Good to see you over there south of Boston. Make sure you're checking out them Lenny streams, y'all. Anyway, let's finish this video.
Would cut over $1 trillion in Medicaid benefits. The Kaiser Family Foundation reported in May that 2 in 7 Missouri Medicaid recipients live in a rural area. Half of those recipients are children.
And half of those children are stoners, right? Watching, you know, Bluey, smoking weed on government, eating government peanut butter and just like shitting their diapers, just sitting there watching Bluey, right? Getting all high and shit. They're just a complete waste of money. It's a complete waste of money to provide a pot-smoking toddler Medicaid, medical assistance. Come on, get a fucking job.
The Missouri Hospital Association tells me changes to Medicaid will impact hospital service reimbursements, meaning some rural hospitals may need to cut services.
We could be looking at a fairly large crisis relative to overall funding for hospitals through Medicaid, and then the structure of our rural health delivery system.
Dinner might look different for Thomas, as she could be forced to pay for health care out of pocket.
Lucky right now that we're able to have access to that.
Ogden, he worries about his neighbors and the food taken from their plates.
Who'd you vote
Put
for?
yourself in our shoes. Royal communities don't have a lot of money. We work hand to mouth. Put yourself
Who'd you vote for, sir?
in our shoes that don't make a lot of money, and maybe you'll understand something.
Right. So this is what Vosh is talking about, though. Vosh.
Put yourself.
But he's like, should we pity this man? Should like who'd you vote for? Oh, I didn't vote for this. He didn't say he was going to do this. He actually explicitly said he was going to do this. Like there was a whole framework. Like there was a whole Project 2025. We're cutting this much. We're right. Like, and what I say is, no, we can absolutely confront this man with his bad decisions. It's just we're not allowed. We're better than making fun of his dead kids or people like him who've had dead kids. And the reason why we do that is so that we can continue to hold the moral high ground. Oh, blah, 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 blah. It's like you hear this. Oh, it's not a big deal. It's like, no, it's kind of a big deal, man. Kind of separates us from these fucking dummies, yeah, I support Israel. I think, I can't wait to buy property in Gaza. I think that's great. I just completely, totally ignore the human suffering. That should be called out. That should be shamed. But how good are we? Are we allowed to shame somebody who says that when we, in the next breath, in the next tweet, we go, ha ha, told you so. Climate change is real. Fuck around, find out. Screaming kids is funny. And why? Why? So you can feel good on social media, right? That's not a good enough reason to lose that ground, to open ourselves up, strategically like that. That's not a good enough reason. But I like to masturbate. Well, isn't that selfish? Shouldn't you be more concerned with the democratic progressive movement instead of your own fucking pleasure? It feels good. Is that your only reason?
In our shoes that don't make a lot of money, and maybe you'll understand something.
In Harrisonville, Missouri, Ryan Gamboa, KSHB 41 News.
Yeah, Star Troopian. I mean, we can't really control what those people say, though, right? We can control what we say, right? A little bit better. Police that internally, right? Female eunuchs. You got it covered. God, he's a freaky looking motherfucker, isn't he? So the cracks are beginning to show. The cracks are beginning to show. The cracks are showing. Apparently, the last time I was reporting on this guy, it was homies going to clubs, buying up the club, acting like a celebrity, all, staying out all night, apparently not showing up to work late, right? It's like, bro, you got a job to do, actually. And it's a very difficult job. FBI director, you actually have a lot of things you have to take care of. Nah, just do whatever Trump wants. Party all night. Woo, do coke. Woohoo. This guy looks like a coke guy to me. FBI Director Kash Patel has forced senior officials to reveal under polygraph tests whether they have ever said anything bad about him. I mean, does it get any more insecure? I mean, does it? That's the bottom. That's right out of The Office, right, Michael? Right? Or like, no, this wouldn't be something that Michael would do. This would be something that fucking nerd, whatever his name was, would do, right? He gets put in charge. Michael goes on vacation or something, the CEO. Dwight, yeah. This is the kind of shit Dwight would have done to everybody. Now, I need to make sure you guys haven't said anything negative about me. Now, according to this bylaw in the Dunder-Mifflin rule book, I'm allowed to administer polygraph tests during an investigation if I think there's any wrongdoing. And I think one of you guys said something negative about me in the elevator. So I'm going to institute polygraph tests to everybody today. That shit's right out of The Office, man. Tell me you couldn't see that shit on The Office. And this guy, you need to be loyal to me or else. You got to be loyal to me or else. Do you like me? Prove it. Cash wanted a gun issued to him even though he's not in the field. God damn these motherfuckers. Is that true, Poodles? These motherfuckers are exactly who we think they are. These motherfuckers are exactly who we think they are. The most pathetic motherfuckers, right? Just the you know, the coworker that talks shit behind your back, right? The person at school, the Randall, right, who's snitching to the goddamn principal, and just, you know, just that motherfucker, right? They are exactly who we think they are, and we need to stop disarming ourselves, right? And like the folks in the chat, you know, you and me, you know, we're not letting these motherfuckers walk all over us. But over on MSNBC, they're still treating this like it's the Bush administration. Oh, the honorable this and honorable that. I guess, I don't know, MSNBC is a little bit harsher, right? But they do it in a smarmy West Wing, smug, neoliberal Hillary Clinton style, instead of, you know, getting down to the realness. Oh, by the way, MSNBC started talking about Epstein magically. Remember when I was pointing out during the Kamala Harris campaign, I was like, where the fuck is Epstein? Are they going to bring this guy up? Turns out it would have been a real humdinger, would have been a motherfucking slam dunk that would have hurt the MAGA base. Oh, yeah, he's in the Epstein files. Repeat that shit a couple hundred times. Didn't even mention it. Kamala Harris wasn't in any of the advertising, nothing. Mainstream CBS, ABC, and MSNBC, nothing. Mum's the word on Epstein. Oh, now we can talk about it. When it's way too fucking late. Guys over here burning the evidence, and MSNBC is like, oh, will we ever release the client list? Oh, I don't know. Let's talk about that for another 48 hours. Yeah, woke patriot, 100%. So this is that tweet I was telling you about earlier. Some dickhead who gives Elon Musk $5, retweeting some other dickhead who gives Elon Musk $5 fucking dollars. But this stupid dickhead, Chris Mowery, I don't know who the fuck he is. The left was so right about this administration, it's kind of unbelievable. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. That's what I got to say to Chris. I don't have time for you. I really don't. I was, you know, maybe I'll entertain this. No, we're just gonna go ahead right to the flush. I mean, look at the avatar. Look at the goddamn avatar. Go take a fucking shower. Now they replaced Patel at ATF with someone from the Army. Oh, great. So Rosie O'Donnell, let's talk about that. So, you know, Donald Trump has actually had a hate boner against Rosie O'Donnell since way before The Apprentice. I mean, this is a feud that goes way the fuck back. I'm talking way back. Like Clinton administration kind of shit. So this is the Truth Social. This is the truth, guys. Because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interest of our great country, I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. She was born in this country. Full-blown citizen. Fascist dictator. There's no other word for it. Some of the most hardcore fascist dictators in the country, in the world right now, wouldn't say this shit because it would be too far. You know, they'll get their secret police to do it, right? They'll get other people to make statements and whatnot. But they're like, Putin's not just going to come out and say, I am the law. I'm going to revoke your citizenship and torture you and send you to a fucking prison in Siberia. Like, he doesn't say that shit. He gets some other schmuck to say it for him. Not Donald Trump. He's just so eager. I'm the king now. Hey, bow down to me. I'll fucking chop your head off. Oh, this is great. She is a threat to humanity. Okay, you know, broken clock. All right. You know, broken clock over here. It's inevitable. And should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland. She was born in America. If they want her. God bless America. What does that mean anymore? What does America mean anymore? It's not America now. It's Trump. God bless Trump. You should just say, God bless Trump. Trump. America doesn't exist anymore. The founding constitutional system has been snapped. Okay, not bent, not damaged, destroyed by the Supreme Court. Oh, you're being hyperbolic. No, the fuck I'm not. And this administration is acting lawless because they can be. Who's going to stop them? The marshals completely on board. They're all a bunch of fash. The police, the marshals, the army, they seem totally on board with this shit. Oh, we've heard some rumblings, but they're hanging out in L.A. still. Got the army in L.A. ready to go, right? Oh, I'm going to be a good soldier. I'm going to sleep on the floor for Donald Trump. No one's dropping out. No one's quitting. Right? There's some rumblings in ICE about discontent, but no one's, it's like, oh, well, I believe in the mission. The absolute scum of the earth needs to be cleansed from our great white country. I agree with the mission, but gosh, it's so much work. Oh. Yeah, Star Troopian. Putin just sends a little ambassador and suddenly the window of the 20th floor stays open. I mean, that shit happened, dude. And he's like, the government's taken over the guy's entire empire. That shit would be wild. Could you imagine? Like an Elon Musk kind of character, right? Slips on a banana peel out a fucking balcony, and then all of a sudden the government's like taking over Tesla, taking over fucking SpaceX. They just do it on the sly, right? And the news media barely even reports on it. It just happens, and then we like... If I speak up against it, my ass goes to jail. Yeah, Tisrael, yeah. Well, another one? Wait, another assassination? Or are you talking about the Ukrainian that was assassinated? Because there was two. We got the oligarch, the Russian oligarch that was taken out by the Russian government, and then we have the Ukrainian government official that was taken out by Russian assassins. Another one fell out of the window. You have got to be fucking with me, dude. He is clearing house. He is cleaning house, man. All right, I'm not going to look for it. Tisrael, go ahead and post the link. I'll put it in the Ukraine section. So Rosie O'Donnell, she said, so she has a response that I'll go ahead and I'm going to show this next. But real quick, even conservatives are like, whoa, bro. Really? Like, I don't like Rosie O'Donnell, but we're really going to threaten her citizenship? I mean, that's crazy. Seriously, Clutch Cargo, they make their balconies out of fucking ice. Or like China, like just glass, like a big slippery glass floor. Always rent a hotel room on the first floor. These rich guys, they live in the penthouses. They live at the very top. Very top. So they get to see the whole building that they own on the way down. So anyway, so people on Truth Social, they're like, oh man, I really like I really thank you so much, Emperor Trump, and I appreciate so much the fascist dictatorship and you destroying our country, but oh man, come on, I mean this is too far. Oh bro. So, like, she, leave her alone. She's harmless. She's entitled to her opinion. It's her right. No, it isn't. Not in Trump's world. You do not have a right to disagree with Trump. Okay? Ask Trump that question. Do I have a right to disagree with you? We're looking into that. We're looking into whether people should have the right to question me and question my government. It's really dangerous. It's really dangerous when people question me and go against my wishes. It's for the safety of the country, we probably should look into making it illegal to disagree with me. Tisrael, I can't believe that he did that. Really? I mean, he was probably in so much pain after falling out of the balcony that he just decided to shoot himself 37 times. It's like, makes sense to me. So this person, the cope is really something else, right? He's joking. Oh yeah, Donald Trump's joking, right? Oh, he's just joking. You can't see that? What do you think getting a subscription to his platform makes it okay for you to attack him? Go to Blue Sky, liberal. Get off our platform. By the way, my name's Little Miss Liberty. I'm Little Miss Liberty, and I'm here to say that you're not allowed to say that. He's just joking, and even if he's not joking, he has the right to strip somebody of their liberty and kick them out of their country, even U.S. citizens. By the way, I represent liberty. I believe in freedom. for me, not for you, and not for Rosie O'Donnell. She's a dirty liberal. I know, and he says nothing about global pedophiles and the Epstein client list roams free. This is on Truth Social. This guy represents himself as an old man with a pistol. You probably can't see it. It's Charles Bronson, I think. Have you ever seen a Charles Bronson movie, by the way? It's actually hilarious. It's boomer fantasy, right? It's this boomer fantasy that criminals just love crime and they're just evil and they love to hurt people because they're evil. And not desperate losers, right, who are like stuck in a never-ending cycle of desperation, right? No, they're strong, able-bodied young men who could get a job at any time, but they love evil, so they get a mohawk and they get a chain, and then they steal people's purses, and the most important part is that you can gun them down mercilessly without a shred of guilt, right? It's true scumbags and irredeemable. That's what a Charles Bronson movie is. Just pure fantasy, like boomer fantasy about, like there's a solution to the problem, and that solution is a Smith & Wesson. Sounds more like propaganda. It's even worse. I mean, it's right up at that level, though. I mean, that's how a lot of these cops think, Justice at the end of a gun. Oh, I didn't know that, Lenny. Thank you for that information. Charles Bronson. I guess I have seen Charles Bronson in some Westerns now that I think about it. So this more conservative cope here. Chill out, Buttercup. Don't you know a joke when you see one, when you read one? Come on. He's just joking around. Got to give Trump credit for the fact that he knows how to get under the crazy lib skin. Yeah, no, it triggers me when a sitting U.S. president questions the legitimacy of another American citizenship. Yeah, I'm big time triggered. Yeah, no, they got me. I'm triggered. He has just as much right to rant about her as you say that she has. So maybe you should take a nap. So isn't that cute? Totally ignore everything. Quit bitching. He has a right to bitch. Quit bitching. So that's what the conservatives are up to, by the way. Just thought I'd show you. Yeah, Dirty Harry. Yes, Dirty Harry is exactly in a similar vein, Criminals who like to do crime and are obsessed with evil, spreading drugs to children on the streets, get blasted by the morally good cop or authority figure. The administration gets in the way of real justice because they're a bunch of liberal bitches. What they need is a dick up their ass and a gun in their mouth. There's a lot of homoerotic stuff in the alpha male universe. Anyone ever notice that? I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I was about to say something that's going to get my ass banned. All right, so here's Rosie O'Donnell, what she had to say.
And
I'm just not even going to talk about the glasses. You know what my opinion on the glasses is.
And when the president got all of the early warning systems and the
all about the butt sex
weathering forecast abilities of the government, these are the results that we're going to start to see on a daily basis because he's put this country in so much danger. Shame on him. Shame on every GOP.
Looks like we triggered another one. Yeah, got him. Not so rosy anymore, are you stinking liberal? We're going to take away your citizenship because we're the constitutional patriots that believe in America, so get the fuck out. Winners.
A sycophant who's listening and following the disastrous decisions
Tisrael,
of this mentally incapacitated POTUS.
Unfortunately, in the wake of this once-in-a-generation natural disaster, we have seen many falsehoods pushed.
I don't want to be Googling touching bulges, okay? The algorithm doesn't need any more of my filth.
By Democrats such as Senator Chuck Schumer and some members of the media. Blaming President Trump for these floods is a depraved lie, and it serves no purpose during this time of national mourning.
Right. It's a depraved lie to call out that, these critical agencies that failed to help drowning people was drastically cut just a few months earlier. No, there's no shame. There's no shame. And you know, the next step is enforcement, right? Because right now things are kind of uncontrolled on the internet, you know, but the next step is to clamp down on that, especially before the midterms. They're going to have to start attacking free speech on the internet. I mean, like going after like David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski and shit, right? Like literally, you know, intimidating them off the air, right? Tom Hartman.
So to any person who has deliberately lied about these facts surrounding this catastrophic event, you should be deeply ashamed.
I'm a very straight man, but I will say this. There is something delicious and juicy about a big, healthy bulge in a tight little, you know, jumper. Like, ooh, looks like a bunch of grapes in there. What you got in there, buddy? You got some fruit in there? Got some kiwis. Right? Like, I'm a straight guy, but I could be like, yeah, all right. Something going on in there. Just various updates that I have for you. I mean, what else can I say, you know, other than this is like, it's what's interesting to me is that the money savings is paltry compared to how pissed off people are going to be, right? Like, because he's trying to say, look at all the money I saved the government. I cut all these things and saved all this money. People don't care. As much as they pretend to care, maybe during the election. Oh, the government spends too much. You got to spend too much money. They're, you know, if the price of groceries stays up, the price of gas continues to stay up, you know, the tax cuts for the trillionaires, like they make a bunch of money, but the Medicare gets cut, all these other services get cut, but then Donald Trump, you know, gets in front of a microphone and he goes, "Oh, well, the government saved hundreds of billions of dollars, cutting this $1 trillion out of Medicare. It was all waste." It seems counterproductive, right? Like you're going to spend $5 trillion. You're borrowing $4 trillion. What is a couple $100 billion for all these various, like we're talking about NASA, PBS, and I mean, at least PBS and NPR, like, okay, there's a propaganda element there, right? Like they, you know, it's so funny, right? Because they're absolutely terrible and conservative. And he's like, they're not, you know, they don't suck my dick. Get him out of here. But no, but like the Weather Service, FEMA, they're still talking about cutting FEMA. He's cutting all these jobs at the federal government, over 100,000 jobs at the federal government across all departments. It's just going to make things worse. The savings is going to be nowhere close to the amount of money that they just borrowed. So you're pissing off a bunch of people. You're making things work. You know, obviously the result is going to be that these departments are going to stop working, you know, at all. And like, are we going to privatize these things? Is that what we're trying to put the final nail and then we're going to privatize it? There's no plan to do that. People aren't going to accept that. Everything that breaks, it's gonna break, create a bunch of chaos and suffering, and then maybe months or years later, they're gonna fart out some kind of fucking privatized solution to the privatized DMV, a privatized weather service, a privatized NPR. So that's what I have to say about all these cuts and all this. It's just like you're saving you're not saving a lot of fucking money compared to the amount of money that you're borrowing, the tax cuts, and you know, just yeah, strategy. I mean, but it's like that's so many people are going to suffer in this process. So many people. And it's like they don't have the replacement lined up. It's, you know, break it, because like the idea is break it and then see how many people bitch. You know, Elon Musk talked about this. He's like, yeah, we're going to, you know, go too far. The plan is they go too far and then see what they have to. Oh, we're going to reverse that. We're going to change our mind on that. Because that's how a disruptor thinks. Right? So it's like break it irrevocably. and then just start listening to the sound, the wails and cries, and okay, oh, that wasn't too bad. You're like, we cut the weather service, and only nerds and meteorologists gave a shit about that one. So okay, we're good on that one. Oh, we cut the SNAP and food services, and a bunch of starving, hungry people screamed loud enough. So I guess we'll reverse that one. It's government by chaos. It's intentional chaos, and they think they can handle it. They think they're in total control, and the exact opposite is true. Welcome back, Nova. But Fact Post News saying this: Trump, quote unquote, Trump's Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has canceled an $80 million refund to American consumers that were being illegally charged overdraft fees. So that Malcolm over here, who gives Elon Musk $5 on Twitter. I don't know why. But pointing out, this doesn't make life better for the American people. Some kind of quote. Maybe that's a Trump quote. But just takes money away. Of course, he can get away with it because Fox News isn't going to mention it. No one's going to ask him the question. This doesn't even show up on Morning Joe, probably. Maybe rattled off as one of the facts during a 15-minute Rachel Maddow segment. But not really poured over, not really analyzed, right? Just cancels it. Refund. Nice little handout to the corporations who were going to be affected, who had to pay that out. A couple extra $1 million in their pocket. Thanks, Donald. The template, folks. We cannot go a stream without talking about the motherfucking template. The template. Zoran Mamdani. So, of course, we see New York Post just engaging, full. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we're in a full-blown fascist takeover. The Constitution's being ripped to shreds, literally. Doesn't matter, oligarchy going way out of control. Elon Musk over here Sieg Heiling in public. He adds his personality to Grok. It immediately turns into a Nazi. So we're going to ignore all of that. Crimes and corruption everywhere. We just kick into the normal. Progressive in politics, take him out. Progressive in politics, take him out. Number one priority. Number one. Fascism, yeah, we'll worry about that later. We got a progressive. That's popular in politics. Take them out immediately. If you've been monitoring politics for the last 20 years, this is something that you've seen quite a bit. Does Dennis Kucinich ring any bells with anybody? Right? This is the playbook. Populist, progressive, talks about taxing the rich. They go in for the kill. Even in the face of an existential crisis, even in the face of a full-blown fascist dictatorship. Well, I almost matched up Elon there. But even in the face of a full-blown existential, because, do we think the New York Post is going to be able to keep their business? Right? They've criticized Trump far too many times. No. Tax the rich, guy that wants to tax the rich. Oh, he's a communist. Take him out. Usual format. Like I said before, the number one priority of these so-called liberal institutions is to destroy any progressive momentum whatsoever. And that is true to this very day. Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, they see that shit, they take it out, dude. Like a peregrine falcon, 300 miles out of the fucking sky, they come blasting down. All of a sudden, these decrepit, creaky politicians who don't know which direction to move when it comes to fighting Donald Trump, all of a sudden, they turn into motherfucking Voltron and blast your progressive ass out of the fuck. You get Nina Turner, you get fucking atomized, bitch. All of a sudden, by a totally wildly competent, well-funded machine that only knows how to destroy progressivism, that only knows how to silence populist progressivism. They don't know how to fight fascism. They don't know how to fight corporatism. They don't know how to fight the military-industrial complex. They don't know how to fight Israel. They know how to destroy progressivism. That's their number one priority, and that's been the case for decades. Amplified, of course, by the Clintons. But it was there for Jimmy Carter as well. Anyway, Here's the New York Post. Zoran Mamdani's SAT scores revealed after Columbia application. African Americans, a bombshell. It's a bombshell. Oh, yeah, by the way, the president just blocked the exposure of a pedophile ring because he was part of it. New York Post. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. We all know he's a pedophile. Come on. Country voted for him. Mandate. But Zoran Mamdani, whoa. Democratic socialist, he's brown, a Muslim. Ah! Usual. Why did Dems choose Hillary over Bernie? I don't... establishment thinking, consultant brain. Okay, I don't have time. I could literally talk for 6 hours about why. Anyway, Zoran Mamdani, the motherfucking template. Thank you so much. Ro Khanna over here, who, better than nothing. Why are the Epstein files still hidden? How come? Can someone show me the tweet of Ro Khanna bringing up Jeffrey Epstein during the Trump election? He was one of these so-called progressives that was whoop. Now, credit to Ro Khanna, he will show up on, like Breaking Points, and he'll do interviews with, like he does. Brianna Joy Gray was one of the people that he would do interviews with quite a bit. So maybe he was asked, during the election from one of those people about Epstein. But was this guy, he was silenced just like the rest of the Democratic establishment on Jeffrey Epstein. But anyway, so I guess now we're talking about it. Now it's okay when it's too late, when it's way too late, when none of this means anything. Because it's a big scandal. Sure, it's obvious that they're covering it up, but there's no enforcement. There's going to be no investigation. And then there's, we got all kinds of other scandals. We got Israel slamming into the West Bank, taking big chunks of the West Bank, finishing their ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip, Ukraine, Russia heating back up with Donald Trump showing support. And, China's going to up to something. China's going to do some shit that's going to shock the world, either currency-wise, economic-wise, dumping bonds. I mean, why not do both at the same time? Why not do an invasion of Taiwan while dumping U.S. bonds, right? Sending the U.S. economy into a fucking tailspin while you then do something incredibly aggressive in Taiwan. But now's the time to do it, Now's the time. You couldn't have a better opportunity than Donald Trump to take Taiwan. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal, please. I want to be the peace president. I want a Nobel Peace Prize. Please, 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 please. Don't do it, please. We'll just let you take it. If we can just end this immediately, and you just take it, and we can just let this blow over, that'd be a good thing. Because that's what he wants, of course, with Ukraine, right? Just capitulate. Just give him Crimea. Give him the Donbass. Give him everything, and then we'll just call that peace. We'll call that peace. So here he is, Ro Khanna. This is good, but it's far too late, and it's, of course, going to go absolutely nowhere because of how, the Republicans have captured every branch of government and the Justice Department. So this will literally do nothing and means nothing. It's far too late. But on Tuesday, I'm introducing an amendment to force a vote demanding the full Epstein files be released to the public. The Speaker must call a vote and put every Congress member on record. So that's great. They'll happily vote against it. If they're asked a question, they'll say it's for safety reasons. They won't be pressed on it, even by so-called liberal left media, as to why they voted like this. Right-wing media won't cover this at all. And if they do, they'll frame it as a left-wing trick, as a left-wing gotcha that can be easily ignored and hand-waved away. So, might have been more effective to, jerk off in your hand and slap somebody in the face with it, Ro Khanna. I mean, honestly, what the fuck is this going to do? Not jack and shit. Jack and fucking shit. Oh, I made sure they put it on the record. They put it on the record. Yeah, okay. Yeah. They don't care. You can't shame a shameless fascist. You going to shame Lindsey Graham? You going to shame Lindsey Graham? Laugh along with me. You going to shame Marco Rubio? Holy shit. You're going to shame Ted Cruz, the world's cuck? The man who sits perpetually in a chair in the corner while his wife gets fucked in front of him every single moment of his life? The most cucked man in human existence? You're going to shame him, huh, Ro Khanna? I put him on the record. Well, I put him on the record, though. Did you? Did you? I'd kill someone if they slapped me with a handful of cum. Oh. Yeah, that would be a shitty day. I'm not gonna. You get fucking Silence of the Lambed. You know, it's like, can we go back to milkshakes, please? I'm probably too graphic in my descriptions. I'm sorry. It's because of the things that I've been studying lately. So this is pretty funny. Trump administration sending out the fucking bulletins to the Tim Pools. You're going to lose your access. You're going to lose your access to us. By the way, you know, and Tim Pool, when he finally gets access, you know, he there was that stunt with him sitting in the press pool. He gets asked a question, and it's basically, how come the media is so mean to you guys? How come everyone's so mean to the Trump administration? I just wanted to ask that question because I think you guys are doing such a great job. Tim Pool. My God, man. I think Tim Pool would be less embarrassing if he just walked around with his pants completely soaked in piss. I think he would be less embarrassing. I know I keep going back to the terrible, but just that's what I think of. I'm like, man, this guy, this child who needs his diaper changed. You know, like 100,000, 200,000 people tune into this dumbass. Farts out some fucking half-brained opinion. I don't get it with Tim Pool. People find out that he's literally cashing checks from Moscow. Yeah, you know, he's a good guy. Okay. So this is kind of interesting, though. Mob boss Donald Trump resorts to crime of extortion, the piss pool. Nice. There's nothing to envy with Tim Pool. Everything that he presents as what he is false. If he presents himself as like a skater bro that lives out of his VW van, I guarantee you it's the exact opposite, right? There's nothing truthful about Tim Pool. It's a performance. Anyway, Donald Trump resorts to the crime of extortion in hopes of keeping some of his other crimes hidden from the public. This is evidence known as consciousness of guilt in criminal cases. This is according to Miss Betty Bowers. I think I've heard that name before. Dominic Michael Trippi, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month. He says, breaking FBI reportedly contacting media outlets and influencers telling them to back off Epstein's story or lose access to the administration. No, okay, folks. These are the actions of a completely innocent administration, okay? This is how innocent people act, all right? It's interesting to me because, like, where are the Republicans who come in the chat and be like, nuh-uh, fake news? Like, they're not even bothering. They're like, no, you got us. Like, he's in the files. That's why he's doing this. I still like him, and I have evidence of that. Wait till you see some of these tweets where it's like, I still like him. So I threw this in somewhere. I just wanted to point out, it's kind of a deviation from the other stuff here, but just real quick, I just wanted to point out, your boss isn't your friend, okay? You know, maybe nice guy, family guy, but you need to understand something. Executives, managers, directors, a big part of their job is being a buffer for the pain and suffering of the people above them, right? To be the lid on the screams and lamentations, right? They don't the guys at the very top, they don't stick around for the bloodbath. They get the manager to do it. They get the boss to do it. Yeah, chilling jazz. Like, I don't want to shame a guy for being bald, right? No one, you can't help that. You can't help that. I will shame a guy for being so wildly insecure. He sticks to a fashion trend that died in 2003 you know, when Limp Bizkit put out the last good album that they had, the Chocolate Starfish one. It's all right. Seems today that's all you see. So anyway, this headline here, I don't know how true it is, but get used to this shit. Woman donated kidney to her boss and got fired for taking too long to recover. Now, do we know the whole story? No. Okay, but I just wanted to remind you, your boss isn't your friend, your company isn't your buddy. It's business. Treat it like business. Okay? Be professional, because you're a professional person. But don't get it twisted. Don't let a pizza party or a barbecue fool you. These motherfuckers hate you, and they want to suck you dry like a goddamn apple. Suck the juice right out of you. And if they have to crush you to do it, they'll do it. How about Holden Blood Feast? Who the hell is Holden Blood Feast? Is that the judge? Is that the judge from Blood Meridian? These fascists, I just wanted to point this out. They're nihilists, right? My name is Abandoned Nihilism. If you don't know, the reason why I call myself that is that I believe one of the core issues that's kind of connected, like X factor, if you will, right? One of these core issues that is causing all this pain and suffering that we're seeing in all these different angles is the acceptance of nihilism, the embrace of nihilism, not just from the government, but from the people as well. And every once in a while, I try to show examples of this blatant nihilism, right? And they don't even know it. U.S. politicians, he's the stereotypical old conservative who wants to bomb Iran. He sounds like it. Holden Blood Feast. I'm not sure how true it is, but I saw a thing about Tucker Carlson saying, yeah. I mean, true or not true, if it's coming out of Tucker Carlson's mouth, right? Like, I don't, he starts saying, yo, human beings breathe oxygen and the sky's fucking blue. I'm like, I don't know, man. Are we sure? Can we double check that? Someone want to put that in Chat GPT? So we breathe oxygen, huh? Tucker said that? Anyone got a source? We got a source for that one? Talk about nihilist. That motherfucker is one of the most manipulative and dangerous crypto-fascists in the media circle today, Tucker Carlson. Dangerous. That's how I would describe Tucker Carlson. A weapon. So if he's saying something, even if he's correct, we should be questioning, why is he saying it? What's the angle? Where is he coming from? What agenda is he pushing? Who's going to be destroyed? Yeah, Star Troopian. I mean, it's already happening. They're bloodthirsty. But anyway, here's another example of nihilism. This conservative, concerned citizen, who I'm pretty sure I saw. This concerned citizen, right-wing conservative, he showed the picture of that one guy who, like, I'm sure you've seen the picture, right? He's some old guy in like 50s or 60s, and he's like, his face is stone cold as he's like firing his Glock. It was some kind of traffic incident or some protesters blocking traffic, and he just gets out of his car. He's like, I'm taking care of this. And like the picture even has the casing up from the shell. He's just sitting there firing it. I'm pretty sure I saw this concerned citizen say the same thing. People have simply had enough when he was defending that action, right? Oh, here's a conservative. It's just Charles Bronson, right? This is the activity of a patriot. If someone wants to type in that description, I'm sure you'll find the picture. It's a haunting picture of this guy, stone cold face, man. No aggression in the face. No, just sociopath, completely dead inside. And this concerned citizen, I'm almost certain this guy showed a picture of that, and he said the same thing. People have had enough of the protesting, blocking traffic. So here's another example of people having enough. Beautiful, colorful rainbow, nothing to do with gay people. Shut the hell up. And even if it did, awesome. If this is the gayest thing that's ever been done by the artist, that's great. What do you care? Paint it black. Paint it black. Happiness and equality and acceptance, destroy it. People have had enough of your gayness. Umami over here, who I think I got into a tiff with about NFTs. I think Umami was supporting NFTs, and we got into a back and forth one time. But I agree with this. I don't agree with Umami giving Elon Musk $5 a month, but we'll just move on from that. In this case, it's a literal fucking rainbow designed into the metalwork. Even comes with a cloud. Who is the one seeing everything through the eyes of identity politics now? Very true statement. I see a rainbow and I want it painted black. No color anymore, I want it to turn black. I see the gays walk by dressed in their summer clothes. They're all happy, having gay sex probably. Buy low, sell high, Chilling. Come on, buddy. Buy low, sell high. Man, you got into that. I love that song, so yeah, it's an amazing song. So here's where the conservatives are at. Liam Neeson over here going, just wow. Okay. But Bonnie over here, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month, Mr. Bad Faith actor, who calls himself a bad faith actor, who also gives Elon Musk $5 a month. We got a little truth out of Brad here. So he's asked, would you still support Trump if he raped your daughters? Brad over here, and it's like, I mean, if this is somebody pretending to be conservative, like we're talking about Andy Kaufman level genius, right? Because he just hits it so perfectly. But this is pretty believable if you ask me, because this is the kind of shit you hear from conservatives when they're bending over backwards, you know. And sometimes you do hear this from like an MSNBC wine mom who's trying to tell you that Hillary Clinton's corruption is not that big a deal. So you sometimes see this kind of delusion on the left, but I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody on the left who full-blown supports Hillary Clinton, right, to the hill. And if you ask them, well, I mean, if Bill Clinton raped your daughter, right, like you wouldn't support the Clintons. And they'd be like, oh, hell no, of course not. But when you're in a conservative cult, when you're in a cult, straight-up cult, not just a cult of personality and not just a, you know, politician or, you know, like there's politics involved, so you've picked a side, right, for your own defense. Right, but no, when you're in a full-blown cult, this is the kind of shit that you say. If Trump did that to my daughters, forgiving him would break me. But Jesus calls me to forgive, and he forgave me. Who'd you rape, Brad? I'd need his strength every day. It would be the hardest, holiest act of love I could ever choose. But I would still politically support him as my president, yes. And look, Cenk Uygur says we should, be careful by using the word fascist, and we should be careful with our language because we don't want to scare these people away, right? Now, Cenk Uygur would say, no, this guy we can't reach, right? There's like 10%, I think he says 10 or 15% we couldn't touch out of the 35% of people, of voting population that voted for Donald Trump, right? Not half the country, by the way. A minority of a minority is the MAGA movement. And it's like the best that we could hope for is to defeat these people politically, shame them back into the closet. They'll never not be ignorant bigots. There's no amount of evidence. There's no amount of shaming. They've internalized a kind of politics where they're like, if you're shaming me, then I'm winning. Right? So the strategy shouldn't be, how do we get these guys on our side, or how do we get as many of them on our side as possible? The strategy should be, how do we completely destroy their political ideology? How do we engage the hundreds of millions of people that have completely checked out of politics, rightfully so? right? Because they're not going to vote for a Hakeem Jeffries, okay? They're not stupid. They don't think Chuck Schumer is young and dynamic and has the great ideas. They don't care that Nancy Pelosi can rake in the donations from Silicon Valley oligarchs. They don't care. They're checked out, both sides. You're more likely to get that person engaged politically if you follow the Zoran Mamdani template, right? We got to follow the Mamdani template. If we're a liberal on the left interested in changing politics and we think we have a chance in politics, we need to be looking at the Zoran Mamdani template and emulating that. Okay, it's Bernie 2.0. This is how we do democratic socialism in the public. This is how we, break that socialism, fear-mongering. We break through that. Problem with the Zoran Mamdani template is that you have to be charismatic. You have to be informed. You have to have a thick skin. And with conservatives, you don't really need a lot of that. You just need to, dog whistle, say the right things, put an R next to your name, right? It's kind of like politics on easy mode for a lot of these Republicans. So that's unfair, but that's just the fight that we have to deal with, right? Like we have to be, how come we can't just be, Donald Trump? How come we can't have a Donald Trump on the left? It's like, well, it's not going to work. It really, maybe, having a guy as charismatic as Donald Trump, right? That would be great. But uninformed, ignorance, belligerence, we don't need a left version of that. We need an alternative to the current devastation. And that's where Zoran Mamdani comes in. This is how we do it. Civil war, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it, Donald Trump. Yeah, left version of Donald Trump, right? Laugh with me. But a lot of, MSNBC brained liberals, that's what they think. Like, we need to maybe we should hate trans people, and maybe we should take a right-wing stance on immigration, and maybe we should try to find our own blowhard, or maybe a Mark Cuban, maybe we can Trump him up a little bit, right? Like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're never going to get out of the way. They've dedicated, I'm talking about the neoliberal left establishment here. They're never going to get out of the way voluntarily. They're going to put all their energy in destroying Zoran Mamdani and any progressive challenger. The only way to flush them from our lives is to defeat them. Hakeem Jeffries, he was just being interviewed today. I think he was just laughing off a challenge, primary challenger. Right? I can't be defeated. I've raised too much money. They need to be defeated. They need to be defeated. Oh, even if Hakeem Jeffries is replaced, like he loses his seat and is replaced by a Republican, that would suck. But it would send messages, right? That's the same thing that the Tea Party did to the GOP. In some cases, Democrats won seats because these Tea Party guys took away votes, right? And they were like, "Oh, you're hurting the party. You're hurting the party." But what what rippled through that party was, "You do what we say, or I will destroy you politically. This movement will destroy you politically." So that's what's going to happen. We take down a Hakeem Jeffries. We take down a Chuck Schumer. And even if a Republican takes their job, the neoliberal Democratic establishment is like, well, we better fucking fall in line. We better start saying we agree with single-payer health care again. We better stop talking about Ronald Reagan and actually getting on board with this if we want a political career. Because, they're suicidal, right? They're going to destroy our party one way or the other. You either get on board, bend the knee, get out of the way, or you lose. You be humiliated like Cuomo. Who the Democratic Party establishment supported, by the way. Hakeem Jeffries, fully supported. Cuomo, sex pest, corrupt sex pest, Cuomo. Tells you everything about this party. It's too big to call it a party. Anyway, dictator Trump. I could say we're looking into it. We're looking into taking over New York. Do it, huh? So that's the plan, huh? $170 billion into ICE. And then what? You're gonna send these fucking racist cosplayers into what? Occupy New York, you're going to send in the military to occupy New York? How expensive is one day of occupation by the U.S. military? How expensive is that? Just one day, rolling in the tanks, the troops. How much money is that? Just a single day. Yeah, you'll never know, Chilling. You'll literally never know. Okay? The best evidence we have about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is the eyewitness reports from the prostitutes, the child prostitutes in some cases, who were there servicing these men. That's the best we're going to get. So, BTC over here saying unconstitutional. Trump saying we have tremendous power at the White House to run places when we have to. No, you don't. You actually don't. It's a threat. It's an empty threat. Do it. I mean, honestly, do it. Get it out of your system. Take over a liberal city. See how that goes for you. I mean, because like the reaction that I'm seeing from people with ICE, I've never seen this before in my life. I have never seen such a reaction to police actions. Usually, George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, right? Usually when Americans see the fully dressed, the uniform, they see the badge, most Americans fall in line. Of course, there's the hardcore people, left or right, that push back against that are not afraid of that. But I have never seen just regular folks push back against law enforcement of any kind in America. I've never seen this before. So if Donald Trump does this, not only would it be demoralizing for the military and ICE, right? So not only would it be incredibly demoralizing, it would be wildly expensive. And of course, it would likely result in maybe not a full general strike, but at the very least, a partial strike, right? Like people just stop working in New York, one of the most important financial centers of the fucking, world right now. Obviously, the stock market would keep going. Those sociopaths would never stop. They don't even need to show up anymore. They just do it from their computer a million miles away. So that shit isn't going to stop, right? But New York is actually a huge economy. And if this were to happen, the reaction would be total lockdown. It would be messy, expensive, and ultimately they would not achieve their goals. Donald Trump and the rest would not achieve their goal because they'd have to be brutal. They'd have to start killing people. They'd have to start really hurting people, arresting and deporting American citizens by the hundreds. They would need, I'm talking full blown military style, invasion style tactics to succeed in this effort to take over New York. Right, I guess basically depose the elected government and then replace it, install some different government. So, I think he just gave ICE more money than some foreign governments give their entire military. So he's getting ready to do this, right? And so I think he is going to pull the trigger. Maybe on New York, maybe on a San Francisco. I think he's got San Francisco on the short list, right? Because he wants to make a show of it, right? Liberal resistance from the left. It's not happening. Sanctuary cities, we're shutting you down, right? Big show of violence, because that's what we're seeing with how they're setting up ICE and how they're treating prisoners, intentionally using violence, intentionally using cruelty, because they want to send a message. And of course, I think that's what Donald Trump wants. He wants a big show of it, a big lockdown, show these liberal cities. And then he thinks that's going to, because we're weak and we're going to bend over and, because we're like him, right? He's going to be, he's going to be very surprised. It's going to be very, very surprised at the amount of people that they're not going to have any bit of this. They're not. And it's going to be by the millions if you go to New York or go to San Francisco. More cope, more conservative cope. John Pavlitz, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month. Of course, Trump was on Epstein's client list. Everyone who is not in a cult knows that. Yeah, we all know that. They know it too. They just don't care. This is Nancy, who's a Kamala fan. This is true. I adore Trump he is the best leader of our lifetime, but most of MAGA is well aware that he's a pedophile into incest. Bro, the cope. I mean, the cope. It's not ideal. Yeah, no kidding. I don't think, was Napoleon a pedophile? Mao was a pedophile. Stalin, I don't think, did Stalin even have sex? Hitler wasn't a pedophile, I don't think. That's not ideal. It's not ideal. I mean, he's only committed crimes worse than Adolf Hitler has ever committed, but Alexander, come on. Yeah, that was different time, chilling. Different time with Alexander the Great. He's over here. He's got his 11-year-old concubines hanging out next to him while he's doing trade negotiations with another kingdom. Different time. And I doubt still acts in it. Well, how the hell do you know, Richard? He's too old. He's too old. He can't have sex with underage prostitutes anymore, guys. Give him a break. No one is perfect, but Trump comes awfully close. I mean, maybe I should stop calling these guys fascists, right? Because it kind of hurts their feelings, makes me look bad, right? We got somehow we'll get Richard. We'll get Richard to turn it around, guys. Do we think Richard would make the same excuses for Bill Clinton, by the way? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, Pizzagate, well, QAnon, Pizzagate, QAnon. When Donald Trump does it, it's understandable. He probably doesn't do it anymore. And yeah, he wants to have sex with his daughter, but who doesn't want to have sex with their daughter? I'm not really allowed back at Thanksgiving, but we're not going to talk about that. Yeah, Tisrael, yeah. They were nasty motherfuckers back in the day. Yeah. I really appreciate how the human, the process of reproduction rejects incest. I really appreciate that because it's the ultimate justice for these, the royalty, those that are like, oh, I'm more pure, I'm more perfect than anybody else, right? So I'm so pure and perfect, I'm not going to mix my DNA with the peasantry and only amongst ourselves. I really love how that mentality is rewarded with, incest babies. There's something poetic about that. I don't know why. It's terrible, of course, and I feel bad for children who are born of incest, of course. But there's something interesting about that. How we punish that, how nature punishes that. Right? We have no control over that whatsoever. But nature said, no, that's not. We want you to mix your DNA. We don't want you to have the same DNA. We want you to mix it up. Game of Thrones. Yeah, House of Dragons, right? I mean, look, here's the thing, Chilling Jazz. Here's the rule about incest. It's okay if it's really hot and sexy and everyone's the same age and it's like brother and sister and it's like really hot, then that's cool. But if it's like 50-year-old dad having sex with his 19-year-old daughter, that's not cool. All right, we're not going to show that. We're not going to glamorize that one bit. Okay, I mean, brother and sister's kind of hot. House of Dragons. It's okay. No, it's great how I'm joking around. Of course, it's bad either way. Welcome back, Smash. You caught the perfect time talking about incest. But one of the big plot points in House of Dragon, not to spoil anything, is that incest is bad and it creates a lot of problems. It's not worth it. So he's not supporting it. So just real quick, I don't have time to read the article here, but of course the GOP, they don't know what they passed. They don't know what's in the bill. This is great plausible deniability too, because it's like, even if they know what's in the bill. Oh, shut up, Smash. Come on. Yuck. Don't say it like that. I like it. Don't say it like that. Anyway, back to this here. It's great plausible deniability, right? Oh, I don't know. Even if they don't know, it's plausible that they didn't know. And that's apparently and that's apparently okay, you know, because like, once again, this isn't going to touch Fox News. This isn't going to go anywhere close to right-wing media circles. If left-wingers bring it up to right-wingers, they go, "Nuh-uh, show me the source." Show them the source. I don't believe that source. That source is lying. I reject every bit of information from that. It's straight up lie, conspiracy. It's not, you know, not even a twist. It's just total fabrication. Right? So there's no point in arguing with anybody about this. About like, well, isn't it a sign of total incompetence that they don't know what's in the bill? Why are we accepting this as a plausible excuse? And like, oh, well, they're on my team and that's okay. All right. So did these senators actually read the bill? No, of course not. They didn't. The provision that they're talking about, it's hilarious. They tax gamblers' losses. Yeah, losses. So you go to the casino, you lose $1,000 in blackjack, then the motherfuckers tax you for that loss. They don't, not for the winnings, not for the winnings. So here's an example. Now, for example, gamblers who win $100,000 but lose $100,000 coming out even would still be required to pay taxes on $10,000. So unbelievable. And there's no way the casino industry wanted anything. You know, this is like one politician's like pet thing that they needed in the bill for their one region for something. But yeah. So so even if you make $100,000 because you lost $100,000, you don't just get to walk out of the casino. You got to pay $10,000. You got to pay tax on $10,000. It's totally nuts. It's totally. Why would you gamble? Why would you go to a casino? Senator Crapo, huh? Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I didn't. I should have mentioned that the politician that wanted this special provision was Crapo. Yeah, the provision was apparently added at the last minute by Idaho Senator Mike Crapo. I mean, can't make this shit up, man. Can't make this shit up. I mean, is the next Republican politician to get busted, is his name going to be Steve Child Rapist? You know what I mean? Steve, fuck the Constitution. Like, that's his last name. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sure there's more clever ones. Right? Should Matt Gaetz just change his name to Baby Raper? Fucking molester? Yeah, exactly, Tisrael. Exactly. Now, we had, who was that guy? Oh, never mind. Okay. So Chuck Grassley saying, if you're asking me how it got in there, no, I don't know. Other people are saying, they were focused on Medicaid. He was so focused on cutting Medicare. Senator John Cornyn here, so focused on cutting Medicare, he didn't even realize that there was a provision that was going to hurt a potential donor base, a bunch of millionaires who own casinos. So already bipartisan efforts have sprung up in the House and Senate on provisions to repeal the rule, concerned that it will attract big bettors to black market gambling in an attempt to escape the rule. Interesting. So isn't that great? I guess they could do the same thing with all the cuts in Medicaid, but they're not going to do that. Everyone's screaming about Medicaid, really, really unpopular. Is there any bipartisan efforts to undo that? No, you bet you no. No. The right-wing oligarchs have been desperately trying to destroy Medicaid ever since it was really, ever since the New Deal. Ever since these systems were put into place. They've been trying to destroy them. How does the government know how much you lose? I guess they'll have to start keeping track. I don't know. I don't know how they'd keep track of that, like in a casino or something like that. And it really kind of ruins the fun, doesn't it? It's because like the whole idea is like you're gambling, right? I could leave with more money, and it's like I could lose this money, but taxes on top of every loss. Who's keeping track of that? Do I gotta keep track of that? What a nightmare. Thank you. Big props, by the way, to Woke Patriot and Strategy member and anybody else that contributed to the Discord. I'll be using a couple of your links here. I think this is one of them. Can't ever go zero with this law. Well, that's great. That's great. Yeah. So you lose your house, and then you got to pay taxes on those losses as well. Wow. I mean, that's something else. I'm getting a little bit nauseous, so I'm going to take off this coat because it's hot as hell. Oh, yeah. Daddy needs some ventilation. So big props. Thank you for this article. Ex-FBI Director Comey and ex-CIA Director Brennan are under investigation by Trump Justice Department. So I'm not going to read the article because I'm lazy. And I've been spending, I'm 3 hours into this. I'm still not out of the U.S. Get used to this. They're dipping the completely politicized Trump-controlled Justice Department is dipping its toes into overt political destruction, right? Arresting political enemies, justifying it however they need to justify it, and then normalizing it, making it a normal thing, and so that the intimidation sticks and that people start bending the knee. Stripping for views, yeah. View counter going way down. So anyway, just wanted to mention this, right? They're dipping their toes into this level of authoritarianism, and I think they've really only just started. So we should be seeing more of this. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Azora Mamdani, AOC, but even like, Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries or something like that, anybody who's effectively fighting a Cory Booker, maybe anybody who's effectively fighting this administration should expect harassment from the Justice Department moving forward. Oh, Lenny, we're not going to let that stuff get in the way. Oh, thank you, honey. Oh my goodness. Yo, my beautiful wife just handed me a bunch of chicken wings, dude. This is probably the lemon and pepper. She makes them with lemon and pepper and salt. Oh yeah. Those got the lemons, the lemon pepper. Really delicious. All right. It just keeps getting worse and worse. Like, I don't have a single shred of good news. Peak marriage experience. Get married, folks. Find yourself a good woman. But I mean, it keeps going. The madness never ends. The Trump administration is planning to use AI to deny Medicare authorizations. The government plans to partner with private companies to automate prior authorizations. So the same AI that's picking targets to kill in Palestine and Gaza, because of course we're talking about Palantir. This is I almost guarantee this is the AI that they're talking about is Palantir. So now this AI that Israel is using to pick and choose targets is now going to be rejecting medical applications for Americans, right? And of course, they program these things so that it benefits the insurance company, right? So that the whole idea is that you pay more than they have to pay out. Thank you, Lenny. My wife just set me up for pizza. Yeah, but you live in a place where pizza is awesome. Okay? You live in Boston, that has really good pizza, dude. Just horrific. What is this gonna result in? More human suffering, more death, people getting rejected, and more harassment, right? Because now this automated system is going to comb through every single record, right? Because these insurance companies, they still do. They hire thousands of people to pore over each claim, each document, to go open up old cases, reject this, reject that, demand a refund. They can even do that. They'll pay for something, and then a couple months later, they'll be like, we actually weren't supposed to pay for that, so now you have to pay for that. Yep, we can legally do this. We can just legally drop a $10,000 bill on your lap, and then you have to get on the phone and battle with AI robots until you finally get a overworked, underpaid human being working in a call center in India who hates your fucking guts and is more annoyed with your existence than you've ever experienced any other human being from any other human being, right? Just like total disdain. Oh yeah, well, they said they were going to cover the removing the tumor, and then they did, but then a couple months later they rescinded it, and yeah, well, no, the AI found that that was an elective surgery. You didn't need that surgery. You could have lived with the tumor. No, I was actually going to die. That's what they said. No, no, that's not what the computer says. The computer said that you could live healthily with the tumor and that it was totally optional. You didn't need to have the tumor removed. That's what the computer says. That's what the AI says. Well, is there any way for me to challenge that? Is there any way for me to push back against that? No. The computer has made the decision. Palantir takes all the data and turns it over, and yep, it says screw you. That's what it says here. It says ha ha ha, fuck you. Yeah. No, the AI can laugh now. Yeah, it laughs at your pain. That's optional. I guess we pay for that optional feature. Yeah, is there anything else I can help you with? Yeah, you're going to have to pay $10,000. Yeah, we're going to put you in medical debt and make you go bankrupt, right? Yep. Yeah, is there anything else I can help you with? Oh, thank you. Have a good day. It's not even a joke. People are experiencing it right fucking now. Sitting in a hospital bed, begging an insurance company to cover something that an AI told them that they no longer qualify for. So now we're just going to do that across the entire government. Great. Just in time for with the invention of AI to make it even worse, right? To make it cost effective to do this, right? Because for the government back in the day, for the government to do this, they'd have to hire tens of thousands of people to comb over all the documents, and right? Now they could just, Palantir, a couple IT sociopaths in IT who think it's really funny to take away healthcare from people, and boom, bada bing, there we go. We got this AI sending out emails to millions of people telling them that they no longer qualify for their services. Easy peasy. Perfect time. So look forward to that. It's going to be hell.
I'm Luigi, number one.
I wanted to show this because there are still liberals, and I don't think this is Jake Uger, but there are still liberals who think that we can avoid the fight, that we can vote our way out of this, that we don't have to resort to political activism to defeat this this fascist political movement. They're wrong. They're totally fucking wrong. So I saw this comic and I wanted to show it to you. So we got the red guy and the green guy, okay? And they're trying to address the issues of climate change to the oligarchy, to the rich. So he says over here he's got a save the planet sign. The planet's burning. We're on the brink of total collapse. Please do something. Rich guy goes, I'm tired of you alarmists. If everything is lost, why waste time making an effort? It's too late anyway. Might as well make a lot of profit. Right? So you're not, so the pleading with the rich that things are going to be, things that are really, it's really bad. It's the apocalypse. People are going to die and suffer. They go, yeah, all right, well, if it's already too late, then might as well continue raping and making as much money as possible. Right? There's no point in trying to stop it. It's already too late. So this person's like, he doesn't want to do anything. Green guy, he's got the solution. Okay, hey, calm down. He's not entirely wrong. Sometimes you're too negative. Let me try something. Right? Let's just say the green might be a neoliberal. Let's see what he does here. So hey, hi there, friend. Oligarchy rich guy. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Listen, there's serious problems, but we can still avoid the worst. There's still time to make a difference. So then the rich guy goes, in that case, ecological measures can wait. We can't risk disrupting the economy. So then they both end up getting drunk at the bar, and that's the conclusion there. What's the lesson? The only response to the oligarchy, if we want to get what we want in climate change, education, constitutional government, justice system, et cetera, et cetera. If we want these things, there is no petitioning the oligarchy. There is no asking the oligarchy. They only respond to strong demands. They only respond to actual effective political resistance. Pleading for their morality doesn't work. Pleading for their financial stability doesn't work. The only thing that the rich will respond to is nonviolent direct political action. Until there are risks and ramifications to their corruption, right? Going to jail, getting fined, becoming a political pariah, being shamed by the public. Unless there are political risks to this corruption, it won't go away. They're not going to grow a conscience. They're not going to reach like, hey, I've won capitalism. I did it. I got enough money. I did it. I reached my goal. I'm done acquiring capital. I'm done. I did it. Yay. It's never enough. It's never enough. The only way to defeat them is nonviolent direct political action, political activism. Okay? We're not going to change Jeff Bezos's mind. There's no amount you could tie him to a chair and show him nonstop videos of starving kids, the direct result of his greed, right? And you could show him all the documents and show him the link in the chain. And then, you do that for months, right? And he's like, oh, I can't believe it. And then as soon as he gets out of that chair, right back to the exploitation, right back to it without a hesitation. The reason why they are like that is because they are mentally ill. It's hard to imagine because they wear a suit, they take showers, they can emulate a regular conversation with a person, right? They can pretend like they're human. And of course they are. But there's something wrong with their head because it's never enough. It's never enough. And there's a mental illness there. There's no amount of suffering that they could, do to people that would make them stop. No amount of pain. As long as someone else is feeling it, there's no amount. I'm getting paid. That's all that matters. I read The Fountainhead once, and now I feel like I'm morally expected to steal. Anyway, moving on. This was in the news. Maybe you heard about it, maybe you didn't. But, UPS over here, after announcing massive layoffs, closures all over we're replacing everyone's jobs with AI or whatever. We're going to ask everybody to work twice as hard. Fold it up, right? Probably some hedge fund manager or some bullshit moving around, right, so they can get a big payoff in that quarter. Who knows why? Well, someone's got to pick up that slack. We got money to make. Here's what happens when people are overworked, underpaid, and the company, they don't even put fans or AC into these trucks. You imagine? They're making these drivers, deliver packages all in the morning, in the night, 12-hour shifts, 14-hour shifts. Work. They're trying to, they're petitioning the government to make it so that they don't have to pay overtime, etc. They would prefer to hire children, right? Well, this is what happens. This guy is driving on the wrong side of the road. He completely passed the fuck out. And now he's going to get himself and other people killed. Full speed. Full speed. Slams into a tree. Is the executive that cut the corner on not putting AC in the trucks, like, is there going to be an investigation? Is anybody going to be held accountable? No. I mean, hell, Donald Trump is pardoning a bunch of corporations that owed a bunch of money because of a bunch of corruption. He's pardoning them. He's pardoning them. Oh, you committed a crime that hurt a bunch of people. You committed a massive financial crime. You have to pay tens of millions of dollars. Now you're good to go. You're good to go. You're a job creator. So once again, it's not just fun and games. These regulations exist for a reason. These laws exist for a reason. And there's nothing efficient. A lot of the time, there's, like every once in a while, of course, you got a regulation that's like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's counterproductive. That's not really going to work. We should, rejigger that, figure that out, right? Change this, reform that. Those things exist. But, the conservative myth is that just their existence, right? Government assistance and welfare is the cause of societal weakness, right? Not picking up slack because of, the exploitation of capitalism, but just, the reason why we're so lazy and the reason why, is because we're so pampered. Of course, they don't actually believe that either. That's just the pithy thing that they say to justify it when they're on, news media. They actually believe in nothing. They believe in power and money, but anyway. So, of course, it's wildfire season. Here in Canada. Wild story over here. So instead of sending help, instead of offering to send assistance or, saying that, it's so tragic, the U.S. lawmakers are complaining to Canada about ruining their summer because of the wildfires. And of course, what are they saying? Oh, you should be, they're doing the Donald Trump thing where they're like, you don't take care of your forests. You don't rake your forests. Can you believe that? They don't clean their forest floors. They don't maintain their forests. So it's some shit Donald Trump makes up about because he was saying this about the wildfires as well, last year in LA. Or was that this year? Shit, that might have been this year. But they're like, yeah, Gavin Newsom, he doesn't rake his forest floors. That's why they got the wildfires. So now that ignorance is being repeated by craven politicians who want to get closer to Donald Trump. Manitoba's premier shot back on Thursday at 6 U.S. lawmakers who recently complained about Canadian wildfire smoke traveling south, which they said was making it difficult for some Americans to enjoy their summer. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the climate crisis bothering you, America? Quote, I've shaken the hands of American firefighters in northern Manitoba who are helping us out. Okay, so we are sending some assistance, said Premier Wab Kinew. Welcome to Canada, folks. Whose province has endured a deadly and devastating wildfire season in which thousands of people have been forced to evacuate from their homes. Quote, I would challenge these ambulance chasers in the U.S. Congress, to go and do the same and to hear how much the American firefighting heroes who are here, how much they love our province. So that's a great way to spin it. Like, you should talk to the Americans who are here and helping out about how much they, are having a bad summer. This is what turns people off politics, added Kinew. When you got a group of congresspeople trying to trivialize and make hay out of a wildfire season where we've lost lives in our province. I live in Canada. I'm an American citizen. A letter signed by Republican House Representatives Tom Tiffany and Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin and a bunch of other dickheads was published Monday and addressed to Canada's ambassador in Washington. We write you today on behalf of our constituents who have had to deal with suffocating Canadian wildfire smoke filling the air to begin the summer. Wow. So just literally Karening. We're big Karens calling up the manager. In our neck of the woods, summer months are the best time of the year to spend time outdoors, recreating, enjoying time with family, and creating new memories. I hate Republicans so much. But this wildfire smoke makes it difficult to do all those things, said the complaint. So here's where they get to the raking of the forest. with all the technology that we have at our disposal, both in preventing and fighting wildfires, this worrisome trend can be reversed if proper action is taken. So, of course, that's what they're trying to say. A lack of active forest management as a major driver of Canadian wildfires. So, rake your forests, right? We're not gonna change anything about climate. We're not gonna fix that. Implement some technology that'll prevent the wildfires, guys. Geez, how come you? America has the technology to do it. Of course, we don't. Research shows that climate change, largely driven by fossil fuel use, is exacerbating wildfires. No, it isn't. It's because you're not raking the forests. That's what our God Emperor said, and that must make it true. Only wokesters believe in climate change. Are you woke? Didn't think so. So get to raking. Get to raking, because that's the real problem.
The next time.
Fortunately, Woke Patriot, I do not have time to show this. I really do need to keep moving, and this is very, very boring, but it is very important. I do recommend you watch this, and this I've never heard of this person, Katie Fang, but she seems totally legitimate, fact-based, very, very fact-based, we'll say that. She goes on for 17 minutes, poring over the documents, the legal documents. She does a really great job, but the basic gist is that Trump is now allowing for churches to proselytize politics, right? For pastors to get up on the pulpit and say, vote for Donald Trump. Of course, that used to be illegal because of the separation of church and state. Churches weren't allowed because they accept money from the government, subsidies from the government. The idea was that they were supposed to be apolitical. Laugh along with me. It's been a joke for a long time, but now it's legal for, pastor to wear a Trump hat and get in front of his flock and say, vote Trump, vote Trump, vote Trump. And there's a lot of pastors across America that have been waiting for this opportunity to do that. They can't wait, they can't wait. Even the Pope that they put in there. Oh, they don't give a shit about what the Pope has to say. Yeah, Pope is woke. Pope is bad. Jerry Falwell is more legitimate than the Pope. Right? You can't trust him. But anyway, thank you, Woke Patriot.
Number 2 of Umberto Eco's 14.
Thank you, Woke Patriot, for that link. There's make sure you check it out. Like and subscribe, folks. Katie Fang. Strategy member posted this, and it's pretty short, and it's very poignant. Basically, this person here, Johnster Truck, okay, on YouTube here. He's going down Umberto Eco's 14 features of fascism, just kind of step by step. This is part 2 of that series, and tell me if it rings any bells, if it sounds familiar.
Feature number 2 of Umberto Eco's 14 features of fascism is the rejection of rationalism, or an easier way to say it, a rejection of rational arguments. Fascists aren't interested in the evidence needed to support their claims, and instead embrace deep truths or notions about the way the world works that they hold as true, regardless of how much evidence there is to support them being true. This presents a problem for the movement in its ability to engage with outside actors, but does not present a problem for fascist actors themselves who are a part of the movement. They hold and release ideas at random and will follow whatever the most recent party program states is true because they've trained themselves to reject argument, reject reason.
Right. Sartre talks about this as well. You can't trust the anti-Semite. They're playing games with language. The anti-Semite doesn't feel like they have a need to work within the bounds of reality. They play games with language, and that puts you, the liberal who is trying to defend reality, puts you on the back foot because you're restricted to what's actually happening. What the actual reality of the situation is. They get to play with fantasy, and what about this and that, right? They get to play games, whereas the person who is trying to defend reality or try to find actual truth, they have limitations to work within, and that puts them at a rhetorical disadvantage.
Reject evidence out of hand. What this means is these movements are often drowning in conspiracy theorists. We see this in some of their earliest iterations, where obsessions with Ubermensch or the Overman, who hailed from Atlantis and had superpowers, were really common beliefs among early fascists in Europe. Sometimes these conspiratorial notions are very silly, like notions of Atlantis and some ancient civilization that came from it and gave the world technology. Sometimes they're quite harmful, as conspiracies targeting ethnic minorities, the disabled, and the homeless also abound alongside the sillier stuff. What's troubling is that you can't argue these people down.
No.
Argument with a fascist is basically useless because they have substituted any empirical reality with this rejection of rationalism instead. Thank you so much for your time. If you'd like to...
Good stuff. Make sure you check out Johnster Truck, and big props to Strategy Member for sending me this link. These are the kind of guys we need to be supporting, okay? You're not going to hear this shit from Aaron Burnett, from Wolf Blitzer, okay? We're not going to be hearing this shit from mainstream media. We got to support these independent journalists. So make sure you check out Johnster Truck. 1.16K subscribers. Come on, folks. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's help this guy out. Another window into conservative thought, right? So here we have a conservative who is casually listening to AI translated speeches from Adolf Hitler. And if you haven't heard these AI translations, it's actually pretty interesting. The AI, says in English using all the same passion and inflection, and so basically it sounds like it's got the same tone of a Hitler speech, but it's legible. You can hear it. And these conservatives are like, hey, when he's not shouting in German and he's saying these things in English, well, it starts making a lot of sense. It's kind of scary. He's making a lot of good points. I mean, he's basically, he's against wokeness, and he's against the gays, and if you've just replaced Jews with trans people, I mean, that's basically what's happening right now. I mean, I know the liberals are scared to say it, but, maybe Adolf Hitler's making some good points here. So that's where we're at in the conservative movement. Recontextualizing Adolf Hitler, maybe he's not so bad. Just asking questions brought to its logical conclusion. The regulators in the chat, we see these people from a mile a fucking way, right? The just asking questions types. Well, here we go. Here's your brain on questions.
We all grew up listening to the speeches that H-Man gave to the German people.
H-Man. I mean, he's some pretty great ideas, but I'm such a coward, I'm not even going to say his name. Anyway, pretty cool ideas, right? I'm too afraid to say his name, but pretty cool ideas.
Troops, and you couldn't understand what they were saying, but boy, they sounded menacing. And
scary.
God, it just sounds evil.
Damn.
Well, now they've got AI that translated it into English and tried to retain the voice and the passion behind the speech.
Right.
And, it talks about Christian values and moral.
Wow. Mr. H was a Christian? Whoa, that's weird. How can one be a communist socialist but also a Christian? I don't understand how that works. I mean, I know he's really cool and all, but we should call his movement left wing. But maybe he somehow speaks for our entire right wing movement somehow, even though the bad stuff was definitely left wing stuff. The people dying, that was the socialism doing that one.
Integrity and how valuable women are to a society.
Yeah.
And
protect the women. That's literally the shit that Hitler would say. Protect the women from the dirty Jews. That's a pretty good point. We gotta. I'm really worried about my wife leaving me for a Jewish guy. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Women are to a society, and it's not quite as bad as I thought it was. And then it talks about the media being...
Oh boy, Nazis.
So ending it with this cartoon, if you haven't seen, this is this Suicide Squad something? Is this Invincible? I don't know what this is. But this robot, he was designed during World War II to kill Nazis. So then after World War II, he becomes obsolete, but he's reactivated, and he's like, his only concern is like, are you Nazi? Are you a Nazi? Can I kill you? If you're a Nazi, I can kill you, right? So funny character, if you're not sure what the reference is at the end there. But pretty frightening stuff, though, right? Hey, you know, this Hitler guy, not so bad. I'm listening to some of them Hitler speeches translated. He's talking about Christian values. He's talking about, you know, defending the identity of a nation. You know, and gosh, it's so weird. That's all the shit that I'm told to believe. All this crazy Hitler Nazi stuff. I mean, that's all the stuff all the right-wing people I listen to. It's basically the same thing. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? All the rhetoric that I hear from all my favorite right-wing talking heads sounds really similar to Adolf Hitler when you translate his speeches into English. God, that's weird. God, that's weird, isn't it? Maybe it wasn't evil. Maybe because, like, the conservative movement is inherently good, so maybe Hitler was good? I don't know. I'm just going to continue reflexively voting against my own self-interest and giving tax cuts to the rich. You know, one thing I love doing more than anything is triggering the liberals, especially when I'm doing it from the gutter because I can't afford my health care bills and I can't afford my house. Trigger the liberals. I think this is kind of interesting. Moving on. Steve Bannon over here actually worried about the elections. Bannon has to know that the fix is in. But yeah, so Bannon was saying this week he's worried about the midterms. GOP could lose 40 seats because of the Epstein files. Quote, here's Bannon saying this. You're going to lose 10% of the MAGA movement. If we lose 10% of the MAGA movement right now, we're going to lose 40 seats in 26. He told a live audience during his War Room podcast, we're going to lose the president. No, you won't. What are you worried about elections? What are you talking about? Steve Bannon has to know the fix is in. So it's kind of weird. There's no way on God's green earth Donald Trump is going to let an honest democratic election happen in the midterms. There's no fucking way. Oh, no, that's where he draws the line, right? Start a potential nuclear war with Iran. Any cryptocurrency scams, completely destroy the Constitution and rule of law and Justice Department, make it nakedly political, right? But we're going to draw the line at election integrity, huh? Really? It's like we're all kind of on pins and needles, right? We don't really want to say it. An honest election is not happening in the midterms, and it's definitely not happening in 3.5 years for the next presidential election. He's going to morally, he's going to draw the line. And I'm hearing some people say, well, legally, he can't do it. Legally, he can't touch it. Legally? There's not a law. Oh, well, you know, I know the Supreme Court basically gave him dictatorial powers, but because of some arcane rule, he's actually not allowed to touch election law. Oh, okay, that's going to stop him, huh? Right, okay. Yeah. No, he's just going to let all these Republicans, he's going to let his political power completely dissolve. He's just going to let it happen. Right? Literal dictator, because that's what he thinks. He thinks he's king, and he's just going to let an election ruin this. I don't know. Even now, even like I kind of don't even believe it, right? Even now, I'm kind of like I'm doubtful. Like I kind of I hope I'm wrong, right? It's like maybe I am being hyperbolic, right? I hope so. I don't know. I don't know. I hope so. Moving on to the next one. This is, kind of proof of what I'm talking about here. It's like, so, we got Steve Bannon and other people. Yeah, I'll fix it next time. So we got Steve Bannon and other people are like, oh, be worried about the election. Be worried about the election. And then we got guys from the Trump administration, like Emil Bove here, declines to rule out third Trump term or denounce January 6 rioters in the Senate questionnaire. So here's this guy. He's like, no, I'm not going to answer any of these questions. I'm going to leave it open for a third term. Right? It's, like totally corrupt. Reputation, my career, none of that matters. I'm throwing it all away to protect dictator Trump. Because I think this is not going to stop. I don't think there's going to be an election. It's like I've picked a side, this fascist dictatorship, and I'm rolling with it. So it's like, I don't, I guess we won't really know until we know. But maybe it's one of those things where it's like they're going to try. If they can get away with it, great. If they can't get away with it, then, we'll get them next time. How do you do this? How do you, I don't know, man. I have a really bad feeling about the midterms. And if there's one thing that we've learned is that the cynics were like 90% right. The cynics that have been screaming their fucking, head off since the Bush administration days, since the Iraq war, basically, we've been like super duper correct. Criticizing neoliberalism, criticizing the military industrial complex, criticizing the right-wing conservative movement. The whole time being tone policed. Oh, can't call them authoritarian, can't call them fascist, can't do that, can't do, Kid gloves, kid gloves, kid gloves. Oh, well, I guess the cynics were right about that one. Well, the cynics slam dunked that one. Yeah. No, he filled the Supreme Court with a bunch of sycophants, and they don't care about the law. They were totally biased. I don't know. So it's like, it's hard for me to let go of my cynicism when the cynics have been so correct as of late.
One of President Trump's nominees for the federal bench, who once served as his personal attorney, faced questions at his confirmation hearing in Congress today.
I personally, I don't think Trump wants to do a third term. He's really, when asked that question, he showed kind of a bit of a reluctance, and he's like he seems kind of tired. He's like, I don't think I could do another 4 years. But that doesn't mean he's like, I think Trump wants to install somebody, probably one of his sons, right? He probably wants to install Barron, knowing Trump, but he'll settle for a Trump Jr. or an Eric. But I think that's what we're going to be seeing. We're going to start seeing him trial ballooning, having one of his kids installed as the next president.
About a whistleblower report accusing him of working to defy court orders related to the president's immigration enforcement agenda. Justice correspondent Scott McFarland joins me now. Scott, remind us again of who Emil Bove is, the person in question.
Bove he's a longtime defense attorney for Donald Trump before Trump's second term. He also has been a veteran inside the Department of Justice as he's the president's nominee now for a lifetime appointment to the federal bench. He began his confirmation hearings at the Senate today saying, "I'm not the president's henchman," which, though he wants to make that argument, really crystallizes the issue here. Democrats believe Emil Bove.
Meanwhile, I'm the most henchman-looking motherfucker you've ever seen in your life. I'm not a henchman. I'm not a henchman. Please ignore everything about me. Please ignore that.
Would not be a judicial arbiter, but would be the president's henchman in a robe. We heard some of that come out in the criticisms from Democrats that he, among other things, Also fired federal prosecutors who were part of the January 6th prosecutions, a form of retribution on behalf of President Trump. Take a listen to Alex Padilla, the Democratic senator from California.
How many of the prosecutors assigned to the Capitol siege section were fired after you sent your memo on staffing at the Department of Justice?
I don't recall.
Can you tell me how many January 6th rioters President Trump pardoned?
No, I don't recall.
All of them.
And John Beauvais famously was involved with dropping that criminal case against New York Mayor Eric Adams, which caused a whole bunch of controversy.
Tell me about the whistleblower.
So, full-blown henchman, if anyone was wondering.
Lower claims against Beauvais.
Erez Ruveni is a former federal prosecutor who was a key arguer during that Kilmar Abrego mistaken deportation case. The Department of Justice...
It's not over, by the way. I don't know why they're talking about it like it's over. It's still ongoing.
Just fired him, saying he wasn't being vigorous enough on behalf of the Department of Justice, and Beauvais has fingerprints on that decision. He's now a whistleblower against Beauvais, saying Beauvais is a henchman, somebody who told his colleague...
No, Tisrael, he was a goon when he was just the lawyer for Donald Trump, but Donald Trump gave him the upgrade into full-blown henchman status, right? Putting him into government. No, he was lesser, but now, you know, like in the social media advertisements, right? They put two of them, they combine two of those guys together, and whoop, there you go, henchman.
At the Department of Justice that they should ignore a court order if need be, though he used a different phrase, as you'll hear from California Senator Adam Schiff during questioning today.
And have you frequently suggested that they say you and ignore court orders? Is that also something you frequently do, such you might not remember doing it on this occasion?
So this henchman literally goes, "Hey, fuck you. Hey, we don't have to do shit. Hey, don't call me a henchman. Hey, what was that, boss? Oh yeah, you got it, boss. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Everything you say, Mr. Trump. Anything you say. Anyway, I'm not a henchman."
No, and as I explained, I have never directed. So did you or did you not make those comments during that meeting? Which comments, Senator? You really need me to repeat it?
Yeah, no, and look, and you don't repeat it because you're a coward-ass bitch, Schiff. Nice theatrics, Schiff. Meanwhile, let's fully support Israel's genocide. Let's vote. Let's confirm some of Donald Trump's nominations, right, Schiff? Right? Let's try to reach our hand across that aisle just one more fucking time. Huh, Schiff? But make sure you put on a good performance for MSNBC to clip out, for your social media to clip out. Hold them to the fire, huh, Schiff? Anyway, here's another $70 billion to Israel. Oh, there's a Zoran Mamdani. Oh, he's a communist. Yeah, I agree with the right wing on that one. Yeah. We can't have any young progressive blood in this party. We need to make sure it's filled with a bunch of stone cold, hardcore, money grubbing neoliberals. That's really the only people who know how to win elections. State Department over here starts firing more than 1,350 workers in Trump's shakeup of the diplomatic corps. So, Trump, this initiative was being held up. I'm trying to avoid the ads. Please go away. I can't click. There's no X. Lovely website, Reuters. This is Reuters. So anyway, the Supreme Court, there was a lower court that said, you can't do that. You can't just start firing people in the federal government without any cause. You can't just, there is an X there. Let me see if I can click on that. Oh, different X for a different thing. Never mind. You can't escape it. You can't escape it. If I were to subscribe to Reuters, would I stop seeing ads? Nope, we're still going to show you those. You're still going to show you those too. We're going to get your money and then we're going to double up on you. We're still going to show you ads. Wow, it seems kind of pointless to subscribe. You support the news, which I agree with, but I also agree with making a product worth buying. What the hell is this? I can't scroll down. This is it, huh? Can't click on the video. Anyway, the lower court said you can't do that. Supreme Court came to the rescue and said, "Of course you can. You're a dictator. We don't believe in separation of powers. Fire anybody you want, the federal government." So that's starting. So we can expect everything to get shittier. They, of course, think that they're going to make up the difference with AI. AI that's not ready. Programmed by, Elon Musk style, Doge style people, sycophants for the government, don't know what they're doing, think that there's a quick and easy technical solution, right? Just implement some technology and that will make everything better and more efficient. We don't need all these human beings. Cut them immediately. So we can just expect overall the federal government to get worse, slower, more corrupt. I mean, are we going to have to start bribing people at the DMV to get a driver's license? Bribing coming to a government official near you. That's exactly what this is going to cause. And of course, we're literally already, thank you, strategy member, for showing this, because we're already seeing these Doge cuts affecting people. Emergency 911 systems go down in U.S., leaving thousands to fend for themselves. So there was an outage to the 911 system. This happened in Pennsylvania, but it also happened in Fillmore County, Minnesota. It's kind of like the flood situation, where it's kind of hard to one-to-one point out, this, decision connected to this politician caused this specific problem. But these are the kind of general issues that we're going to start seeing more and more of. Power companies ripping us off, or brownouts because they're corrupt. They're giving all their power to an AI company, an AI data center, instead of making sure that there's enough power for regular folks. I mean, just the sky's the limit. Sky's the limit in terms of how they're going to fuck us over, right? We got planes dropping out of the sky. Right. Only geniuses are allowed to work in the FFA. That's why we fired everybody. We had to rehire some people in a hurry, like total idiots. But, only geniuses moving forward. So, just to put the final period on it, embracing and ignoring a political corruption, people die. People die. There's a reason why liberals like me get triggered. There's a reason why people who understand what's going on, like hopefully you in the chat, there's a reason why you get animated, right? It's because you know that this isn't just fun and games. It doesn't affect me, right? You could be one of these losers, right? Doesn't affect me. No biggie. I'm just a 20-year-old, just living life, living off the vibes, voting Trump, think it's funny. Right, well, There's disabled people, there's old people, there's people who want to go to school, people who want to learn a new trade so that they can, be ahead of this AI revolution. There's real human cost. Let's not forget COVID, right? Decisions made directly by lefties and righties. We got Cuomo over here, for good reason, getting shit on. Nothing I argue for affects me. It's just not true, Rock's Fist. It's just not true. Maybe it feels that way. Right. Maybe you're just giving an example, maybe putting that in quotations, right, Rock's Fist? Yeah, wrong side of right. I don't really give a shit. Quite frankly, I think there needs to be somebody like me who is willing to criticize Hassan, willing to criticize Vosh, even if I'm a fan of these people, willing to criticize Destiny, I think there needs to be somebody not a contrarian, obviously, but somebody who's I'm not your friend. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to be part of your circles. I'm a news guy. I'm obsessed with the news. We can be connected that way, maybe work together, a collab or whatever, but, I'm never going to pull a punch. And, because of that, we shouldn't be friends. You shouldn't get close to me, dude, because one of these days I'm going to have to make a video about how you're dead fucking wrong. There needs to be at least one guy who keeps it real no matter what. And I've appointed myself that position. Laugh along with me. Thank you, wrong side of right, though. I got time, folks. I got time. We're not ending. We're not ending here. We are going to keep this motherfucking train moving. I'm sweaty. I'm exhausted. 3.5 hours of fucking news. You think I'm done? You think I'm done? I'm just getting started. That was segment 1. That was segment 1. Bring it on. Bring it on. Segment 2 over here, a fun one. We're going to talk about Gaza and all the various things connected to Gaza. So there was an American killed by the IDF in the West Bank. This is, a long time coming. We haven't seen this for a little while. I think the last big one was Rachel Corrie. 14-year-old dual Palestinian U.S. citizen killed in the West Bank. And, the media hasn't really caught up, but Israel's taking the West Bank too. They're accelerating that. No, Morning Joe, they don't want to talk about this. Shut up, wrong side of right. You're making me want to go smoke weed, which I'm going to do in a couple minutes here. Next video that I play, I'm going to go take a break. Like I said, news media consensus, they don't want to talk about it. Oh, it's kind of, we're a little busy trying to ignore Gaza. We don't really want to bring up the West Bank. But they're going for it. They're taking it. They're taking the West Bank. And yeah, of course, they're actively ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip right now. The current plan for the Gaza Strip is to hoard everybody into one location, right? Don't let them, kind of spread around all over the place. Get them all into one location, and then of course the final phase is at gunpoint, forcing them by the hundreds on planes, maybe buses, and then dumping them. I don't know where. Africa, maybe. They're gonna have an easier time dumping them into Africa than dumping them into Egypt or Jordan or Yemen. But anyway, IDF killed an American citizen. Let's see how many patriots stand up and give a shit. Because, I remember when Barack Obama killed an American citizen and the left said, well, shouldn't have had a terrorist dad. Oh, American Iranian. Oh, he was related to the Iranian regime. He was an Iranian American citizen, so that doesn't really count. First American citizen who ever assassinated a U.S. citizen without due process, just extrajudicial killing. Boom, American citizen means nothing. Annihilate that person. That was Barack Obama. We let that shit slide. We let that shit slide so easily. Oh, yeah, you're being hyperbolic. Don't criticize Barack Obama that way. Don't call him a war criminal. I can't tell you how many times I got that kind of pushback from so-called progressives about Barack Obama. Oh, yeah, I mean, you guys know he killed an American citizen. Oh, I mean, maybe technically. It doesn't really count. He was brown and Iranian. His dad was a terrorist. Right. And of course, those same people, they would refuse to draw a connection between what Barack Obama did and what he enabled and what he normalized versus what Donald Trump is doing right now. Right. There's no connection there. It's not like Barack Obama normalized an executive office that is above all the other branches. He didn't make the 9/11 security, the temporary 9/11 Patriot Act. He didn't make that permanent. He went after George Bush and he arrested Dick Cheney for their war crimes. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't, did he? We're going to look forward and not backward. I'm a constitutional lawyer, and I think the best thing to do with George Bush and Dick Cheney is to look forward and do absolutely nothing on their crimes against humanity. In fact, I think it's a good idea to double down on those crimes against humanity. And I'm going to spend the next 8 years bombing this country into total oblivion, achieving nothing. except spending an unbelievable amount of money and giving that money over to the military-industrial complex, getting a lot of people killed. I think that's the best way forward. Because once again, I'm a constitutional lawyer. So this is actually a trend that the United States, once again, going back to Barack Obama, I think he did this. It's either he did it or George Bush did it. I think Barack Obama did this, where the United States will literally sanction truth tellers from the United Nations and from other organizations who are saying, you know, the ICJ and any legitimate authority on genocide has said Israel is committing a genocide. And by the way, to the Destiny fans out there, the legal definition of genocide intentionally is meant to be used before the genocide is finished. Because the idea of calling something a genocide is to prevent the continuation of that genocide. So, because Destiny gets all pedantic. He's like, I wouldn't even call the Holocaust a genocide because technically all the Jews weren't eradicated. No. It's about the intent. It's about the intent. And that's what Francesca Albanese and many other people have been trying to, you know, anytime she gets in front of a camera, she points out there's an incredible amount of scrutiny that goes into calling something a genocide. That incredible amount of scrutiny has been done double, triple, 4 times over when it comes to Palestine. I'm saying, Francesca Albanese, I'm standing here and saying, without any equivocation, without any doubt in my heart, that what is happening is a genocide. And I can tell you in an academic way, I can defend that in an academic way. I'm not just some schmuck, right, who just has some feelings. No, there's an actual legal process here. That legal process has been followed to the complete end. This is not about supporting Hamas. It's not about anti-Semitism. It's about calling something what something is, right? And does that mean anything? So the U.S. government is now targeting Francesca Albanese, being sanctioned by the U.S. government. Can you imagine it as an individual? You got the U.S. government coming after you. And her crime, Francesca Albanese, her crime is being effective. That's why she's being targeted. If she was just some schmuck like me, you know, no offense to my wonderful viewers, right? But, you know, piddly view count, not going anywhere, horrendously addicted to marijuana, right? State Department's not going to, you know, government's not going to sanction me, all right? Francesca Albanese has been making the rounds to all the media, you know, BBC, Sky News, all of them, and she is calm, cool. She's not a wild, you know, from the river to the sea, chanting, you know, radical here. We're talking button-down, professional, scholarly person who makes a very clear and eloquent case for why Israel is committing genocide. And that's why she's being targeted by the U.S. government, because she's effective. It's a good thing to remember moving forward that anybody who is effective at challenging this authoritarianism will be targeted by the Trump administration, by dictators all over. You know, there is a certain amount of courage. Right, when I say to a Hassan, when I say you need to do more, and Hassan is showing up to protest, but you need to do that next step. You need to lead the movement, okay, or get very close to leadership, right? But there is a certain amount of courage that is required for an individual to do that, because you are putting a target on your back. If you're rich and famous and effective at spreading a message that is contrary to what the oligarchy wants, expect your ass to be targeted. It's inevitable. This is a war. This is a fight, okay? They're going to pull out all their weapons. We have to pull out all of our weapons. Of course, and I'm talking about rhetorical, political weapons here, okay? So anyway, this person just lays it out. Tammy Bruce, U.S. spokesperson. Interesting. This is coming from a U.S. spokesperson? I'm pretty sure this is a defense. Hold on. What do we?
The United States is imposing sanctions on UN.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up. I'm getting this person and this person mixed up. Okay. No. Okay. So this is the statement that the government makes justifying this egregious action against an individual who is literally the only crime this individual is committing is telling the truth, literally. So this is the State Department coming out and saying, that truth tellers, that they got to go. People who tell the truth, they got to go.
The United States is imposing sanctions on UN Human Rights Council Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese for her abuse of her role.
Francesca Albanese has just been sanctioned by the US government. She's been documenting Israel's human rights violations over the last 3 years.
How did she say that person's name? What? Albanese?
Francesca Albanese has...
Oh, man. Do a second take, okay? Her name isn't even that hard. Do a second take.
Just been sanctioned by the US government. She's been documenting Israel's human rights violations over the last 3 years. While she doesn't represent the UN and has no formal authority, this has put her in a precarious position, not just with Israel, but its main ally, the United States. So what triggered the sanctions? Albanese had just published a report from companies profiting from the war in Gaza.
The forever occupation has provided an optimal testing ground for arms manufacturers and big tech with little oversight and zero accountability, while investors, private and public institutions have profited handsomely.
No.
And it seems to have...
No. That could only be true if it's framed as a positive. If it's somehow framed as a negative, we're not allowed to acknowledge the reality that lots of people are making tons of money off the pain and suffering of the Gazans, of the Palestinians inside Gaza. I mean, we can't talk about all the fucking money being made off this ethnic cleansing. Come on, can't talk about that. That's anti-Semitic.
Institutions have profited handsomely.
And it seems to have tipped the US over the edge. The paper listed over 60 companies, including household names like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Albanese said they were involved in the transformation of Israel's economy of occupation into one of genocide. In a furious press release, Secretary of State Marco Rubio accused Albanese of targeting Israeli politicians, open support for terror.
She keeps saying it wrong. Oh, that's got to be brutal. I would love to see her face when someone said it's Albanese.
And anti-Semitism.
And in recent weeks, she also targeted U.S. companies in an unacceptable campaign of political and economic warfare.
In other words, Albanese's reporting to expose the inner workings of the war on Gaza has left the US scrambling for punitive measures against an independent UN official. But it goes even deeper than that. In February...
all they're doing is proving how correct she is, right? Proving how effective she's being by being this petty. It would actually, it's the Streisand effect, because it would actually be more effective to just ignore it at this point. But they're like, no, what she has to say is really, really dangerous. She's really, really effective, and it's kind of scaring us. So we need to put a lid on her right away.
February, Trump issued another executive order, this time against anyone working with the ICC in their efforts to arrest Israeli politicians, including Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And it's this executive order that is being used to target Albanese. So what do these sanctions really mean? The purpose of sanctions is to isolate individuals, making their lives difficult through mobility and financial straitjackets.
Yeah, it sucks.
Firstly, these sanctions will affect Albanese's financial freedoms. They'll put the blocks on any investments or banking that she may have, as well as restricting transactions. She won't even be able to buy online from American stores. Next, Albanese's assets will be targeted. Any American real estate she may have will be frozen, and any bank accounts made inaccessible. Finally, sweeping travel bans for Albanese and possibly her family. This will be particularly disruptive to Albanese, as several UN offices are in the United States, including the General Assembly and the Security Council. So the important question is, will these sanctions work? Will Albanese stop her reporting? Well, Albanese has been quick to condemn the sanctions, calling them mafia-style intimidation techniques. This is what she had to say to Middle East Eye.
How is it going to affect you, your family, your ability to work and continue to do your job?
We shall see. We shall see. Of course, it's going to affect me, but you really have to believe me. It does matter. It does matter to me and to my family, and we will.
That's right, Longleg.
Hold. We will make sacrifices. We will do everything that it takes, and we will continue to do what we do to stand against the genocide.
But what's all?
That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. They're gonna pull out every stop. They're gonna try to hurt us, cage us, shut us up, silence us, hurt us physically, go after our money, go after anything that they can go after. I'm not sitting here telling you it's going to be easy. I'm simply pointing out the objective fact that they're not going away. And there's only they only respond to similar styles of aggression, similar styles of pushback. That's the only thing that they're going to respond to. You know, think of like the schoolyard bully kind of dynamic. Beg and plead all you want. You know, tell the teacher. Who cares? Your ass is still getting beat up unless you can defend yourself. And that's what we're dealing with here, you know. It's not easy, though. I remember being young and being so totally, like, disconnected from politics. Like, I just had no fucking idea what was going on. And it took several years of dedicated paying attention to even start wrapping my head around what the hell was happening. So I'm not trying to make excuses here, but I am saying, like, I am acknowledging that this is all very difficult. The new reality millennials, Gen X, Gen Z has to understand. Not Gen X, but I mean Gen Z, Gen Alpha, but Gen X as well. The boomers, we could be, you know, just consider ourselves lucky that we got Lenny. Okay, we got Lenny. All right, that's, you know, we got Lenny. Trump wants an EO against ICC warrants. Yeah, well, sky's the limit though. Long leg, why not? Ain't no stopping us now, right? He's failed up the entire time. We're on the move. It doesn't matter.
To stand against the genocide.
But what's also key here is that it's not the first time the US has sanctioned individuals for their work on Palestine. 4 ICC judges and the ICC's chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, have already been sanctioned in US retaliation to the arrest warrants. So it seems Albanese is the latest target of a campaign protecting Israel. But as Francesca Albanese says,
the system is cracking. The system is
Stop
scared.
saying her name.
The system is punching back. But it will only win, and the sanctions will only be eventually effective if we are scared, if we stop standing for one another, if we push instead, really, the masses to awaken and to regain.
See, she's got a degree. She's read a couple more books than I have. She's far more professional, and she's basically saying exactly what I just said. Like, there's no begging. There's no pleading. This is power. This is geopolitics. The only thing that's going to work is hard work, organizing, nose to the grindstone, democratic pushback. That's it. That's all we got. It's either that or acquiesce to Ted Cruz.
Will only be eventually effective if we are scared, if we stop standing for one another, if we push.
Right. Divide and conquer. Right, which is exactly what Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries are trying to do to the left right fucking now.
Instead, really, the masses to awaken and to regain control of
our democratic systems, our justice systems, our to regain control of geopolitics and the global order. It's not easy. It's a heavy thing, but the left had more control over these things decades ago. It's not unheard of.
Their senses and push their governments to act in line with their constitutional obligations and international law, we will pull the brakes of this system.
She's 100% true. There's 100%, and you don't even need 100% of people participating. Like 15%, 15% of lefties participating in a general strike would do enough damage to get, to get the Trump administration to start paying attention. I mean, really look at how small Occupy Wall Street was in terms of participation. It didn't have hundreds of millions of people participating. It wasn't it was huge, and maybe there was 100 million people, but you know what I mean? Like, in terms of the overall total population of the country, it's actually pretty small amount of people who participated in Occupy Wall Street. But look at how scared they were. Barack Obama was, how scared the oligarchy was at a movement of that size. And how effective even a movement of that size, how effective it could be at shutting things down. Occupying these parks and these spaces and shutting them down for several weeks. God, this world. I hate reporting on Gaza. I hate reporting on it. It's just atrocious. Atrocious. Welcome back, Fancy Flippy Floppy. Best name on Twitch. Headline here, IDF blames quote-unquote technical error after Gaza officials say children collecting water killed in strike. Right. So when they want to assassinate an Iranian nuclear scientist, they can fire a pencil-sized missile into his apartment window, killing him and only him inside a massive apartment complex. But we're supposed to believe that with all their technology, the ability with satellites to see the watch face of somebody from fucking space, you could see the face of the watch on the person's. You could see the cell phone. The picture, the video that he's watching on his cell phone. So we're supposed to believe that with all that technology, they could clearly see children carrying water jugs. We know that that's what they could see. And we're just supposed to, with technical error, was it Palantir? They did an oopsie doodle. Technical error. It's really hard to wrap your mind around a system this evil, but that's what this is. They have the technology. There's no reason to believe that they didn't have that technology when this happened. They can see what they're shooting at, and what did they see? They saw a group of Palestinian children carrying water jugs, probably queued up at a well, filling these jugs with water. Maybe they were behind a truck filled with water. That's what they see. So they saw children carrying water jugs, and then they said, murder them. Don't worry about the news. We'll just say it's a technical error. Morning Joe won't report on it. ABC, PBS, they're too worried about mergers and too worried about protecting their own ass. They're not going to bring it up. BBC will maybe mention it in the headlines and then won't mention it the next day. It'll be just one more atrocity that you scroll by on your social media feed and then on to the next. And that's what the fuck happened. Technical error had caused the missile to fall dozens of meters from the target. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think a member of the IDF was looking at a gaggle of Palestinians, probably a lot of Palestinian boys, maybe teenagers, right? Well, there's a group of potential terrorists. Murder them. Just do a war crime. No biggie. Another one from Al Jazeera here. Netanyahu and Trump are saying the quiet part out loud on Palestine. And we really are. I mean, we're seeing like full-blown ethnic cleansing. That's awesome. I can't wait to buy property. Sign me up. And we haven't even gotten, we think it's disgusting now with just the wanton killing. Like, wait until we start seeing the IDF at gunpoint cramming hundreds of people into planes. Right? They're going to corral all of them into one camp that is concentrated by a lot of people. And then they're going to continue the starvation, and they're going to say, "I'm not going to give you any more food unless you get on this plane." That's it. You either stay here and starve to death, and everyone else here starts ripping you apart because everyone else is just as desperate as you are, or get on this plane. We'll give you a sandwich. And we're going to this is what they say, voluntarily migrate you to a foreign country that doesn't want you and has no intention of taking care of you. And we're just going to drop you in a totally inhospitable desert, probably, to fend for yourself. Which, the strength of the Palestinian people, they would be able to do that. They would be able to survive in the fucking desert. Yeah, I mean, they don't even need to anymore. You don't need excuses anymore. I mean, I think that's why we're seeing like this mask off stuff, because it's like, we don't even need to keep up the fucking. Donald Trump's on our side. Donald Trump's more extreme than Ben Gvir. Right? With allies like Trump, why hide? Yo, big props to your boy MF Doom. It's wild. It's wild to witness this. It's like living during apartheid Africa, but instead of like people just kind of, getting on board with the anti-apartheid movement and just, of course there's still people who disagree with it, but a grand majority of people were like, yeah, I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Apartheid is bad. Ethnic cleansing is bad. Even if I'm just wearing a t-shirt, but I don't actually mean it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to, defend this. No, and like we're living during one of these moments, but instead of people standing up and it's most people are just like, what about the price of eggs? People are so fucking concerned with their own bullshit. Understandably, they don't have time for this shit. And because that's one of the reasons is that that this is happening so casually. I think though a lot of people, once they start seeing I hope that once they start seeing images of hundreds of people at gunpoint being forced onto planes and buses and literally dumped into a foreign country's desert. No, they're still going to say it's not ethnic cleansing, aren't they? They're still going to say Hamas, but Hamas, aren't they? Not everyone will, but enough people will. They'll go, yep, that's just what had to happen. No choice. Right? I think so. I feel every time I report on Gaza, I feel so fucking helpless. So fucking defenseless. How do we stop this? The only way is the way that I've been talking, but it's like it's not going to happen fast enough. The crime by the time if democratic socialism and leftist resistance, by the time if we win this battle and actually regain control of government, it's all going to be too late.
On Palestine, Netanyahu and Trump are both saying the quiet part out loud, and we're hearing some blunt truths. that maybe many people didn't really want to consider before. Netanyahu is saying that Israel won't accept living alongside a Palestinian state, meaning the whole idea of a two-state solution, well, Israel's saying that's never going to happen. Trump has made clear that the US is no longer demanding a Palestinian state. Hi, I'm Tony Curran, the editorial manager at AJ+. I have been covering the Middle East peace process, as they call it, since the days of Bill Clinton and Yasser Arafat in the late 90s. Netanyahu has come to Washington to talk about what comes next in Gaza. There's not much good news in there for Palestinians, particularly the Palestinians of Gaza. From the Israeli side, it's like, forget about a two-state solution or Palestine.
Blue Magic Man, there's absolutely nothing complicated, actually, about what's happening. It's stone cold settler colonialism. Those who try to mask what's happening under a false layer of complexity are only doing the favor of, obfuscating, of helping that obfuscation. It's settler colonialism. There's nothing complicated about this. Israel is an illegal settlement from its very it's been at war since its very inception. The Zionist project from the very, very beginning has always been about the elimination of Palestine. The two-state solution has been nothing but an attempt to buy time so that people like Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and Smotrich can finish the job of taking over the Palestinian territory. And seemingly, UK and the United States and Germany have been aware and supportive of this settler colonialist agenda. It's not complicated. It's not. This is settler colonialism. This is what happens when empires are no longer held to account, for their human rights abuses.
Palestinian state. Netanyahu has come to Washington to talk about what comes next in Gaza. There's not much good news in there for Palestinians, particularly the Palestinians of Gaza. From the Israeli side, it's like, forget about a two-state solution or Palestinian state. They're now talking about the expulsion of the survivors of the Gaza genocide. On the American side,
like Blue Magic, I get what you're saying. It is actually very complex. The reason why I push back against this, it's very complicated, is because that is often used by bad actors who support what's happening, and they're trying to bog the conversation down, right? Well, it's not really settler colonialism. It's the Israelis. They believe that religiously that's their land, and it's we're gonna the whole idea of it's complicated is to turn the conversation into such a slog that it's impossible to see the forest from the trees. It's impossible to see the overall agenda here. That's the purpose of the it's complicated debate. It's always in the service of Israelis' occupation of the Palestinian territory.
They've long stopped talking about a two-state solution. Trump doesn't bother to sort of mouth the words that have been empty since 2000.
Empty.
These two sides are in accord, really, and are not bothering to say the words that many Western and Arab governments would like to hear from.
Blue Magic, the war will be ending soon because Israel is going to complete its project of taking over Palestine. Do you think that'll be a good thing if peace is created in that region by Israel taking the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, kicking out its residents, and occupying those territories? Technically, that would be peace. Right, Blue Magic? Is that what you're saying that you would hope happens, is that they just finish the job as soon as possible? Or are you... Yeah, that is what you're saying, isn't it? Every fucking time. See what I mean? I knew it from your first comment, from your first "it's complicated" comment. I knew it. right? It's always this effort. We got to finish the job. We have no choice. We're just defending ourselves from the heathens. There it is. No, Blue Magic. My solution is ethnically cleanse, genocide them if necessary, ethnically cleanse the region, completely remove them from their land, and occupy the entire region as Greater Israel. That's the only solution that makes sense. No, I totally agree, Blue Magic. Yeah, brutally. If anyone stands in your way, kill them on the spot. The rest of them get kicked off to a country that they've never been to before. That's the only solution. That's it. No, you got me. You got me. I have no other solution. Just keep barreling forward, right? Fucking, dig up those graveyards and fucking bomb those apartment buildings. There's no other choice. You got me. Great argument. Remember, guys, it's complicated. Yeah, you don't want any deaths. Yeah, except you totally support the tens of thousands of children already killed. If you don't want any more deaths, how about you tell me how many deaths are too many? This is a famous James O'Brien trick. How many deaths are too many, Mr. Blue Magic? Mr. I care so much about humanity. How many dead Palestinians is your limit? There it is. You'll never give us a number. You know why? Because there is no amount of dead Palestinians. If Israel were to kill every single Palestinian, you would defend it, wouldn't you? There's no limit, right? 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. They had it coming, but Hamas, human shields, but Hamas. I just want peace, so we need to complete the ethnic cleansing so that we can stop the fighting. It's the only way. You're a piece of shit. I just want you to know that, Black Magic. Is that you? I think you're convincing other people that you're not, that you're moral, while playing games defending a genocide. People see through it. People know you're an amoral piece of feces. Just so you know that you're not successfully convincing people that you're making a moral argument and that the killing of these children, the killing of these Palestinians is somehow justified. You're actually failing at making that argument, and you're telling people, I support genocide. I'm a human piece of dog feces. That's basically what you're telling people. Right. Okay, well, I'm done wasting my time with you. Thank you for making my point. It's like I said, as soon as you see, it's like it's complicated, right? As soon as you see it, right, you know what direction they're going in. And you notice how somebody who's weaponizing prayer, right, weaponizing these, weaponizing the discussion, right, trying to divert and turn the discussion into justification. Oh, well, they say this and we say that, and oh, it's so complicated, right? Weaponizing that. Let's not talk about the reality. Let's not talk about what's happening on the ground. Let's get mired down in a conversation about the definition of genocide and the definition of apartheid. And what about the fact that we're defending ourselves the entire time? Doesn't that change the paradigm and make all the bad things good? Doesn't that make all the bad things good that we just say we're defending ourselves? Right? Exactly. Long leg Homo sapien. Lex Freeman is a master of this obfuscation. But it's complicated basically means I don't want to talk about the reality. I'm intentionally trying to bog the conversation down in an effort to buy time. Every one of these little stupid debates is an effort of a Zionist to buy more time for the regime to take Palestinian land. And I honestly, they're not going to stop with Palestine. You got an entire society, fully ready to continue this project of Greater Israel. You're just going to, after a massive win by successfully ethnically cleansing an entire country, you're just going to stop at those borders, huh? You're not going to go into Lebanon. You're not going to go into Jordan. You're not going to try your luck with Egypt, huh? It doesn't stop with Palestine. Because they're going to get, every indication is showing me that they're going to, that Israel is going to get exactly what it wants. And they're going to finish this project, this horrific project in Palestine. They're going to wipe out the West Bank. They're going to wipe out the Gaza Strip. They are going to take it. And Google is going to update their fucking maps. Yeah. Oh, well, it's going to happen quietly. Little headline here from, 24-hour news cycle. Oh, yeah, by the way, remember how Israel kicked out all the Palestinians? Yeah, Google now calls those areas Israel. They updated the map. Yeah, Palestine has been completely removed. Yeah. We'll put up a statue or something.
Really new positions. That's the interesting part. That basically Netanyahu has been Israel's democratically elected prime minister for the majority of the last 30 years. And what's interesting here is that he no longer feels any need to disguise or even fudge his intentions.
Why?
He reminded the world's media just this week that he's actually spent his entire political career fighting against the possibility of Palestinian self-defense.
Yeah, and look, if you've been paying attention to Bibi Netanyahu the last couple decades, you would have caught these things. It's honestly not new. His proud opposition to the two-state solution is something that's been known for decades. The guy was bragging about dividing and conquering Palestine when he was assisting Hamas take over the Gaza Strip. He was like, we did it. We did it. Another victory for Bibi. Yeah. Got to get that free speech license, or you live in the UK. I do have a story queued up about that.
Termination. He's basically here declaring victory on a program that he began in 1996 when he first got elected, which is to stop the emergence or prevent the emergence of a Palestinian state alongside Israel.
Yeah, it's easy to forget because the people that he stands next to are so extreme, like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. But Bibi is an extremist in his own right and has been his entire political career.
Today, we're saying his regime is literally accelerating its efforts to violently expel Palestinians from both Gaza and the West Bank.
That's right.
So why does Netanyahu feel so confident in his defiance of what's been the consensus among European, other Western and Arab states, and even the long-standing policies of the United States, the sort of mantra of a two-state solution? Well, it's because there's no pressure on him to lie or even dissemble about his intentions anymore. You can actually see that a lot of the players in the region and maybe elsewhere have acted as if the US is a referee, right, since the beginning of the peace process. And so there's been the assumption, even with the genocide, that at some point the US referee will blow the whistle.
Right. I've talked about this quite a bit, right? That people think eventually, okay, the adults in the room are going to stop this. What they don't realize is that the United States and the UK and Germany, they want this. They begrudgingly accept the reality that to keep Israel as a Western-friendly military satellite in the Middle East, they have to accept the elimination of the Palestinian state. It would be nice to get cohabitation, right? But at the end of the day, if they have to make a choice between Palestine and Israel, they're choosing Israel. And the reason why is that they want to continue to project power in that region against Egypt, against Syria, against Iran, of course, against anybody that would push back in that region. It's more important to keep that than it is to respect human rights. And that's been the case since the beginning of this project. And people, it's like, oh, come on, they've been trying for a two-state solution for so long. Even if, like, the people in Clinton or Clinton's orbit, right, even if they actually did believe in a two-state solution, the Israeli government never believed in a two-state solution. It's always been about buying time. Take a slice here, take a chunk there, divide and conquer here, divide and conquer there. It's like, it's been a stone cold, like, intentional effort. A stone cold intentional effort. Like, it's not an accident.
And call a halt. Are we seeing any evidence of that? No, because the US is not the referee. The U.S. is a player, a coach, an armorer of one side in this contest.
Exactly. They've chosen a side, and that's been they're not changing. They're not changing. Keir Starmer still backs Israel to the hilt. Why? Well, because these neoliberals, they view the Israeli project as a larger geopolitical strategic move, right? I thought U.S. prisons were bad. Sometimes, some years in America, men are statistically raped more than women because of our prison system that has normalized and basically encouraged rape, sexual assault as a punishment for the prison population in America. This is actually kind of unique to the United States. A lot of prisons across across the world and in other countries, they don't actually support and normalize sexual assault. But we do here in the United States. In fact, a lot of people think it's really funny when people get raped in prison. And I thought, prison industrial complex, it's a real thing. Yeah, absolutely. And it's only going to get worse under Trump. So, and I thought that was really bad, right? I thought it's like, man, that really, it's pretty hard to top a system of weaponized sexual assault, right, across the entire nation. Well, congratulations to Israel. Indeed. Congratulations to Israel, who have created a prison system that not only uses rape as a tool, as a weapon, but has actually engaged in a full-blown public PR campaign to justify and moralize the use of anal rape as a tool against evil, right? So basically what we see in Israeli popular culture is not even like making jokes about like getting like prison rape, but like literally saying it's okay for our soldiers to sexually assault prisoners if they're Palestinian because of the crimes that the Palestinian has committed. Right, because of how evil they are, it's an acceptable form of punishment. So that's what's happening over there in Israel right now. Here's 3 minutes of people talking about their experiences in Israeli jail. And look, there's one video I can't show you that's going viral. Feel free to look for it if you want. There's actually 2 videos. The most recent one is even worse, but it's literally institutionalized. These IDF guys, they take a Palestinian who's like handcuffed, right? He's not in danger. He's not hurting anybody. They take this guy, they put him up against a wall, okay? And then the Israeli soldiers with their riot shields, they start surrounding the IDF soldier and the Palestinian man, right? Some of the soldiers are holding the guy's hands up, right, against the wall, face towards the wall, ass directed this way. And then right before you see all the shields close up around this, you see the guy start pulling his pants down. Getting ready for the raping. That's a stone cold, objective, real video that's out there, and it's not from 20 years ago. It's from like 20 minutes ago, right? Happening right now. And the debate among Israeli society is not, is rape bad, but basically, should we not do rape, or should we totally embrace rape as a weapon against our mortal enemy, the Palestinians. They literally had the prison guard who raped the Palestinian, literally had him on like Regis, mornings of the Regis, like Good Morning America, the Israeli equivalent. He did a whole media tour. And they were like, oh, you did what you had to do. And yeah, I know you violently raped somebody, but you violently raped a Palestinian. And that's actually kind of heroic. And, you're just making Israel safe. And, he was like lauded as a hero. So this is the result of that, of that effort to normalize this. This is look at this guy. He was just released. So, right, of course, he squirted ketchup all over himself. Guy's literally leaving the prison in a blood-stained shirt. Hand wave it away. Hand wave it away. Crimes against humanity, war crimes. We'll just sanction those people who say that.
We are dying inside, he says. He means inside Israeli jails. Mohammed Khalaf shows his scars and disease marks, asking people to remember those he left behind. Israeli forces have just released Mohammed after spending 17 months behind bars without charge.
No charge. 17 motherfucking months. No trial, no charge. No charge. And we're supposed to believe Israel's a democracy. 17 months of being tortured. Why? Why are you hitting me? What information do you want? What could I say? What do I need to say to get you to stop? Nothing. You're literally just here to suffer. I am literally employed every single day to just torture you. I don't need information. I got satellites and the US government. I know everything about you. I know everything about everything. My only purpose is to make you experience pain. That's it. Welcome to hell. I could murder you right now, dump you in a shallow grave, and I get a raise. Right? Welcome to the worst experience of your life. 17 months.
He says he has diabetes, suffered from scabies, and can barely walk.
كيف وجهي؟ وجهي زي البالون صح؟ الصبح امبارح كان بمالي إشي كنت مبسوط يعني كإعدادي الصبح صحيت هيك وجهي يعني بعاني كتير من أمراض زي الأسرة.
If this pain is breaking adults, imagine what it does to minors. Mahmoud Kullab turned 16 in jail. As an occupying power, Israeli military courts prosecute children as young as 14. Mahmoud was sentenced to 8 months behind bars, accused of throwing rocks. He says the assault started as soon as he was arrested.
They would use pepper spray and assault us. They would tie our hands with tight plastic cables and leave us out in the cold, in the rain. They took away our clothes.
So we're talking about a 15-year-old teenager.
And our towels. They beat us with rods and would throw tear gas and let dogs.
Look at that. Okay, have you ever thwacked your fucking, shit on a corner, Yeah, Eric, I mean, it's societal. It's not just the government and the people are being strung along. No, it's a plurality. It's a democratic plurality of the Israeli people. They want this. Okay? But back to what I'm saying here, imagine thwacking your big toe as hard as you've ever thwacked it. Okay? Now imagine that once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, right on the ankle, right on the fucking ankle bone. 7, 8, thwack, with probably a wooden stick or something. They did that to a 15-year-old boy. Yeah, boy, I said it. Oh, did he throw some fucking rocks at a tank? Oh, yeah, well, he deserved it then. He deserved to be tortured. And look, man, there's people that really believe that. I don't know if they really, really believe it, but they believe it enough to say that shit. And they should absolutely be called out and shamed. Okay, I don't care if it's a family member. I don't care if it's a close friend. This is disgusting. No trial. Doesn't even get to know, I guess in this case he actually knew why he was there, throwing some rocks.
Dogs attack us. They even hit my mouth and my head with the butt of a rifle.
Break your fucking jaw with that, dude.
During his time in jail, Mahmoud lost 33 kilograms.
Wow.
Weighing only 39 kilos when he was released in May, his family fear the damage
Look at that
is
shit.
irreparable.
It's like a fucking skeleton.
Since the war on Gaza, Israeli forces have conducted wide...
Right, so this is what it looks like. This is a bakery. They're making bread. An IDF spokesperson would say to a BBC reporter, this action was justified because there's weapons and there was, Hamas activity. Of course, there's none of that here. They're making bread. So what is the purpose of this? Well, what was the purpose of, why did the Germans do this to the Jews? Right? They want them out of there. And yes, the IDF is part of this. This idea that there's some separation between the settler movement and the IDF, it's laughable. Laughable. They work hand in hand because the goal is the government's goal is colonialism.
Since the war on Gaza, Israeli forces have conducted wide arrests and mass detentions across the occupied Palestinian territory. Many have forcibly disappeared. Rights groups.
So they walk up, just start smacking them. Right? And they can't do anything about it. If they were to resist and fight back in any way, you get 17 years in jail. If you're lucky, you get raped in an Israeli jail. If you're unlucky, they just shoot you dead right there. But this is what it looks like. It's weird. It's weird because we read about this shit in the history books, right? We read about, oh wow, that's this authoritarian, this dictator doing something incredibly violent, and like we read about things like Kristallnacht, right? And we're like, oh wow, that must have been terrible. But you just read about it, right? You don't, it's like you can't, most people don't have the evil imagination to really view like what that shit looks like when you've seen it in Schindler's List, So it's just kind of bizarre to see just in real time, one atrocity after the other, all forward momentum for a project that is right in front of our face, right? The ethnic cleansing of Palestine. And we're just every day it happens. And they get in front, they get on, did I just get banned? Oh no, did I get banned for showing? No, I'm still on Twitch. 29 viewers? What the hell? That's awesome. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it's just my restream chat screwing up. I'm still here. But anyway, this is what it looks like, and it's just kind of weird to see it.
Say Palestinians have been systematically starved, humiliated, and assaulted.
Every time we'd hear that someone died inside jails, we would fear he is our son. We were very anxious and tired. When we would know that someone was released from prison, we'd call or go visit them and ask about Mahmoud.
No, I'm fine.
Muhammad still receives these calls.
Yay!
Your son is fine, he tells one worried father.
Restream is having issues with Twitch. Am I still on Twitch? Okay, according to Twitch, I'm still here. Restream is having some kind of issue with Twitch, though. So I might not see your chat. I'm going to keep checking. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm still here for now. For now. I'm sorry. Look, if you're someone from Twitch and you're watching this, I'm not trying to break TOS. I don't think breaking TOS is funny. I want to respect Twitch's rules. I understand I'm on thin ice here, so I apologize. I am trying my best. I apologize.
Even as Palestinians are released, the prison walls and worries still follow them home. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
Yeah. It's traumatizing. actually. Yeah. A lot of Americans really can't wrap their head around it, you know, because it's so foreign, the idea of having your rights completely ignored, human rights and everything completely ignored, thrown in a jail cell for doing nothing, and then being physically tortured. Like, most Americans can't wrap their noodle around that. They just, it's so far away from them, they can't even empathize. Trump is changing that. Speaking of breaking TOS, I can't show this. Do I have my blur? I don't have my blur installed. Shit. Okay. Hearing news talk about the axis of upheaval. I'm obsessed with the fucking news. I watch it for hours every single day of my life, to the detriment of my own mental health. Never once in my life have I heard axis of upheaval. That doesn't mean, you know, I could miss it. I miss it. I miss stuff all the time. It shocks me. I'm like obsessed with the news, but there's all kinds of stories that I miss all the time. So, axis of upheaval. Never heard it. So anyway, I can't show you this. I can only show you a couple seconds from this video because people are getting physically beaten. It's a massive brawl. But this is settlers attacking Palestinians in the West Bank. And of course, this is all about removing them from their land. So show you the first couple seconds. So I can't really, you know, this guy's about to whack someone in the head. So I'll explain the rest of the video to you while I'm playing it here. So these guys just totally beating the Palestinian. It was hit in the head with a big stick. He's now on the ground covering his head, while Israeli settlers are beating him with sticks on the ground, totally unarmed. Looks like Palestinians. Okay, I can show you this. Palestinian teenagers and children are defending their land from the settlers up top there with rocks and stones. The settlers themselves are masked. They're wearing all the settlers seem to be wearing masks, and they are carrying massive wooden clubs. They also throw like little bitches. Okay. I think somebody fired a gun. I think that's what we're seeing here is Palestinians running away after someone fired a gun. Let me try to reverse that, see if we can get some audio on this. Yeah, those are gunshots. Those people are running. All unarmed, right? What were they armed with? Some stones that they picked up off the ground. None of them are carrying weapons. They're not even carrying clubs. Yeah, they're aligned. They're not ride or die. China is not going to, you know, if Russia starts losing to Ukraine, China isn't just going to join the war, right? They're not ride or die like that. But yeah, they're in a loose alliance, you know, I'll say. Yeah. I wanted to end our coverage of Gaza with this beautiful tribute by K-pop star Jay Park. I'm a big fan. I listen to this music all the time. Ends Indonesian concert with Free Palestine chant. Love to see it. You know, maybe not the death to the IDF stuff. Kind of counterproductive. I think it's fair to say. But you know, Free Palestine all day. Chant this shit all day, man. Free Palestine. There's nothing controversial about that. Go and throw in Tibet too while you're at it.
Free Palestine! Louder!
Hey, he's got the fucking watermelon and everything. You gotta love it.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Look, and he's incredibly hot and sexy, so you know he's right. Okay, like I could eat this man up with a spoon, and I'm super straight. I know I keep saying that, and then I say the gayest shit you've ever heard in your life, but he's delicious.
Thank you, PJF. You've been beautiful tonight.
That's beautiful. That's really great of him. You know, to see, it doesn't take much. Doesn't take much, right? And what does this do? What does this do, right? This, you know, a woman, a girl, you know, who is a fan of this artist is going to, you know, maybe internalize that message a little bit. And then, you know, the next right-wing asshole that tries to buy her a drink, like, oh, I mean, I support Israel. She's like, nah, I actually support human rights. I remember one time at a Jay Park concert, he chanted Free Palestine, and that really meant something to me. I don't know. Better than the alternative, which is silence. The cowards stay silent, right? Yeah, I'm talking about you, ContraPoints. Oh, it's hard. Lefties are mean to me sometimes if I say something. You know, I don't mean to say this to a trans person, but grow a fucking nutsack, ContraPoints. I'm a big fucking fan. ContraPoints has done a lot to in terms of informing me about trans people and you know, gender and sex and you know, a lot of different topics. And I've always found ContraPoints to be strong and well informed. So to see this kind of cowardice from a person like ContraPoints is it's just nah, it's not it. It's not it. And quite frankly, anything short of a full-blown video on Palestine is not going to be good enough, ContraPoints. So just suck it up. I think you still got a nutsack, right? I don't know. Did you transition? Maybe you don't. If you did transition, find that nutsack, reattach it. Okay. I'm being incredibly sexist. But you know what I'm saying? Like, find some guts, do a video about Israel-Palestine, ContraPoints, talk about how it's a genocide, take a stand, don't be a coward, ContraPoints. Moving back to the United States, over to Texas, we're going to now talk about the massive flood. Get this over here. We're still going. I'm not done. 5 hours in, I'm not even close to being done. Fuck that shit. So would you believe, just getting warmed up. So would you believe conservatives, corrupt conservatives made a bunch of really bad decisions that definitely led to these kids? Am I staying hydrated? You know it. I'm already 1 cup in. I need to get another cup of that Wawa. So yeah, would you believe it? Corrupt conservatives. They put these cabins, this Christian Camp Mystic, put the buildings on a floodplain. There's some special regulation that usually states have that Texas doesn't have because they're good old boys and they don't believe in no goddamn woke regulation. So the person was able to build directly on a floodplain, directly, you know, anybody else would have said, you don't get insurance. This is, you know, like you can't build cabins here. But no, they were. It's a 1% chance. There's a 1% chance. I mean, even though it happened in the 90s, but there's a 1% chance that there's going to be a flood. So, you know, put them damn kids at risk. Put those cabins literally in the way of the flood, if a flood happens. Right? Because there's scientists that do these calculations. They're like, oh yeah, if there's a massive flood, the waters are going to raise. These regions right here are going to be completely subsumed. So Donald Trump over here doing his usual shtick against the press. Reporter asked Trump here. Several families are upset because they're saying the alerts didn't go out in time, which they didn't. What do you say to those families, Trump? It does. I mean, do we even need to hear what he has to say anymore? Right? But he said this. I think everyone did an incredible job under the circumstances. Lies. Kristi Noem waited 3 fucking days. Only an evil person would ask a question like that. When does it stop working? right? When does MSNBC and like all these mainstream in the AP and Reuters that are sitting in this press corps, when do are they just it just whip. I'm just so happy to be here. Oh, I'm just so honored. Oh, I get to put on my resume that I was part of the president's press corps. When does that become like a negative? Oh yeah, you were on the press corps during the Trump administration. Wow, so you were one of the members of the press that completely failed to do their job, had zero spine. Was that you? Which one of those? Oh, that was you, the AP, who stayed totally silent when Donald Trump yet again vilified one of your colleagues in the press, calling them evil for asking a simple question. That was you, right? Who stayed completely silent. When does that actually hurt their career? You're literally just calling the families evil. How dare you ask that question? This video, I mean, watching this video and knowing the conservatives and the Republicans that not only voted to remove the regulations that would have prevented those cabins from being built there, but literally rejecting early warning funding from the Biden administration, funding specifically for early warning systems, rejecting that, strictly, blatantly bragged about how they rejected that for political reasons. Remember all that as you watch this, okay? While this was happening, people weren't getting texts. Shit's going on. Shit's going crazy. People did not receive texts. And then it took 3 whole days for the federal government to come in and provide assistance. But look how quickly it happens. Imagine you're a 12-year-old girl, summer camp, having fun, right? And you're in bed, right? You're still sleeping. I bet you some of these girls woke up and there was like ankle deep water, before they've even put their shoes on. Oh, don't worry. He sent all of his thoughts and prayers. So many. But watch this 2-minute video. Watch this 2-minute video of the reality of the situation. Conservatives, it needs to be understood and normalized that conservatives are inherently bad for society. They're not offering a viable alternative. They're simply contrarian and corrupt. I mean, woke patriot. It's apparently incredibly painful and frightening to die drowning. Okay? The number one concern for Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, I think governor, his number one concern was covering this up for Donald Trump, refusing to make any connection whatsoever to the cuts in the departments that provided early warning and what happened here, framing it completely as a 1 in 1,000 event, an act of God. Yeah, exactly, woke patriot. So just watch 2 minutes. That's all it takes. And the early warning systems, they only needed to be like 1 minute, right? Like that's how necessary these systems are. That's why we got to keep them funded. That's why we got to keep those people sitting in those seats, because 1 fucking minute could have changed the entire paradigm. Those girls their phones would have started blowing up, right? And they start waking up. Oh shit, we got to leave. Get your shoes on, Cindy. We got to go. 1 minute, 60 seconds could have completely changed the fate for those girls. I'm not exaggerating. And this is 2 minutes. This is 2 minutes.
Wow. Get over here too.
Yeah, Lenny. Yeah, me too. No.
Yep.
The survivors were saying, yeah, I mean, we were like pulling into our refugee area, and we finally got the warning on our phone that there's a flood coming. You know, we're literally like our house just got done washing away in front of us, and we just barely made it to a refugee center or something. And I finally got a text on my phone from FEMA. Oh, hey, but there's a flood coming, just to let you know. Thanks. Oh, yeah, long leg. I mean, I don't know about days in advance, but...
Okay, let's go back.
All you need is a couple minutes. We don't need miracles. You know? 160 seconds could have changed that entire situation at that camp. Okay, and we're talking like the goddamn camp, the guy who owned the camp, right? The dumbass that made all these fucking decisions to build those cabins there, he got swept up in this shit too. He died right along with everyone else. There's real world ramifications for this. All right, we're 48 seconds in.
Pull back.
Look at that. You can just see it coming over. That's an embankment. Wow. One minute, 15 seconds. Just like that. I mean, in the span of 30 seconds, it goes from covering your foot to being over your knee. In 30 seconds, okay? Right? And then in 90 seconds, you've now lost the ability to get to safety, right? You're now in the fucking river. Like, it just... That's why we fund these things, okay? People forget, everything has worked to a certain level for so long. People have just stone cold forgotten. It's the normal. And I actually don't understand how this benefits Trump. Like I said, the savings, all the dead people, everything breaking, nothing working properly, all the people you're pissing off, and you think you're going to placate everybody by saying, I saved some money? Nobody's getting a paycheck because we didn't fund FEMA. You know what I mean? Here's the check for the money that you would have given FEMA, but we're saving you dollars. So here's your $100 check refund. Because we're cutting FEMA and, no one's getting a check. It's all going right into the worst people in the world's pockets. Right. But this is the result. The poors drown. Yeah, well, Patriot, I mean, what can you do? They're going to always say that. Look at this. So there you go. Completely overruns the bridge. 1 minute, 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's what somebody just mentioned. Wow, we were standing right there.
Connor,
and now it's a river.
Back further.
Seconds matter in these situations. Seconds matter, and that's why we keep the lights on. That's why we fund these early warning systems. Right? We put the weather balloons in the air. We install the sirens. We get the early warning systems in there because seconds matter. It's hard to come to terms with the fact that your average conservative person does not care about other people. Maybe they care about their neighbor. Maybe they care about their family members, right, in their immediate family. But some other person drowning somewhere else, not my problem. Not my problem. Why should I pay money to go to some other state's fill in the blank? Right? They say it all the time. They say it all the time. We have to fundamentally grapple with this concept that, you know, they don't know they're nihilists. They don't know that that they're part of a death cult. So what do we do about that, right? We're never going to change their mind. There's no debate that could happen. There's no Jubilee, that will change their mind. No Joe Rogan that could sway them. What do? We have to grow our own political movement and defeat them politically. That's literally our only choice. There's no debate of ideas here, right? The clash of ideas or whatever they say, right? They're gonna if we allow them to continue to steer the ship, this is going to be the new normal, just as massacres and mass shootings have become the new normal because of these people. This is the new normal, and they would rather make the entire country have to deal with this than change their political beliefs, right? I mean, that's the kind of shit that we're dealing with here, right? Yeah, fancy flippy floppy. Well, they're job creators. So giving them money is like giving yourself money. Didn't you know that? So, so we're finding out the corruption, just how bad it was at this Camp Mystic. FEMA removed dozens of Camp Mystic buildings from 100-year flood map before expansion. Writing this down. Federal regulators repeatedly granted appeals to remove Camp Mystic's buildings from their 100-year flood map, loosening oversight as the camp operated and expanded in a dangerous floodplain in the years before rushing waters swept away children and counselors, a review by the AP found. So this might have been Biden administration FEMA shit. But they're like, no, we know it's risky. We know it's dumb. We don't believe in science. We don't believe in wokeness. We don't believe in the scientists' warnings. That's all woke. Let us build there. Oh, and not just storage sheds, right? Not a garage. No, camp buildings. What am I saying? Bunks, right? Buildings where people are going to sleep. I don't know why I can't come up with the word. The cabins. No, cabins, right? People are going to be sleeping. They're going to be caught off guard. Oh, Joe Biden wants to, good news. Joe Biden wants to give us some, flood prevention technology. He wants to give us some money so we can build some sirens and, maybe some early warning systems, right? Oh, that's great news. I mean, especially because we're going to be building cabins on floodplains, on an area that if there's a major flood, this area is definitely going to see rising waters. No, we're actually going to reject that because that's woke. Early warning systems are woke, right? Who's the conservative looking up at an early warning system and saying, I can't believe Joe Biden poisoned us with this disgusting, like it was simply for a right-wing politician during a campaign to go, I rejected Joe Biden. No, Joe Biden's got no influence over. In fact, Joe Biden said he was going to give our county money to protect us from floods. And I said, listen to this. I said, hell no, Joe Biden. Hell no. You can take your bribes back to Washington, D.C. Why don't you use that money on something important like a tax break for Jeff Bezos? Am I right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, $30,000 a year peasants who continue to vote for me. Joe Biden, I got one message for Joe Biden. You take that money that was going to be used for early warning systems, and you put that money right in Jeff Bezos' pocket immediately. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, $40,000 a year farmers, Walmart employees, and other ditch diggers for supporting this message and supporting me, supporting my political ambitions. We got to give that money right to Jeff Bezos now. If I could take the money from a drowned child and give it to Jeff Bezos directly, I would. That's how patriotic I am. Vote for me. You see that R? You see that R right next to him? R means right, and that means good. Oh, some people died in a flood. Yeah, Joe Biden did that. Yeah, Joe Biden, am I right? I mean, come on, Joe Biden over here. Deep state. It's probably, you know what Charlie Kirk said, and I agree with this because I'm an idiot. Charlie Kirk said it probably was DEI. And you know what? I think I have to agree. I guarantee you there was a black person somewhere along. I bet you they were just waiting. I bet you they were doing that black person thing with their nails. And they were like painting, because only black people do that with their nails, right? I bet you they were painting their nails, and they should have sent out the early warnings, but they didn't, right? Because they have that position because of their color of their skin and not because they're competent. That's what it was. I have no proof of that. I have zero evidence of that being true, but I believe it. I believe it in my racist heart that somewhere down the line, a black person is to blame for this. I know it's true. I know it's true. Another part of the story that's not really being reported as much as it should. The numbers are way underreported. They're trying to keep this shit hovering around 100, 200 people. Way more people got caught up in this shit because of the lack of early warning. There were dozens of people caught completely off guard. There were probably people who literally woke up like water right up, on your bed, right? You're on the second floor of your house. And you're woken up by the river that is now your bedroom. Yeah, no, you're like, oh shit, like you can't even escape, right? Like, where do I go? Some people don't have attics. We're talking about some people are very old. Like they can't just crawl out of their window, get on the roof like some of us could. Like I could probably do that, right? I probably couldn't do that if I was 70 years old or if I was a child. Oh, really, Eric? Well, there you go. Well, there you go. There you go. There's the black. There it is. There's the black guy. There we go. Make sure we get rid of that, and then this won't happen again until it happens again, and then there's some other excuse. Yeah, and that was when FEMA was supposedly well funded, right? That was like, heck of a job, Brownie. Heck of a job there with FEMA. Remember when Kanye West stood up for the people of New Orleans and said George Bush doesn't care about black people? And Mike Myers stood there in silence like a fucking coward. He's no longer standing in silence anymore on SNL. Right, with his Canadian flag shirt. Does anyone remember that? Kanye West? George Bush doesn't care about black people? I mean, it's a classic. Who hasn't seen it? All right, watch this. Doesn't care. Remember this stuff? I miss the old Kanye.
The shape of the city has changed dramatically, tragically, and perhaps irreversibly. There's now over 25 feet of water where there was once city streets and thriving neighborhoods.
I hate the way they portray us in the media. If you see a black family, it says...
Watch Michael Myers' face. That's the best part. Watch his face.
As they're looting. See a white family, it says they're looking for food. And you know it's been 5 days because most of the people are black And even for me to complain about, I would be a hypocrite because I've tried to turn away from the TV because it's too hard to watch. I've even been shopping before even giving a donation. So now
he's quivering. Like, he really, this is coming. It's such a shame what happened to Kanye. He really means this. You know, he really cares, and he wants to do something more effective than just fundraising and reading off a script like a Hollywood bitch, right? This is a guy I could respect. And now what do we got? We got the Heil Hitler Kanye, man. I mean, take your medicine, dude.
I'm calling my business manager right now to see what is the biggest amount I can give, and just to imagine if I was down there, and those are my people down there. So anybody out there that wants to do anything that we can help with the setup, the way America is set up to help the poor, the black people, the less well off as slow as possible. I mean, this is Red Cross is doing everything they can.
He's such a coward. He's even afraid to nod in agreement to what is obviously true, to what is obvious. That's how big of a coward. That's how concerned he was for his little career. Like, this is peak, Austin Powers, Mike Myers, right? I'm so worried about my career. That's how much of a coward Mike Myers is here, right? Can't even give him like that's a good point, right? Terrified. I don't agree with any of these statements. These statements are completely off script. No, this is off script. This is off script. Nope, this isn't good. Mainstream media news, they're not going to like this. I have a job to do.
Already realized a lot of the people that could.
All right. Okay, I take it back. He literally immediately starts nodding, proving me wrong. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll be wrong. MSNBC. Oh my God, remember this logo? I remember this logo.
I mean, this is Red Cross is doing everything they can. We already realize a lot of.
So he nods his head during the Red Cross thing. Okay, that's politically safe. We can agree with that. Yep, we can agree with that. I don't know if I can agree with the U.S. government because I'm a patriot. This is after 9/11. Oh, the U.S. government. I don't know. It's not fair to criticize George Bush anymore. I don't know if I agree with any of those criticisms. But yeah, the Red Cross is good. I like Red Cross. They're professionals. Yeah.
People that could help are at war right now, fighting another way, and they've given them permission to go down and shoot us.
And subtle, but
because that's not true. They didn't get permission to shoot anybody.
Help are at war right now, fighting another way, and they've given them permission to go down and shoot us.
And subtle, but in even many ways more profoundly devastating, is the lasting damage to the survivors' will to rebuild and remain in the area. The destruction of the spirit of the people of southern Louisiana and Mississippi may end up being the most tragic loss of all.
You're such a bitch, dude. You're such a bitch.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Whoa!
Please.
Whoa! He's 100% worried about his career, right? That's what we're seeing on his face. That's what we're seeing on his face. Just total, like, oh my God, you just Lorne Michaels isn't going to let me back on TV anymore. Look at his face.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
What do I do? What do I do? How do I react? How do I react? Oh, cut. Get out of there. Get out of there. Let's get to Chris Tucker. People like Chris Tucker. Oh. They're not going to let me do another Austin Powers if you keep talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. And it's crazy. That was a controversial statement, and honestly, there's nothing controversial about it. He put this stupid asshole who had literally no experience whatsoever in disaster relief or prevention in charge of FEMA. It was wildly incompetent, didn't deserve to be there. It was a total favor for a rich friend that George Bush did, putting him in charge of FEMA. I think he used to be in charge of horse races or like equestrian rich people, like horse shows. That was his previous experience. Right, totally uncontroversial, right? But post 9/11, George Bush is untouchable. You can't say that. You can't say he's an abject failure, right? All this neoliberal tone policing. Be careful what you say. You might lose your career. And no. It's that very weakness that has actually brought us to this moment right now, right? This coddling of corruption. And why does the media do that? Because the neoliberals are participating in similar corruption, and they don't want scrutiny on those behaviors. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want your prying eyes on her stock portfolio, right? That's why we see this bipartisan consensus on the corruption. And they haven't been guarding against fascism for decades, these neoliberals. And we're feeling it right now. Anyway, let's watch this video here. Aaron Burnett astounded as rescuer says Texas underestimating missing by hundreds. This doesn't surprise me. I'm sure, months later, Texas will put out a quiet little, oh, by the way, the death toll was like 450 people. We've been saying 200 for like months now, but it was actually 450. It's okay. It's okay. Aaron Burnett will be too busy talking about, Donald Trump's testicles slipping out of his, boxer shorts at a golf course to follow up on this story. So don't worry. She's going to be so wildly distracted. I mean, she's only a multimillionaire working for a multi-billion-dollar company with a massive staff of hundreds of researchers and all kinds of, logistical ability. I mean, how can we expect CNN to, follow up on this when Texas quietly releases the actual death toll numbers and CNN we're too busy talking about Trump. We don't have time to follow up on this. We're only a multi-billion-dollar news organization.
Let's go now to Ryan Loeb, Deputy Incident.
Can't blame him. I didn't see it coming either. I understand Mike Myers being like, whoa, okay, but like, he was clearly like, don't talk about this. He was like following the script to a T. You're ruining my career just by standing next to me saying these rather mild criticisms, right, of the government. So I'm not going to give him a break on that one. Okay, it's okay. You're a little surprised by the comments there, but no, he just like, shut up, Kanye, shut up. Stop criticizing the Bush administration. And, retroactively, Kanye couldn't be more correct. Imaginary chud child. Oh, of course. Sorry. My bad.
And commander with the United.
It's hard to keep all my straw mans, in my head all at the same time. Sorry about that.
Cajun Navy. And I appreciate your taking the time. I know you are working to try to rescue, to try to find survivors. And you hear tonight Governor Abbott saying there's 170 people missing, 161 in Kirk County alone, where you've been spending your time trying to find people. Look, obviously the number out there earlier today had been 18, and now that's a huge spike to more than 170. But you've been there. I mean, did you always expect that number to spike like this?
Some weed. I'll be right back. Sorry.
To be honest, personally, I think the number is closer to 500 to 600. That's my personal opinion. I'm not gonna state that for anybody else, but just where we're at in Center Point, if you go up the river within about 2 miles, there were multiple RV parks, campgrounds, and all of those people are missing. I've talked to two of the the business owners, and they said they weren't sure exactly how many people were there, but there were up to 100 vehicles at some of these places, and that's not being reported. So that's where I believe there's a lot of miscommunication because of the children missing, because of the camps. The focus was there, and also due to how far spread this disaster is over just a river that's 60 miles long. It's, I mean, no matter how many resources you have, it's gonna, just for the government, it's gonna be a difficult task. And
of course, Abbott would, with a straight face, lie to the parents of those dead kids about who's to blame, and I don't think would lose a single minute of sleep. We need to remember who we're dealing with here: sociopathic nihilists, right? Sociopaths. Okay? Human suffering? Only if it hurts me politically will I pretend to care.
This has never happened like this before. So them getting people all the way down here is very, very tough.
Jesus. Look, and this footage is devastating. Don't make jokes about this. These are the girls. I think these are the girls in the fucking cabin being swept away. I'm almost certain that's what this footage is. That what we are seeing, these teenage girls in these cabins floating away into oblivion.
You know, our organization has taken up the task to,
I'm not 100% certain. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% certain. But this is horrific. This is horrific. It's kind of comedic in like a cartoonish way. But I mean, think about this, man. I mean, you could die at any second. It could flip over. It could sink. I mean, you're not safe. You're not safe at all. Like, even if you get on the roof, which is the smartest thing to do, in my opinion. Even if you find your way up on the fucking roof, and like I said, some people can't, there's still a chance that the whole thing could go, like, tip over. I mean, it's horrific. Horrific.
You know, our organization has taken up the task to...
Kind of looks like dudes. Kind of looks like there's dudes in there. I don't know.
You know, take this part of the river on and, begin doing the work that, the foot crews, the people who are volunteering, the wonderful people who are spent their time, going through the woods, going through the wreckage.
Yeah.
But now the hard part is this kind of the special projects aspect of it. Right now, we're pumping out water out of areas that are 40 feet deep and probably an acre in size. I'm looking at it right now. And we've got 3 or 4 cars in there. We've pulled a trailer out. And we pulled out the axle of a trailer, and the water filled in, which means the trailer inside actually had air in it. So we've got multiple puddles like that where we are checking for all the unfortunate things. But we've had dogs hit areas. There is so much to do that. This is just the beginning, really. Now that the rains ended and that the waters are starting to calm some, we are just now being able to assess truly what we are up against, especially in this part of the river that we've, really.
And look, MAGA 2025. I was about to say, let's be real. I mean, a good chunk of these people will continue to vote conservative. And that's not a failure of the left. Like, we got to stop putting that on our shoulders, right? So people are just gonna, they're gonna do that. They're gonna, they've made it into a kind of pseudo religion, contrarianism. Don't blame yourself, lefties.
We've been assisting with just outside of Center Point.
When you talk about those RV parks, what these numbers could be, I mean, the numbers you're sharing are obviously hard to hear and horrifying.
I was raised in a trailer.
Ryan, we spoke yesterday. You shared a powerful story about when you saw a child's Bible with the verses highlighted. Favorite verse?
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Aaron Burnett. Yeah, he saw a dirty Bible. Okay. So here's a little entertainment. Destiny getting raked over the coals on Piers Morgan about being an edgy asshole about the victims in Florida, right? Basically, I think he said something about fuck around, find out, or whatever. The usual nonsense. Now, Destiny is going to say a lot of things that I totally agree with, which is a shame, right? That he undermines himself and his own message with his desire. He can't help himself. He stopped he stopped aging that part of his brain at 15. You know, he got a little audience during the StarCraft days, and it just didn't, and we're just done evolving. And I'm just going to be a petulant edgelord undermining my own message with a bunch of fucking blabber because I want to this is my version of a tough guy, right? So I'm going to say some edgy shit about how I want people to kill themselves, or it's funny that people die, or whatever the fuck, right? Because that's why he got kicked off Twitch, because he said he thought it was funny that a trans person committed suicide, I believe. Right? Oh, ha ha ha. How about you show to the world that you're a fucking man and control yourself, right? Because he's very smart, very with it, very quick, could be a strong advocate for the progressive left, and he lets his little ego get in the way, right? His version of puffing up his chest, some facsimile from the fucking early 2000s edgelord era. He's still doing it. N-word is my super weapon kind of shit. You're a grown-ass man. I think you're in your 40s. You're still with it. You're still very smart. You're not smoking weed like I am. Fucking mad bitches. That's great for you. My message to Destiny is, for the love of God, stop undermining yourself. You know? You can't tell me what to say. You can't police my language. You can't I'm not going to self-censor, not for you and not for anybody. You could, well, it's not a free country, but you can still say whatever you want in this country. Technically, empire. What do we call it now? Trumplandia? It ain't America. Okay. No, you can say whatever the hell you want, right? But it's like this idea that, you know, you can say things and that you're somehow immune to judgment is ludicrous. Yeah, his personal life is a mess. He's not a very good father for everything that I've observed, which is quite an offensive thing to say. You know, them's fighting words. Someone calls me a bad dad, I'm busting out the fists, right? Maybe not. Like, we got to be able to control ourselves. But you know what I mean? You're not going to be my buddy after saying that, and that's perfectly fine. But all the evidence that I've seen of Destiny is not that great of a dad. Okay, and I don't say that lightly. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to be proved wrong on that. He's like a Nazi. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say that. He is a Z-level celebrity who's caught up his own asshole, and he's very smart and he's very capable, but he is undermining himself. And I would number one culprit I would put on his ego. Yeah, does he? Is he still making excuses for Israel? Is he still doing that? I don't think so. I think he's acknowledging what is happening in Palestine as a genocide. I think he's doing that. Because doesn't Ethan Klein have some problems with him? I don't pay that close attention. Anyway, here's Destiny, who's, like I said, going to say some things that I agree with here. But, you know, undermining himself and, you know, opening himself up for a clown like Piers Morgan to make him and this other conservative asshole on the right here, you know, to make them seem more moral, right? When these guys are the fucking genocide supporters. Well, Piers Morgan's off the genocide train now. After Israel made it literally official state policy to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Anyway, like I said, Destiny, like, I don't agree with Destiny's politics. I think he's basically a neoliberal who, you know, supports mediocrity and corruption, right? He's one of these guys that says, you know, there's no choice but to be just as corrupt as the Republicans because that's the only way to win, right? Makes a bunch of excuses for corporate neoliberals. So I disagree with his politics, but, you know, he could still be a positive force for the left, even if it's not democratic socialism and it's more just actual bog standard liberalism. But he stabs himself. He cuts himself open. He makes himself look like a child. He makes himself look like a child on social media, right? And it's like oh, I get to say what I want, and I could be an edgelord, and you're just jealous because I'm so successful. It's okay, man. Look, you got a fucking clown nose like motherfucking Piers Morgan over here, making you look stupid to the dum-dums. No matter how fast you say it or how correct what you're saying, you know, you're doing their job for them, right? You'll see what I mean.
President there, but
Destiny, I want to ask you a question. So, a woman called Kylie Jane Kramer posted on X. I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? Then I saw this. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 46 minutes around 4 a.m. That doesn't even seem natural. To which you reposted this, and you put your own words. I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN, promo code Destiny, to get around the Texas porn ban.
Is that worth it? Right? Tell me how this isn't masturbation. Right? Because Vosh and Destiny kind of agree. Like, why don't we just act like they act when a natural disaster hits a leftist area and celebrate it and make jokes? Why not? They do it anyway, right? That's their argument, is that even if we do tiptoe and we're considerate, they act this way anyway. So why not? And I go back to this idea that, like, I thought we're better than these ghouls. That's my whole thing. Is like I consider myself better than your average conservative, right? And then, just because I have morality, I have principles, and I believe in that shit. I try to live my life that way. I'm not religious, but I have a set of values that I try to live by. And I back that shit up every opportunity. I believe conservatives, most of the time, don't. And I believe that is better. That's a good thing. I'm not trying to say, like, I'm better than they are in terms of, like, I'm inherently better. But I'm simply saying my decisions are better than their decisions. They are deciding on this path of conservatism. I am deciding on this path of democratic socialism, and I believe it is better. I believe it's more moral, it's more just. So if I truly believe that my ideology and my principles are better, why? Outside of masturbation, outside of just simply the schadenfreude, right? The pleasure of going, ha ha, told you so. Outside of that carnal pleasure, how is this helping the leftist movement? And if you go, well, Destiny say, I don't care about the leftist movement. I'm just expressing myself. If you're a commentator on the left, a political commentator on the left, and I feel like it's safe to say that's how Destiny identifies himself. I don't think he continues to identify himself as a professional gamer, right? I think he would consider himself a commentator in the political realm. I believe people who are in that position do have an obligation to think about the movement. I do believe those people, right? You're not just a regular Joe. You're putting the camera and the microphone in front of your face. You're putting your opinion out there. You're gathering an audience. You have a fucking responsibility to the movement, to the political movement. No, I don't. No, I don't. I should be able to say what I want. It's free speech absolutist. You're allowed to say whatever the hell you want to say. But you're not allowed to live in a delusional state where your words don't have political effect. Because here we see right-wing, corporate defending, empire defending, military-industrial complex defending, conservative, crypto-conservative, because he pretends he's not conservative when we all know damn well he is. This clown, this grifter, Piers Morgan, right? You set him up. You set him right up. No, dead kids, NordVPN promo code? Trying to burn them on the porn ban? That's my question to the audience. Is this worth it? Right? Sure. I acknowledge it feels good. Told you so. Climate change is real. And maybe we shouldn't blame it on the gays. Maybe it actually doesn't have anything to do with butt sex. Right? Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay. But is it helping the movement? Is it? And it's like, if you're trying to say he shouldn't be worrying about the movement, I disagree with that fundamentally, because he is a political commentator, supposedly representing a faction of the left. A faction of the left. Because look, we're the dink around stage is over, right? The fuck around stage is over. We're in a pre-Civil War environment. Our liberty, I mean, they're putting more money into ICE than any other military on planet Earth. The plan is clear. Full-blown police state authoritarianism, similar to Russia. The dink around stage is over. The masturbation stage is over. You're either helping the movement, fighting dictatorial fascism, or you're jerking us off. Right? Serious business time. And this doesn't feel serious. This feels like, hearkening back to 2002, right? Throw in your Avril Lavigne. Get your Maroon 5 ready. And should we allow Destiny to damage the leftist movement for his own masturbation? Or should we call this shit out? Because, yeah, it's not about free speech. You can say whatever the fuck you want. It's about accountability, actually. And if you want to gallivant, talk about I represent the left, we can't be letting you get away with this shit. What are you supposed to be, an agent provocateur? Are you trying to make us look bad? You trying to make us look like a bunch of petulant clowns? Or what? Get serious, Destiny.
On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely
No, I think it was good. I think it's a great thing.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
The hand wringing here. Oh my God! Stop. If you want to talk about dead children.
And then he gets into his whataboutism argument, which last time I checked is a bitch way to argue, right? Oh, the right does it. Well, they do it. The right does it all the time. Last time I checked, that's how toddlers argue when sister got an extra cookie. Well, Susie got an extra cookie. How come I can't get a cookie? What about Susie?
You should talk about the residents of Kerr County who rejected using ARPA funds to build the very siren system that Ted Cruz was over here virtue signaling about. Now that the kids are dead, last I checked, the siren system isn't bringing anybody back to life.
Look,
the very same system.
They don't care about them kids. They made a political decision that hurts them kids, right? So you're going to claim the morality, right? You're going to be like, well, that's pretty disgusting, right? They don't care about children. And then in the same breath, make a joke about dead kids. So which side are you on, man?
That they could have built for the better part of the last decade. Yeah. They didn't want to touch those ARPA funds because they thought that if they did, Biden would go and steal their homes, which is the exact same lie that was told in North Carolina when people were rejecting FEMA funds because they thought that if the government was giving them money for their houses, they'd steal it. If you want to talk about grotesque and ghoulish things that are being said,
it's what you put online. I agree with you. It's what you run online. It is grotesque. It's disgusting. But I mean, I guess that's what you do.
How long have people like you? How long have people Shoigu told us that if we spend less money in Ukraine, you guys are going to spend more money investing in things like infrastructure in the United States. Where is that money going?
We just had another
massive debt increase. Another massive debt increase for more tax.
But so you see, so how counterproductive it is, right? So he masturbates in front of everybody with his little Twitter comment, and it's supposed to be okay because I did like a 90-second word salad on some dickhead's talk show. It does more damage, right? I understand it's pleasurable, but the shit that we put on the internet, if we are political commentators, if we are part of this blogosphere, whatever the fuck you want to call it, we do have a responsibility. Because, as much as we all hate guilt by association, it's very effective.
For wealthy people. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
All right, let me get a Ben.
How's that deficit doing?
Don't talk over each other. All right, but Destiny, just to be clear, you don't regret posting, I heard God kill those kids because they were using NordVPN
I'm not going to sit here and argue about jokes on Twitter while you allow the very same misinformation to spread on this program that leads to...
So two wrongs don't make it right. I thought we're better than these people. Why are we making it easier for them when they're already winning? Outside of self-pleasure, it does not make sense to me to make those kind of statements. And we're at a phase of this revolution, this toxic revolution, this fascist revolution. We're out of time to play these kind of games. We don't have time to get bogged down in such juvenile bullshit. We need seriousness. We need consideration. We need adults. We don't need man-children. It's okay. It's okay that I did it. You guys are just as morally reprehensible. You guys are just as bad. And you did. What about this? And what about that? What about this? It doesn't change a fucking thing, does it? Because it's still ugly. It's still gross. It's still counterproductive. Still effective against any bullet, anything that they can push against leftist momentum. It's yet another thing that they're going to ask Zoran Mamdani about. Maybe not, probably not. Destiny isn't that big of a deal, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, is his masturbation worth the damage it does to the leftist movement? I argue no. Vosh argues yes. I argue no.
People not putting up siren systems, okay, because they think that Biden is going to go steal their homes.
That wasn't my question.
I think it is absolutely insane.
Wasn't my question.
It's insane that you want to go and hand bring...
Because he has to what about? He has to go to different directions, has to pivot, because, he's a debater. He understands that there's no way winning this argument of... it felt good, and I just, like Quentin Tarantino, right? Because it feels good, Jan, right? When asked about violence in his movies, right? Well, this isn't movies, this is politics. And, look, man, you got to play the fucking game, dude.
Liberals over jokes that are not even half as crazy as some of the things these conservatives say.
Okay, but just to be clear, you don't regret doing it. Just to be clear.
I mean, it's all true, but I thought we're better than the conservatives. To me, that's the crux of it. It's like I consider myself better than these fucking scumbags, these valueless grifters, right? Real fucking nihilists, right? I consider myself better than them. And if you want to judge me, oh, you got an ego and no one's better than anybody. No. All right, there are sets of moral values that people hold, and certain ones are superior to the other. Okay. We're getting into philosophy, right? What is the definition of good and bad, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, eventually, you got to make a decision. All right, you're not Aristotle over here. Okay, you got to pick a side. What is right and wrong? You do have to make that decision. Use it to the best of your ability, to the best of your knowledge. What is right and wrong? You do have to make that decision. And what some people consider what is right and wrong, is incorrect, right? Oh, we gotta take food from people's mouths. Hungry people work harder, right? That's a set of morality that a lot of people have. We live in a meritocracy, so you shouldn't be taking handouts from the government because you're stealing. Like, that's a value that they hold. That's inferior to the value that I hold, which is that we help people. If you're in need, you get help. If you need a job, you get training. If you need education, you get educated. You need food, you get a sandwich. I believe my moral value is superior to their Ayn Randian POV. Of course, woke patriot, no problem. There's only so much of me that people can take, and I totally understand that. Have yourself a good weekend, and thank you for tuning in, Woke Patriot. So this is what Destiny was talking about. I've talked about this as well. They turned down funds for a warning system. Big props to Woke Patriot, and thank you for your contributions in the Discord. But yeah, turn down an early warning system. We don't want to be bought. Right-wingers spread a rumor, spread a lie that if we take this money, Joe Biden's going to take your house. Right? Totally untrue, surely. Yeah, Star Troopian, right? So it's like, I understand it sounds egotistical to say that I think I'm better than you, but really I'm just trying to say is that I think I am better. I think my moral values, my principles are better than conservative ones. I think they are superior. I think, the way that I want to run the world, the way that I want my leaders to run the world is superior to the conservative point of view. And it's like, you got to take a stand. You got to put your foot down in that shit. What's right and wrong? What do you agree with? Right? Yeah, I agree, long leg Homo sapien. That's, it doesn't feel, we're not good at it. We should be the good guys, and we should represent ourselves in that way. And I know that shit's corny, but we want to feed people. We want to house people. We want to educate people, right? We want to install early warning systems. They want to remove those things. They want to take those things away. That means something, right? So anyway, are we the baddies? We have little skulls on our hat. Right? Anyway, here's Charlie Kirk. I think he just tries, he just throws shit against the wall, sees what sticks, right? And I think that was one of these days. I don't think he's going to continue to talk about this because it really didn't go anywhere. But black people, it was a black person. The death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI. Just disgusting, utterly disgusting racism. Disgusting racism. Blatant, overt racism, Try to build our own movement on pure misinformation and racism too, but we would probably never get off the ground doing that shit. It's like, look, I kind of understand this instinct to it worked for them. Shouldn't we emulate it? But it's like, no, we need to have a more Nietzschean kind of attitude about this. We need to forge a new way. We have to become better than the people around you. We have to strive to become better. We can't. We shouldn't settle for emulation of our enemies. We should work towards something, if it's scary or new. That is, and it's hard and it's difficult. That's the direction we should go in. We should lean on our strengths, like empathy and kindness, right? We should become more woke, more accepting of gay people. Double down on gay people are human beings. Double down on supporting immigration instead of running from it. Yeah, but we also, at the same time, paradoxically, we have to be careful to not go too far with the tolerance because we can start tolerating intolerance. And that's how you get fascism. The media demanded, this is a good point from Scary Lawyer Guy, friend of the Grateful Dead here. The media demanded think tank level specific policy plans from Kamala Harris while letting this guy bullshit his way through the entire campaign. That is objectively true. Kid gloves the entire way for Donald Trump, not just from the right, from the entire media establishment. 100% true. Oh, well, no harm done. Just more than 100 dead Texans, many of whom are kids. Trump over here saying, maybe they should have had bells or something go off, huh? Yeah, maybe. Only in, it's just, it's, yeah, maybe. Yeah, really? You think so? Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Should we paint everything orange and call it the Trump early warning system? Is that how we get our common sense back? We just start putting the Trump logo. It's Trump universal health care. It's the Trump, Trump free education program. Well, okay, I would do it. I'd paint my face orange. Right. If my once a year in honor of Donald Trump, if my kid got fully paid for college education, it's Trump college education, baby. It's legitimate. He paid for the whole thing. You got to put your orange makeup on in respect. Okay. The Trump college, free Trump college, call it whatever. But he doesn't want, he wants his name on everything, but he doesn't want to help people. The bells would be under the water. You fool. And it would just be a bell. It would just be like a little bell on a post. Early morning, when the wind blows really hard, those bells get going. And you're like, "Oh, those bells are ringing." It's Trump early warning system, one bell. The way the entire media apparatus has enabled this glue-eating toddler of a president needs to be studied in psych university departments for centuries. Well, only if we win. Only if the left takes back, because, going after the education, and, of course, history itself, being written by the victors. There's no guarantee that we'll be able to put that in the history books. Study that. So FEMA failed July 5th as flood waters were starting to recede. FEMA received 3,027 calls from disaster survivors and answered 318, or roughly 99.7%. Not bad. The documents show. Contractors with 4 major call center companies answered the vast majority of calls. Great. That evening, however, and this is really unbelievable, I don't understand how this is supposed to help even a fascist authoritarian takeover. Like, how is this supposed to help with your Project 2025? But no, listen to this. That evening, however, Mrs. Nome did not renew the contracts with the 4 companies, and hundreds of contractors were fired, according to the documents and the person briefed on the matter. So, mid-disaster, continuing with the Doge, continuing with the cuts, unfazed, mid-example as to why you should not do this, right in the middle of it, lets this contract expire with these call centers, and boof, the next day, July 6th, FEMA received 2,363 calls and only answered 846. Roughly 35.8%. In the middle of the disaster. It's something else. I mean, it's like, is the goal straight up just to hurt people? Is that really the goal? Conservative, right? Conservative, liberal. Oh, people are suffering? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really neat. I don't get it. I do the best that I can to avoid the word evil, but it just keeps coming up. It just keeps coming up. What else is this other than evil? Doesn't even delay it. Oh, maybe give us an extra month. Yeah, we'll renew it for a month, and once things have quieted down, then I'll cut, right? Obviously, now's not a good time. Right in the middle of this disaster, we're expecting a massive load of calls tomorrow. Let's just keep it going for a couple more months, and then quietly I'll cut these contracts, later. Nope. Nothing changes. Cut away. Who cares? Honestly, I don't, I've never seen anything like it before. I mean, like, the Bush administration was something else, right? I mean, we just, showed that great example of Katrina and, conservatives failing people. But, I mean, this is just, George Bush would never, nobody, even Brownie would be like, yeah, I don't think we should cut those contracts. Right? Even Brownie wouldn't have done that. Every couple of weeks in January, in every stage, Republicans are either getting destroyed or underperforming. Yeah, no, if democracy is allowed to proceed, the Republicans are going to get their asses completely stomped in the midterms. No doubt about it. Bush would be a breath of fresh air. Yeah, he would be, he would definitely seem more sane, but I don't know, because like he built the foundation that Donald Trump stood upon, right? Fuck Keith Olbermann. Unforgivable. FEMA missed thousands of calls from Texas flood victims after Nome fired contractors. So we just talked about that. Just another article to back that up. Common Dreams, good stuff. Some really horrific details in here. Heavily recommend you read it. This bitch couldn't look more bored. Probably thinking about her next Botox injection. Take a look at the before and after. What this woman used to look like before this modification. After delaying FEMA response for 3 days, 72 hours. Why? Because she doesn't check her email every day. Because she's not a real professional. She's a poser, just like everyone else. Nome calls to eliminate agency due to slow Texas response. So yeah, you heard that right. So she gets in charge, institutes a rule that says anything that's going to cost more than $100,000, you need my approval before you can proceed. Which is literally any emergency anywhere. Okay, a fucking, a chicken pox goes off in a small town, you're going to spend $100,000. So she's now using her failure to respond, which of course she's not acknowledging, doesn't exist, fake news, you're evil for even asking. So she's now using that as an excuse, as another example, as to why she needs to proceed with eliminating FEMA altogether. And once again, I ask, even for a fascist dictatorship, even the Soviet Union had to respond to Chernobyl, right? Like they needed a response team. Like even, you know what I mean? Like even in the worst fucking dictatorships, they still need the ability to respond to climate emergencies and what have you, even if it's just for the rich. And she's like, no, cut it all out. Cut it all, gone. Get rid of it. Are you going to replace it? Oh, yeah, we're going to replace it with something way, way better, way better, way better. What is it? We'll figure it out. Kind of vibe it out a bit. Vibe it out a bit. After we've eliminated this agency, we'll just kind of play it by ear, see how it goes. You're going to love the savings. Congressional Democrats want investigations, quote unquote, at every level of government of what went wrong and to stop the dismantling of federal agencies. Don't tell the Supreme Court that. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, by the way, we used to call, it's kind of a new thing, talk about the Bush administration. We didn't used to call America the homeland. Anyway, U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, renewed her call Wednesday to, quote-unquote, eliminate the Federal Emergency Management Agency, calling it slow to respond to the deadly floods that have killed more than 120 people. I mean, you can't make this shit up. She was the X factor in the delay. She didn't respond to a fucking email. She set that system up to do that. But that quote-unquote slow response was the direct result of a policy put in place by Noem herself, according to 4 FEMA officials who spoke to CNN. So I've told you about that. Right? They're framing it as rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Laugh with me. Multiple anonymous officials, including ones from FEMA, warned that at the time that it could cause massive delays in cases of emergency, especially as hurricane season began to ramp up. That appears to have been what happened. Appears to be what happened in Texas, according to the 4 officials who spoke to CNN. "Quote unquote," FEMA ran into bureaucratic obstacles as a result of this requirement. Compared to the billions that are typically required to respond to disasters, officials said $100,000 is essentially pennies. I mean, that's wild stuff, man. I mean, that's wild stuff. That's like lighting all the furniture in your house on fire and then, and then blaming, well, someone keeps lighting my furniture on fire. Right? And then using that as an excuse to, I don't know, bomb another country or something. Well, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it unless someone keeps lighting my fucking couch on fire. We have video of you lighting your couch on fire. We gotta catch the person doing this.
And we are continuing to follow.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a much better example, long leg. It's like slashing the tires of the fire trucks and then calling for dismantling of the fire department for slow responses. 100%. Thank you. Much better than my example. I've never seen anything like it. And it's a mixture of corruption, hatred, and full-blown, straight-up, I'm dumb incompetence, right? Because we're talking about fake it till we make it posers, right? I mean, people that just like look good, sound good. They don't do the academics. They don't do the reading, right? And they don't have to in the conservative circles. Like, you don't have to. Right? Just say the right thing, show up to the right places, network with the right people, suck this person off, blow this person, good to go. Right? Here's a video kind of covering these topics that we talked about.
Follow our top story tonight as search and rescue teams in Central Texas look for the more than 160 people still missing.
Well, the good news is, Lenny, is that those places that are going to be hit with hurricanes no longer have to worry about their, tax dollars going to some federal boondoggle that doesn't do jack shit for them. I'm sure those hurricane victims are going to be sitting around and thinking, I'm really glad we're not, wasting money on FEMA right now. I mean, that would really be the cherry on top of this shit Sunday. Getting my house destroyed by a hurricane would be, knowing my tax dollars going to some bloated federal department that's supposed to give me food and water and shelter in times of an emergency. No. I'm happy to scrape by with whatever resources my crappy church or elementary school is able to provide. That's the American way, right? Bootstraps.
After last week's flash flooding, President Trump signed a federal disaster declaration at the request of Governor Greg Abbott. That allows FEMA to deploy its resources.
There's a lot of people waking up. There's a lot of people who have been in a political coma basically their whole lives that are, kind of waking up like, wow, this is really happening.
The area, but this
one big key element to that is ICE, by the way. ICE is radicalizing millions of Americans every single day.
Comes not long after the president said he wants to shut the agency down.
You bet it.
Joining us now is Deanne Criswell. She served as the FEMA administrator under President Biden, I should say. And
all right. You get where this is going. I have a much better video to show you. Anybody remember this guy? Anybody remember this guy? Wait. There we go. Anybody remember this guy?
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill.
Hold on. You know what's better than the Bill Nye the Science Guy theme song? The Bill Guy the Science Guy theme song in Japanese. No, that's English. No, Chinese. Sorry, the Bill Nye the Science Guy theme in Chinese. I'm a racist, obviously. Enjoy. It's even better.
比尔是科学家。比尔是科学家。Beer, beer, 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 beer. 比尔是科学家。
科学定律。
比尔是科学家。
惯性是物质的性质之一。
比尔是科学家。
倒数7秒，计时开始。
比尔是科学家。
I love the idea of a patriotic young patriotic Chinese child watching Bill Nye the fucking Science Guy. There's something really funny to me about that, right? He's got like Chinese communism shit all over the house. Watching Disney Presents Bill Nye the Science Guy. Anyway, Bill Nye would like to remind you that it's kind of interesting how all of these are once in a lifetime floods. They seem to be occurring quite a bit. Gee, is there what do you guys think? What's the reason? It's either gay sex, could be transsexuals trying to live their life, just trying to live a normal life. Let's see, what could it be? I don't know, liberal wokeism, like just liberals being whiny pussy bitches. Right, and they just don't want to suck it up, and just have just like it's just a little rain, bitch. Like what do you think is his reason why these once in a lifetime climate events seem to be happening so often? I wonder immigrants. There we go, Democrat weather machines. I didn't even think of that. Of course, fucking course, Democrat weather, because they're always talking about that. Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about that quite a bit, and everyone knows Marjorie Taylor Greene is on the up and up, right? I mean, she has no fucking idea what she's talking about, right? So that makes her somehow legitimate in this modern news landscape. Yeah, she's like really down to earth, right? And she's like a total fucking moron, right? Totally wildly uninformed. She'll believe any grifter that walks up to her. So, pretty legitimate source.
We're continuing to
Biden? I didn't even think about that. You know that motherfucker's up to this. That makes perfect sense. You know what? That motherfucker should be in jail. Unironically, Joe Biden should be in jail right next to Barack Obama. Anyway, let's keep moving.
We're continuing to follow the desperate search in Texas. Last hour, officials said at least. We're continuing to follow the desperate search in Texas. Last hour, officials said at least
Home Depot workers.
119 people have died.
That's a good one.
And even more remain missing.
That's a good one.
In New Mexico,
because those guys should be raking the forests, right? And that would probably help with this. They should be raking the forests and stuff. If they really cared about America.
Residents experienced similar
like
panic
Americans
during
do.
record-breaking, that's what they called it, floodwaters. That was yesterday.
Biden's very
a river
rascally. It's true.
surged from less than 2 feet to more than 20 in less than an hour.
Mm-hmm.
At least 3 people were killed.
Yeah, you know what? You got a good point. This has Joe Biden written all over it, dude.
Nearly 100 people were rescued.
Right. This is deep state shit right here.
A really big flood just came, like a wall of flood. It came and it started going through, and that's when I started.
Like a blue wall, right? Like a blue wall. Okay. Things are starting to make a little bit more sense now.
Recording because it got so wild so quickly.
Wow.
In central
dude.
North Carolina, another quote.
So, well, if we're saying Joe Biden, we can just assume Iranian sleeper cells because we all know Joe Biden and Iran are basically connected at the hip.
Once in a 100.
This is fun. God, this is fun to just make shit up. You just do this all day, huh? And then you just get like a bunch of money. Oh man, this is great.
Year flood in Chicago, a quote 1 in 1,000-year rain event.
You bet it was.
That's all just this week. Joining me now to try to make sense of this and more is Bill Nye, the Science Guy. Thanks for being here.
It's good to be here.
They don't even play the fucking theme song. You don't even play the fucking theme song. CNN over here. Multi-billion-dollar. You can't even bust out a little Bill Nye side. Come on. Fucking stick up their ass.
I'm sorry. I really am sorry for all the trouble.
Yeah, I guess maybe the Bill Nye the Science Guy thing would be inappropriate to talk about the people that drowned. All right.
it's terrible. And so just that last part of
Notebook
what we were
laptop
describing.
Had the storm predicted.
You keep hearing once in a lifetime, once in 100 years, once in 1,000 years. At this point, it's not anymore. It's just where we are with the climate and the environment.
Oh, is that the direction you guys? Oh, that's the direction. Oh, okay. I didn't see that until now.
Oh, that's, as we like to say, our side of it, the science side of it. This is exactly what was predicted. It's very difficult to tie any one weather event to climate change. However,
no, gay sex, right?
The warm weather events
Home Depot
are
guys.
actually easier to tie to climate change. And so the other problem that happened in the hill country in Texas is this business of the Tony escarpment, where the air mass got lifted. So it spread out and the rain came down.
All right, you get the fucking point. You get the fucking point. Climate change. It's fucking climate change, okay? It's climate change. It's climate change. No, believe it or not, it's not immigration. I know. That would be a lot of fun. Wouldn't that be crazy? Donald Trump succeeds at kicking out every, person who's not here legally. Hundreds of millions of people. But all the natural disasters stop. For years. Not a tornado, not an earthquake. It all just stops. Who do you think would be more smug? Tucker Carlson or Steve Bannon? I give it to Tucker. Now, I told you so. Told you so. They were hurting the culture. The future of America. Look at that. We got rid of all the illegals. And now it's a paradise. All right. I can't keep going like this. 6 hours in, I gotta see how my family is doing. But I don't have time for everything, but I got time for Ukraine. All right. Look, we can talk about ICE, we can talk about Grok, we can talk about the UK. Really, there's amazing, interesting stuff in all this. That's it, mere 6 hours. XQC does like 12-hour streams every fucking day because he's just no life, no family, multi-millionaire, sitting in a pile of cash, just clicking away in a dank room for dozens of hours a day. Oh, but I get bitches, bro. Prove it, dude. Anyway, we could talk about trade, but I think what I would like to talk about, thank you, Smash. What I would like to talk about is Ukraine, because interesting things are happening. Turn this down a bit, sorry. But interesting things are happening in Ukraine. Donald Trump, we got into this a little bit for a couple minutes at the beginning of the stream. But Donald Trump is now hinting maybe, let me change the subject here. Maybe I'll help Ukraine. After begging and pleading and just doing everything that he possibly could to appease Trump, cutting Ukraine off, embarrassing Zelensky in front of the world. Just doing everything he possibly could to undermine Ukraine, and Zelensky, brilliant. Talk about history is going to remember and study Zelensky and how he handled Donald Trump. Absolutely. He's played Donald Trump so perfectly. Yes, sir. No, sir. I want to make a deal. Oh, you want minerals? Oh, you want to completely rape our country with a disgustingly exploitative mineral deal? Where do I sign? Where do I sign? Of course, you got to put defense guarantees in the contract. I'm not gonna sign anything with literally nothing. But hey, let's make a deal. Let's go. I'm sitting at the table. I'm already at the table. Where are you at, Donald? Where are you at, Donald? That's been Zelensky's strategy, and because Putin, his strategy is maximalist. You give me everything. I've won. Don't fuck around. You're my bitch. You're gonna do exactly what I tell you to do. You're gonna give me everything and then some. That's the only deal I'm making here. And because that's Putin's stance, and it's always been, Donald Trump has been forced in a way to consider helping Ukraine. Or the podcasters who kept telling us Ukraine is evil, going to reconcile with Trump. Well, they'll come up with something. You know what I mean? They'll come up with something. And talking or rising, the Hill over here. I love how they interview Glenn Greenwald about Trump or something, about the Texas floods or something. And we're just supposed to totally forget that Glenn Greenwald is a shameless supporter of Russia's invasion. Oh, but he's still legitimate. No, he's not. He threw his legitimacy in the fucking trash supporting Russia. So why the fuck are we going to Glenn Greenwald for any fucking thing? Crystal? Right? We're just supposed to forget these people, huh? That totally turn their back on sovereignty, on another country's sovereignty. And I'm not talking about, right, like a country with a really shaky kind of, history. I'm talking about a country that's been around since before Russia. Ukraine has existed before the formation of what we know now as Russia. There's no question of their legitimacy. I swear to God, if this was China, if China was in Russia or in Ukraine's boots, I'd be saying the same thing. No, we got to respect China's sovereignty. India can't just invade China. That's ridiculous. India can't just make a bunch of demands on Chinese territory and then, try to negotiate from there. They got to leave. Right? It's the same thing here. Do you respect the concept of sovereignty or not? No, I think strongmen and dictators who illegally invade countries that they want to, out of nostalgia for reconstituting an empire from 200 years ago. I support that. Well, and the reason why they support it's the goddamn ching ching. Tim Pool, Glenn Greenwald, the Aaron Mate. It's the goddamn ching ching. Anyway, Ukrainian. So this is pretty wild. Top of the news here. This is coming out just 2 days ago. Ukrainian intelligence officer shot dead in an assassination. This shit's wild. 2 undercover Russian assassins, one's a man, one's a woman, worm their way close to this guy, broad daylight, gun this guy down, blood out, dude, right there, right then and there. I don't know all the details, where exactly they shot this guy, but I do know it was broad daylight. Then these 2 motherfuckers, right, in a mad dash to get the hell out of there, end up in some kind of fucking shootout with the cops. They end up getting killed. So it's just James Bond kind of shit. I'm not trying to puff up the Russians over here, right? Because we, Ukraine got some licks in as well recently. But it's pretty wild shit, right? The undercover, living in Ukraine, living behind enemy lines. They see an opportunity, they're ready to act at any moment. They see an opportunity. They take this Ukrainian official out, and then we're running for our lives behind enemy lines, getting into gunfights with cops and shit. Real life, It's real life, born identity kind of shit. Once again, not to puff up the Russians over here, but this is war, right? We should expect these kind of actions from either side.
Into CNN, a spokesperson for U.S. envoy Keith Kellogg. Just into CNN, a spokesperson for U.S. envoy Keith Kellogg confirms to CNN that he will travel to Ukraine next week for a meeting with President Zelensky to continue, and I'm quoting now, an important dialogue between the 2 countries. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, at least 10 people have been killed as Russian missiles.
I swear to God, dude. I swear to fucking God. I could talk for 6 hours straight about how much I am not a fan of Sagar Antonetti. that motherfucker needs to drink a big, tall glass to shut the fuck up. And that dude gets in front of a camera every fucking day with his white puppet chiclet teeth to lie to us and continue to obfuscate and inject doubt and, ooh, I don't know. Meanwhile, it continues to carry gallons of water for a fascist dictatorship that rips apart the Constitution that he claims to care about. Sagar Anginetti still continues to carry water. Elbow to elbow, buddy with Tucker Carlson, one of the most dangerous crypto-fascists on the planet fucking Earth. And by the way, Sagar's supposed to be the sensible conservative. He's supposed to be the smart one. If Sagar Anginetti is the most positive representation of the conservative movement, that says everything about this movement. Because he's a liar, he's a charlatan, he's amoral. He thinks it's more dangerous for kids to wear masks during COVID than gun violence. I saw that shit live. Used to watch Breaking Points quite a bit. If Sagar Anginetti is the best that the conservatives have to offer, that tells you everything about that movement, because he's a fucking scumbag. And honestly, Crystal needs, look, I understand, she's like, I'm the liberal that talks to conservatives. I'm the liberal that has that debate. And it's like we're in a Hannity and Combs situation, right? Like, does anyone think Combs was a hero? Does anyone poor Combs, right? Or do people identify Combs for what he was, a liberal, useful idiot punching bag who allowed one of the most mediocre political commentators on planet Earth, Sean Hannity, to kick his ass every single day in front of a camera? Crystal Ball needs to ask herself that question. How are you actually adding legitimacy to this fascist movement by continuing to entertain a so-called honest debate with a character like Sagar Anginetti? Get fucking real. Sagar Anginetti is the enemy of democracy right now. He supports, even now, the movement to destroy democracy. So fuck off.
Bombarded the region overnight. A maternity hospital in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, has been evacuated after sustaining significant damages in that overnight strike. No injuries have been reported to any women or children, thank God, at least so far. This morning, Ukrainian officials are also investigating potential Russian ties to yesterday's brazen assassination in broad daylight on an SBU.
Is this the guy that was shot right here?
Agent. You can see him walking here before shots rang out, creating panic on the streets. Assassinations have played a key role in.
Wow. Okay, so they cut out the juicy parts. I'm kind of out of the loop on this. So I think this is the guy. So so this is the guy, and then the assassin is the one that we see walking. So they were probably hanging out in a car.
Also investigating potential.
Right, waiting for this guy to expose himself. They get out. I mean, this is like Soprano shit. Thank you,
Russian
Kim Goblin, for
ties
sticking
to
around.
Yesterday's brazen assassination in
Wow, so they get out, just straight up gun this guy down, and then that starts their, 5-star GTA Most Wanted run through Ukraine.
Daylight on an SBU.
Assassins are from Azerbaijan. Okay, that would give them cover to be in Ukraine, right, without suspicion.
Agent. You can see him walking here before shots rang out, creating panic on the streets. Assassinations have played a key role in both the Ukrainian and Russian plans since the war began. CNN's Tom Foreman has more.
Okay. I'm sticking to the conspiracy theory that I started months ago, that this man is a full-blown android. There is no human skeleton. It's all steel. Okay, I swear to God, this he's a fucking robot. He's a robot. All right? The seat that he's supposed to be sitting on is attached to him. Okay? This man's not human. Okay? Shut up. Lizard person? No. Robot. He's a robot.
CNN's Tom Foreman has more.
You saw him in an airport? Yeah, no. He's pretty short. Yeah, because he's a robot. You don't make robots tall. It's more expensive. okay, he has like a human leg attachment, of course, so people can see him in public. But like when he's just, when he's sitting there doing his 16-hour, sitting there on CNN for 16 straight hours, coldly reading the teleprompter there, he doesn't need those legs, right? So he's got it's like a little office chair attachment thing that he just puts there. Giving robots a bad name. Look, it's okay. He's a robot. He's been charged. He's plugged in.
Ever since Russia invaded Ukraine more than 3 years ago and the very visible fighting began, the Ukrainians have been mastering largely invisible warfare, picking off key Russian targets in places they...
Military targets, would you believe? Every single one of them. Wow, golly gee, what does that look like? Is that soccer? Sure.
Might have thought safe.
What we know what happened is that she was traveling in this vehicle when the vehicle blew up.
In 2022, the daughter of an outspoken Russian war supporter who also promoted the Russian cause.
Oh, wait, is this the daughter of, what's his nuts? The goddamn guru? Is that the daughter of the guru?
Was killed just outside Moscow.
Dugan. Yeah, Dugan. That's the daughter of Dugan. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome back, Stickers for Cookers. It's good to see you. I don't know about that username, man. God, I wish you would change that. Could you tell me what that name means? I hate that name.
In 2023, a pro-war Russian blogger was killed in St. Petersburg.
Yeah. Oh, that was the statue one, wasn't it? That was the one where they gave that motherfucker the statue? Holy shit. People like to talk about Israel and the beepers. No. Let's talk about the statue, the bust. Let's talk about the bust of his own head killing him.
2023, a pro-war Russian blogger was killed in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ice King. That's what I'm saying. Like, what is this name? What does it mean?
Reportedly by a bomb hidden in a small statue. In 2024.
Oh, come on. Mention that it was a statue of him. Mention that it was a bust of his head. Come on, bro. That's the best part.
Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov, a key figure in Russia's radiological, biological, and chemical defense forces, was killed by a bomb planted in a scooter just a few miles from the Kremlin.
So I think this one happened most recently. I think I reported on this one just a couple months ago, something like that. The scooter, I think so. I'm getting my assassinations all mixed up. No, the last one I reported on, besides this one that just happened, was that woman assassin who was just hanging out outside the door, and she just waited for the guy to walk by with all of his fucking bodyguards, and she just blasted the dude. Scooted.
And a car bomb took another general in a Moscow suburb earlier this year. In every case, Ukrainian agents were either highly suspected or Ukraine openly took credit.
Oh, yeah.
What's more, the covert agents have played a role in some of the most dramatic drone attacks.
This was awesome.
After Operation Spiderweb damaged or destroyed scores of Russian aircraft in June, the head of the Ukrainian Security Service...
They put the tires on there. If you don't know, they put the tires on there to protect the planes from this kind of attack. I mean, it's just... Joe Biden hand-wringing, what do we do about the Russian military? What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to escalate. I don't want to escalate with the big vodka-soaked bear. Oh, the iron wall will collapse around me, Joe Biden. I only have the full might of the most powerful military on planet Earth. Whatever do I do? Meanwhile, in Russia, they're putting used tires on this is supposed to be protection from drone war. They don't even cover the whole goddamn, it is a fucking joke, the Russian military. Okay? I say that with such confidence as a full-blown amateur. Everything that I have seen has been an abject embarrassment. The only strength that the Russian military has is humans, is numbers, is dum-dums with AK-47s that just one wave after another. In some cases, overwhelming Ukrainian positions because they just straight up run out of ammo to kill more dumbasses. Oh, is that why? Oh, I maybe I did hear that as well, Chem Goblin, that it actually kind of the radar detection kind of helps with radar detection. I mean, it's so inconsistent though. Even if that was 100% true, because if that was true, wouldn't you want to cover every inch of the airplane? And they're like, no, because you know why? Because it's all corruption. It's like, oh, yeah, we threw some tires on it, you know, whatever. Yeah, we got an order to completely cover every inch of these planes with tires. We did it for a couple hours. Chug, 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 more vodka. No problem, quick double tap. We're almost done.
Of Russian aircraft in June, the head of the Ukrainian...
See, I mean, in this case, they didn't even have time for tires, right? You know, it's just... It's like, even if the theory was true, they don't take it seriously enough to really make it effective.
Security service celebrated.
Our operation Spiderweb yesterday proved that Russia must feel what its losses mean.
By all accounts,
Let me just real quick comment on the slight change of attire that I've seen Zelensky wear. I think it's an improvement. Right, because he doesn't want to put on the suit because he's already made the pledge that, you know, I'm not putting on the suit until we've won. So if he puts on the suit before they've won, that's him basically acknowledging defeat in a way. So I understand why he's not putting on the suit. But I find this attire pseudo-military, you know, kind of buttoned up. I think this shift, you know, or the sweater. I think the sweater's okay, but I don't know. This has just enough formality to kind of make it less of a distraction than the shirt, this normal shirt was, right?
That Russia must feel what its losses mean.
By all accounts, the Russians have...
Now, with that said, let me be clear. I think it's utterly ridiculous to criticize Zelensky because of the fashion thing. Like, I think it's a kind of an interesting idea, right? So, like, I'm a commander. Like, I'm not like a suit politician. You know, I'm actually fighting this war, right? So I'm okay with all of that symbolically and everything. But I still think, you know, hey, you know, it's all for the effort, right? It's like if morale is down and this might work to help morale, let's try it out, right? Like I very rarely see Zelensky act, you know, from his own ego. You know, oh, we're not going to that might help the country, but it would insult me. You know, I'm not going to grovel to Trump. You know, I'm not. No, it's like, no, anything that's necessary. Like if Donald Trump said, kiss my fucking boots and I'll fully fund your war, he would do it. Zelensky would do it. Right? Like, because it's not about him. It's not about him. It's about the country. It's a real existential fight in Ukraine. Because we're talking about the end of Ukraine. Russia rolling in, taking Kyiv, and you know, if they're lucky, they'll still call the region Ukraine, but they're going to change a bunch of names, force all the Ukrainian people to learn Russian, teach the children in the schools all this Russian propaganda, like it's a real thing, and Zelensky consistently has been able to put his country before his own ego, and that's not me puffing him up. That's just what I've noticed.
Tried to do the same, allegedly repeatedly trying to assassinate Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, among others.
Yeah.
That's one reason the killing of that security service agent in Kyiv is drawing so much attention, and according to some international reports, celebration.
Young. How young is this
so
assassin?
Much attention.
It's kind of hard to tell from the video, but this guy looks like 20s.
And according to some international reports, celebration
looks super young
on the Russian front. Tom Foreman, CNN.
Thanks very much, Tom, for that report. Joining us now, the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Oksana Markarov. Thanks so much for joining us, Ambassador.
Look, as much as I respect Ukraine and everything, I'm hard pressed to say that we're going to get unbiased information from this Ukrainian ambassador. So please forgive me if I skip what she has to say and just move on to the next story here. Trump says U.S. must send more weapons to Ukraine days after ordering pause in delivery. She's not the ambassador anymore, I think. Wow, things change quickly. What happened? So this is really interesting, because this is Donald Trump's version of foreign policy. Laugh along with me. Laugh along with me. They don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. I got all the cards. I'm like a Pokemon master. I'm going to be the very best. Well, I am the best. I got all the cards. Okay. I bought them from a 12-year-old for $600. I said, that's a good deal. Give me your cards. Now I got all the cards. I got Charizard. Look at that one. Not a dent on it. I'm going to get it graded. Good 10 out of 10. Got all the cards. I got some Yu-Gi-Oh in there. I don't know where those came from. I don't know. I found them on my brother's floor. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah. No, it really shows off his piggish eyes and complete difference in look at the face makeup. Look at the color of his actual chalky white skin compared to this. You know what it looks like? It looks like he put his face right in between a sumo wrestler's ass. Like, just two cheeks, unwiped, unfucking wiped, right? Like, right after a buffet. You know what I mean? And he just right to the button. Nose right on the button. Both cheeks. That's what it looks like. I got to get a good whiff. I like to get a good whiff right from the source, right from the horse's mouth, as they say. Or, the butthole. Put my nose right there. Feels good. Nice and warm. Take a big whiff. You know it, Ice King. All right, that's disgusting. Trump says U.S. must send more weapons to Ukraine days after ordering pause in deliveries. So this is, like I said, his version of foreign policy. Fuck with people. I'm a maverick. So what do you think, Putin? I just announced that I'm going to cut Ukraine off completely, pausing all deliveries, all the Biden stuff, no fresh stuff. What do you say, Putin? Putin goes, I'm currently bombing hundreds of targets in Ukraine right now, literally as we speak. That's how much I take your offer for peace seriously. Yeah, I'm bombing a school right now. Yep, there's a playground, sending a couple drones over to a maternity ward, some military targets once in a while. But, big concern of mine is killing as many civilians as possible. What do you think about that deal, Donald? But I don't know about that one. I mean, I'm just a guy who puts my nose directly on a sumo wrestler's asshole. But, I don't know if that's a good deal. I don't know. It's kind of a tough one. So just a couple days after pausing deliveries, he's now like a petulant child, right? Like, well, Putin's not my friend. Maybe I'll just bomb you. Maybe I'll just bomb Moscow. That'll show you. Unless you want to let me build a hotel there. Is that what? Did he call? Did Putin call? Oh, did he say anything about my hotel? Oh. Well, then I don't want to talk to him, and I'm going to bomb him anyway, and I'm going to give all the weapons that Ukraine wants, and that'll show him. This is how he thinks. It's satirical, but I mean, it's like it's the logic of a toddler, right? The logic of a nepotism, millionaire nepotism baby that's never heard no. Russian commanders sending for women. It's very funny. Yeah, not for the women. That'd be a nightmare. Imagine getting, you're a prostitute, you're a pro. And you find yourself in a fucking Russian trench getting passed around by a bunch of drunk, suicidal weirdos. Yeah, I don't know about it. Even if you're a pro, dude, I don't know about that one. Hand jobs only, fellas. Line it up. She got a cigarette in her mouth. Line up. Let's go. Now, I'm not doing butt stuff, guys. Come on. Okay, we're in a fucking trench here, okay? Ankle deep in the mud. Get your cock out. Let's go. Get to jerking. Yeah, you get to jerking early. Help me out here. Yeah, there we go. It's a team effort. I am, disgusting today. I need to stop. Okay, anyway, let's see if we can make any sense of this. President Donald Trump said Monday the U.S. would have to send more weapons to Ukraine just days after ordering a pause in critical weapon deliveries to Kyiv. So like I said, this was him trying. Okay, I'm sorry, Kim. I'm sorry. Is it really? Quick double tap? That's funny. I want prostitutes too. I'm not going to be part of your meat wave unless I get some action. That's unfair. So the comments by Trump appeared to be an abrupt change in posture after the Pentagon announced last week. So I'm skeptical about this. I think honestly right now I think it's in the rhetoric phase. He's letting the Biden stuff go through, which is substantive. That's legitimate. That's resources going to Ukraine, right? But I think we're still a long ways away from him authorizing a weapon shipment. Donald Trump, I signed this, because that authorization is him full blown admitting, okay, I'm not going to make peace here. Okay, I'm a pathetic liar. Okay, I'm in way over my head, right? And he's going to try to resist that as much as possible. So I think even now with this rhetoric, we're still several months away from Donald Trump signing on the dotted line. Okay, send some weapons to Ukraine. Fine. I guess I'll be the guy that kicks Putin's ass, whatever. I'd really rather be the guy that, gets a big hug from Putin and Putin says he likes me, but he's a jerk. Anyway, the comments by Trump appeared to be an abrupt change in posture after the Pentagon announced last week that it would hold back delivering to Ukraine some air defense missiles, precision-guided artillery, and other weapons because of what U.S. officials said were concerns that stockpiles have declined too much. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, in the military-industrial complex, we call that a good problem. Who's going to make all these missiles? Quote, unquote, we have to, Trump said. They've been able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. We're going to send some more weapons, defensive weapons primarily. That's actually a lie. These are absolutely weapons that are going to be used to attack targets in Russia. Whatever gets you through the day, Trumpy. Whatever. Sorry. The pause had come at a difficult moment for Ukraine, which has faced increasing and more complex air barrages from Russia during the more than 3-year-long war. My God. I've been covering this since day one. 3 years. Oh. Russia attacks on Ukraine killed at least 11 civilians and injured more than 80 others, including 7 children, officials said Monday. Okay, yeah. So this U.S. turnaround, Pentagon affirmed Monday that Trump's direction, it would resume weapon shipments to Ukraine to ensure the Ukrainians can still defend themselves while we work secure lasting blah, 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 ensure the killing stops. So, Trump is still correct, and we're still on track to achieve Trump's goals and promises. Don't worry, we're still on track for that 24 hours, instant peace. Trump speaking at the dinner vented. So this was at the thing that he did with Bibi Netanyahu. He made these statements, vented his growing frustration, struggled to find resolution to the war in Ukraine. I wish things were like Israel, Palestine, and I just wish I could just pick a side that was clearly going to win, and I could just start talking about building my hotels, and this Ukraine thing's so complicated, I don't know who to help. Okay. Is that all we got? Threatened to held off, blah, blah, blah. Lindsey Graham. Not happy with President Putin at all, Trump said Monday. Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to put too much stock in this because I think this is part of the process, and I think we're several months away from him authorizing a new weapons shipment for the reasons that I explained earlier. So let's wait and see. At the very least, the stuff that Biden approved is now getting sent. All right, so we don't get a lot from this guy. Okay, it's almost a 100% constant stream of liquid diarrhea directly into our face. Okay, so we get a little breather when they're reloading the diarrhea shooter. we gotta get a 100-gallon tub of hot diarrhea. Hold on, it's gonna take me a couple minutes to replace this bad boy. Okay, I'll just stand here waiting for you to do that then. Thank you so much, Donald Trump. Hey, no problem. Make America great again. Squeezing in the new canister. Right. Oh, you're going to love this. Putin hit squad, quote unquote, eliminated after cold-blooded daylight assassination of Ukrainian special ops chief. So this is that story we were watching right here. Really wild stuff. I tell you, you know, like the entire story of Ukraine is going to require like a World War II documentary. So, you know, like one of those like 10-part, 20-part, fucking 50-hour World War II documentaries, right? That just goes through every phase and every little detail, right? You know, right along with the timeline. Like, we need that with Ukraine. We're absolutely going to need that with the Ukraine, because some of these stories, I mean, it's right out of Hollywood. It really is something else. Dan Carlin presents Ukraine. Yeah. I mean, something big and epic, and like really, you know, just throw a bunch of money at it, because like, you know, we're not even done yet. It would be kind of interesting as a director to like do the first half right now, start on that right now, start from the beginning, and then tell the story up until like the halfway point, and then do the second half once this conflict has seen some kind of conclusion. Because there's so much here. The last 3 years have been, I've seen things, you know, I'm like the guy from fucking Blade Runner, right? I've seen things that I've never could imagine I'd ever seen in my life. Horrific things, exciting things, heroic things, you know, monstrous, grotesque things, you know. This conflict has really just been one for the books, one for the history books, that is for sure. And we're not even done yet. Okay. Why do I do this to myself? Why? There's got to be someone else. There's got to be some other news clip. I don't want to listen to this man called Tapper Jake speak. There's got to be someone else. Okay, AP, it's only 45 seconds. WION, they're wildly biased. Forbes, right-wing leaning. Tap it. Don't you want to tap the tapper? You know you want to click that thumbnail. Look, I'm right up top. Has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a multi-billion-dollar media organization. That's why the algorithm puts me right up top. It has nothing to do with that. It actually has to do with my popularity, because I'm very popular. Didn't you know that? People really love me. My book tour is doing really well. You got to tap the tapper. Don't you want to tap the tapper? Don't you want to tap the tapper? Tap the tapper? Yeah. I'm so good. My book tour is doing so well. Do you want to buy my book? Tap the tapper? Oh, here we go. Oh, this is from a year ago. Son of a bitch. God damn it. I guess we're tapping the tapper. Tippy tap away.
U.S. military deliveries to Ukraine started back up today. Overnight,
Shut up.
Russia struck a maternity hospital in Kharkiv.
Shut up. Why don't you write a book about this, bitch? Does a book about Joe fucking Biden in the middle of a fascist dictatorship? Can you fucking, you know, wake the fuck up? Oh, did you know he was old and the Democratic Party tried to cover it up? Really? It's okay, Promethean. We all have to grow. I used to watch Alex Jones unironically when I was in my early 20s, but it happened. It happened.
Ukraine, part of its intensified aerial assault on Ukraine. One father of a newborn says that hospital windows shattered after the first blast. As the second hit, he rushed his wife and baby to a shelter for safety. Joining us now is David Scheimer. He served on President Biden's National Security Council as the director for Russia. Thanks so much for being with us, David. So CNN crews on the ground in Kyiv have been winning.
At this point, I would vote for Ross Perot. Like, it's funny when you look back at his platform, if I remember correctly, there's some pretty progressive things in there. Like, he really did like a Hail Mary. He's like, I'm going to give America what they want. They want more Ross Perot. They want more Perot. I'm a crazy billionaire. I'm going to give people all kinds of shit.
Missing this new Russian tactic. Russian drones attacking from all directions.
We should do
some bypassing the city, circling back to inflict even more damage, bypass air defenses. How can Ukraine correct for this? How can they address this?
So what Russia is doing is continually evolving its offensive tactics through the use of both missiles and drones to get around, defeat Ukrainian air defenses, and incur damage upon Ukrainian cities. but in so doing to demonstrate yet again that they, and by they I mean President Putin, does not intend to stop this war, that he will not agree to a ceasefire, that he thinks he can wear down Ukraine's resolve, its air defenses, and also wait out the West and wait out declining U.S. aid. And so the way to affect that calculus is not only to provide Ukraine with the kit and capability it needs to defeat Russia.
We're not going to mention any of that stuff during the campaign, of course. You know, when he was in front of a camera every single fucking night talking his head off about various political topics. You know, we're not going to talk about the Joe Biden administration being an abject failure. Of course, when it mattered, we're not going to do that. Happy to cash in. You know, while there's some kind of fascist dictatorship or something going on, but happy to cash in after the fact. Now that Joe Biden is no longer politically relevant, happy to throw him under the bus and make some ching ching. You know, it's called journalism. It's called journalism. Get to know it. Tap the tap, baby. You don't know how to tap the tap. Tap knows how to tap the tap. That's why he's tapping the tap, and you're not tapping the tap. Okay, ching ching. Tap the tap.
Drone and missile tactics, but also to provide it with sustained support, more aid, more equipment, such that they're able to defend their cities over time.
How much time does the unpausing of U.S. aid buy Ukraine?
So unfortunately, the reversal of the pause only releases aid that was authorized under the Biden administration. And so President Biden approved a $1.25 billion aid package in December of last year. That was never supposed to last beyond the summer. And so we are now at a point where the question is not whether the pause will be lifted, which is a good thing, but rather whether new aid, new equipment will be approved, which is much more...
Hey, Slick, I already said that. Nice tie, by the way.
...necessary, urgent, and timely. And so I hope and believe that this administration should authorize new assistance for Ukraine.
Is this guy's name David Schwimmer? Are we serious? Oh, it's Shimmer. That's a nice name. What a sweetheart.
So I hope and believe that this administration should authorize new assistance for Ukraine through the use of drawdown, as well as by allowing European countries to buy from our own stocks.
So you and John Feiner.
Yo, how about that money? How about that the assets? We're still tripping about these Russian assets? We got like $300 billion worth of whatever. I don't know what it is. Crypto. I don't know what we got. Why is that even a question? That's a slam dunk. Send that shit to Ukraine yesterday. What are we waiting on? Okay, to the people that are trying to make a point or whatever, if there is anybody that makes a point right about this, maybe Tapper Jake is in the audience. He's like, well, maybe. Like, would Putin hesitate? You know, Putin's got $100 billion in U.S. assets. What he's gonna chill. He's gonna wait on that. Is that what's happening? Is that maybe why there's a delay? Because he's got some shit. He's like holding it hostage, and there's a bunch of greedy Americans that are like, well, I support sovereignty, but not if it's going to affect my yacht or my condo that's in Moscow. Like what is the holdup on with those assets? I don't get it. I don't get what the holdup is. Seems like a total slam dunk. Easy money.
Who was the principal deputy national security advisor under President Biden, wrote an article in Foreign Affairs magazine about Ukraine's drone revolution. You say, in part, quote, most countries in the world, including the United States, are now far behind the Ukrainians in this regard. Neither the U.S. military nor any European military can produce mass quantities of such low cost and adaptable capabilities.
Yep.
Now, on Thursday, the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, announced that he would rescind what he calls restrictive policies that stall production of drones in the United States. He had this highly produced video on the Pentagon's lawn that was later deleted. Do you think that removing the red tape could help?
That they later deleted it because it was so not just the presentation was embarrassing, but the content. Oh boy, man! I've never seen anything like this before in my life. You know what really disturbs me? If by some miracle democracy still functions, but America plays it safe, right, and they go right back to a Cory Booker or that woman that ex-CIA woman that they're trying that Hakeem Jeffries is trying to say is the new breakout star of the Democratic Party because she's a woman basically, but she's a full-blown corporate Slotkin. Yeah, thank you, Slotkin. My worry is that they win. The neoliberals, you're right, they successfully hold back Zoran, they successfully hold back AOC, successfully push back and basically just win the argument that, well, they're so terrible. Like, you know, of course we're going to win. Vote for the safe choice. And then people do. And then, you know, and then by some miracle that Donald Trump lets them take control with all of the power, but then they don't fix anything. That's my big worry. It's one of my big worries. Because I don't think Trump is going to give up the empire. He's not going to give up that power. Why would you? Not now. It's too late. Beyond the point of no return. There's no going back from this. They've ripped up the Constitution and thrown it away. There's no going back to it. Why respect it? But if by some miracle we get a Democrat, but it's like a Barack Obama style neoliberal, they're not going to fix this. They're not going to. A person like that is not going to go through, policy by policy, and like reversing that, fixing that, funding this. If we get another corporate neoliberal in there, they're going to keep most of the cuts. And their excuse is, we don't want to raise the budget too high because then we'll lose the next election. We got to keep the austerity. Going to be like a Keir Starmer kind of situation, right? You think you're getting a liberal labor person in there who's going to undo some of the damage. And he just becomes the principal. I don't know, like he becomes the guy that finishes the job. The left needs to take, and hopefully we see this in the midterms where like there's some big devastating primary challenges to some big high, big named neoliberal Democrats that get taken out. That's the only thing that'll get Hakeem Jeffries to pull his head out of a Silicon Valley's asshole, He's like, oh, well, I guess we got to at least pretend to be progressives now. We can't just ride on the Trump bad train. But honestly, I don't know what I'm worrying about because like we're going to be lucky. That's one of the good endings. Not the best ending. It's, it's not class S, but it's like class B. Double B plus. But that's one of the good endings. We're not going to get the good ending. Likely what is going to happen in the midterms and the presidential election. In the midterms, I believe we're going to see all the stops taken out, right? Like the gerrymandering, any kind of special rules, stop voting at 12, no mail-in ballots, kicking hundreds of thousands of people off voting rolls, like every scumbag trick in the book, while continuing, but ultimately still continuing to respect the electoral process, right? Like there will be Republicans that lose their seats. There will be a political shift. Okay. So I think we're going to see that, right, where the Republicans are going to do everything they possibly can and then some to steal as many elections as possible. That effort is going to fail somewhat. Like they'll be able to save some seats, but some Republicans are going to go down, and the party is going to let it happen. Donald Trump is going to let it happen. But the presidential elections. Remember January 6th, right? Remember that shit show? Remember that circus? Remember but do you remember the months before January 6th when Donald Trump was scheming and doing every single thing that he could, like martial law, Insurrection Act, like asking every advisor, okay, I don't care that I've technically lost the election, right? How do we steal it? How do we steal it? Like, that's a fact. We know that is a fucking fact, right? I think that circus is going to start in the final year, right? Because that circus started basically after he had already lost the election. And then in those few months before the inauguration, he was desperately trying to find a way to hold on to the seat. Right? I think we're going to see similar desperation, similar outrageous actions, but 1 year before the election actually happens. And of course, that's when we're going to see the anti-constitutional, anti-electoral college, right? Like all the stops taken out, right? Because they're no longer going to be in that advantageous political position, right? They're not going to have the House and the Senate, right? Things are going to be changed there. And the options are going to be reduced in terms of, okay, how do we do this? So I think we're going to see wildly naked, unconstitutional, anti-democratic actions in that final year. And then we will technically have an election, a presidential election. But I think Americans are going to be shocked at, right, because everyone's going to be like, oh, this is going to be a bloodbath for Republicans. Magically, the Republicans are going to win, right? I think it's going to go down something like that. Something like that. We are going to see something interesting, though, like, because Trump will have to make a decision. Okay, do I pick a successor or do I continue to run? He will have to make that decision. But no, generally, though, I think we're going to see some of the most egregious, nakedly anti-constitutional, anti-electoral actions starting a whole year before the presidential election. I think that's what we're going to see, and it's just anything on the table, right? Not just gerrymandering and some of that stuff, but like the big stuff, right? No more voting past 12, that kind of stuff. You're not allowed to vote unless you got 3 forms of ID, kind of shit, right? So stuff that is going to kick millions of people off the voting rolls instantly. And just, use your imagination. I mean, everything, including modifying the results, right? Digital, using these voting, doing the thing that they always accuse Democrats of with these Dominion voting machines, right? But actually do it, right? Actually modify that data and, destroy the evidence, right? Just do straight up electoral theft, right? I think that's what we're going to see in that final year up into that election.
In what you
he
sounds like you and Hegseth agree needs to happen when it comes to the U.S. Improving its drone manufacturing.
He looks exhausted.
So there's a massive opportunity in Ukraine's drone industry, which the U.S. helped over the course of 22, 23, and 24 to stand up and fund, which is now the most innovative drone industry in the world. Ukraine's able to produce millions of autonomous systems per year at low cost, adaptively, and innovatively. And we should view our partnership with Ukraine in part as an opportunity to learn from their technology, to use.
I mean, do you honestly think, you know what I mean? Outside of like a Zoran Mamdani or an AOC getting in there as president, do you see Donald Trump seeing any time in jail from a Cory Booker or a Pete Buttigieg if they're the or a Slotkin if they're picked as the presidential choice of the Democratic Party, right? They're not going to hold Trump accountable. He's not.
To strengthen our own national security, and in the process, both benefit Ukraine but also benefit ourselves.
President Trump recently has struck a different tone when it comes to Vladimir Putin. Listen to him earlier this week.
We get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time. But
right, he's talking about Putin here, so let me just reverse it and not talk over it. It is pretty funny. He's so nice. He's so nice to me over the phone, but can you believe it? He's killing people and stuff, and he doesn't want to make a deal. Can you believe this? No one told me about Putin. Nobody could have known this about Vladimir Putin, that he's apparently a bad actor. He's a bad actor over here, folks. No one knew this. No one. Literally no one could have said that.
Listen to him earlier this week.
Yeah, Star Troopian. Wouldn't that be something?
We get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but
I agree.
Turns out to be
they should be arrested.
Meaningless.
I imagine that you thought, yeah, of course. But do you think Trump is ready to take a different tack with him beyond, a curse word at a cabinet meeting? Do you think he's ready to? I mean, obviously they unpaused the aid. Do you think maybe he's willing to actually realize what the threat is from Putin and the fact that Putin doesn't want peace? He wants Ukraine.
No, long leg. We don't need extrajudicial. Perfectly fine following the law, giving them a normal jail sentence and treating them like normal criminals. That's what we need. Just nothing special. just justice, right? The laws are written. The rules are, it's already there, right? With the problem that we have is that we have activist judges, we have activist Justice Department officials, we have politicians that are ignoring the law that's on the books. Some cases, it's the goddamn Constitution. The fix is just to follow the law that's written, just to follow the Constitution. That's the fix. We don't got to do anything special. Nothing special. Just treat them like normal criminals.
Hope he is, and I would say that the best way to get to President Trump's objective of a ceasefire is to adjust Putin's calculus to believe that time is not, in fact, on his side in this war, and there are three ways to do that, all of which, in my view, should be done. The first is to authorize additional weapons flows to Ukraine through the use of drawdown authority, as well as by selling stocks to European allies. The second is to intensify sanctions against Russia's energy sector, which will make it more challenging for Russia and for Putin to sustain his war machine.
See, he's not answering the fucking question. He's not answering the question at all. Oh, this is what we need to do. This is what Trump needs to do. I'm not going to make a comment on whether Trump is actually going to do it.
Time. And the third is that the United States should request of the European governments to actually seize the immobilized sovereign assets, $300 billion of immobilized Russian sovereign assets inside of Europe that can be used to finance support for Ukraine for the long term, which would send an unmistakable message to Putin that support for Ukraine will not dry up and that...
And I really am dying for a good excuse as to why we're not doing this. Why is Keir Starmer sitting on this? Fucking why? What are you afraid Putin's not going to invite you to something, or like what is the actual legitimate substantive reason why we're not using this Russian money, these Russian assets to help Ukraine? I honestly don't get it.
He should negotiate in a meaningful way, which to this point he's
I feel like it's one of those things I'm too
David
stupid.
Scheimer, thank you so much. Once again, we extend an invitation to the White House and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio to come on the show and talk about the strategy here.
Shut the fuck up.
We get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
The arena.
So that surprise announcement.
Is that what she calls her fucking show? Where she just nods her head in silence while corporate idiots on both sides of the fucking political aisle lie and obfuscate? I've seen this show before. It's a fucking joke. She doesn't hold anybody to the goddamn fire. The arena? I didn't know that's what they called this show. The arena. The arena. Okay, I threw a bunch of gummy bears in a coliseum. Let's watch them fight.
Came earlier this week. Now, we know a little bit about what he approved. In an interview with NBC News, President Trump said this, quote, "We're sending weapons to NATO, and NATO is paying for those weapons 100%. We're going to be sending Patriots to NATO, and then NATO will distribute that, Patriot missiles." He also said he was disappointed in Russia and teased that he would make a major statement.
So he's saying, I'm going to give the weapons to NATO, and then NATO's going to give them to Ukraine. Has NATO been doing that? NATO hasn't been providing weapons to Ukraine, right? They've stayed completely out of it. Outside of discussions with Ukraine about, being members after the war is over. NATO's not given any weapons, right? Is he just completely confused about everything? Is that what? Okay, maybe I'm just not hearing this correctly. Hold on.
Sending weapons to NATO, and NATO is paying for those weapons 100%. We're going to.
Okay. So NATO, which gets a majority of its funding from the United States, is paying for these weapons that are meant for Ukraine. Okay.
Be sending Patriots to NATO, and then NATO
will distribute
that, presumably Patriot missiles. He also said he was disappointed in Russia and teased that he would make a major statement on Monday. Joining our panel is Jill Dougherty, CNN's former Moscow.
We're sending the Patriots to fight. Yeah. Can someone send a Patriot to me and just end this misery, please? I can't stretch my brain enough to wrap my head around all this anymore, okay? I mean, this is madness. The more I understand, the more I try to make this clear, the more that I see that it's like one of those vibrating football machines, like there's the little guys are shaking everywhere, and there's no control, there's no point, there's no there's no plan here. This is chaos. And it's just a bunch of people getting hurt. A bunch of people with a bunch of money not doing anything with it, hoarding it. I mean, do you know it would cost like, I think I heard this number is like $7 billion or something to feed everybody on the planet, to end hunger on the planet. Yeah, I'm still in BC. It was some number like that, like 7 billion or 17 billion or something like that. And I'm like, there's individuals, single human beings with the resources to end all world hunger. And they don't do it. And they just don't do it. But like, well, Ice King, call me a commie, but like I'm talking about individuals like Jeff Bezos, like Elon Musk, hundreds of billions of dollars, like a 7 billion. Look how much, how many billions that he spent on Twitter, Elon Musk. Like, no big deal. I lost a bunch of money on that. Whatever. I think from the losses alone on Twitter, Elon Musk could have ended world hunger. It's just chaos. It's just a bunch of plastic football players vibrating on some cheap Chinese manufactured toy. It's just chaos. I can't wrap my head around it sometimes, man. It's shocking. It's shocking. Everything I learn just gets more and more insane.
Bureau chief and the author.
I think I've drank too much caffeine. I got a lot of caffeine in me. Okay, I'm almost done with we're just shaking. We're just vibrating and shaking and bumping into each other. There's no point here.
Author of the new book, My Russia, What I Saw Inside the Kremlin. Jill, thanks so much for being here.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. You know what I want to do? I don't know who this woman is. She looks like she spent more on Botox than I've spent on my house. Let's get some reporting from Ukraine, huh? We haven't done that in a minute. How about you, boy, reporting from Ukraine? I'm losing my damn mind here, Promethean. The more I try to make sense of this world, the more I realize how depraved it all is. That's what I'll end it. That's what I'll stop talking. Latest video from reporting from Ukraine here. Red line. NATO ready to strike at any moment. What? Huh? NATO? What are we talking about here?
Today the big
NATO's not getting anywhere close to this war. What are we talking about?
Biggest news comes from the Baltic region. Here Russia is
long leg. You know what? I am missing out, aren't I?
Jamming GPS across Europe's eastern flank with growing precision and reach, targeting not just military systems, but civilian aviation and maritime traffic as well. Despite NATO safeguards, flights are being rerouted or cancelled, and sea navigation is becoming increasingly compromised, with several governments now warning that a major accident is only a matter of time, but that might be exactly what Russia is looking for. Russian GPS interference has now become a constant feature across the Baltic, northern Poland, southern Finland, and parts of Germany. Civilian aircraft flying over these regions are regularly forced to switch to backup systems, and in more severe cases, divert or abort landings altogether, with Finnair already cancelling all flights to Estonia for over a month due to safety concerns. Disruptions have been traced back to military installations in Kaliningrad.
And remember, Russia has absolutely, accidentally, according to them, which I'm actually willing to, I do think that they're this incompetent, that they have totally shot down consumer, fucking just regular-ass jets filled with regular-ass innocent people. Russia has actually shot, at least in one incident, there was, they claimed it was an accident. I'm actually willing to believe it because I do think that they're that incompetent. But, it's not the Swiss, Swiss, or Finn, I think it was Finn, right? Yeah, Finland. This airline is not being crazy by avoiding this, by being extra cautious.
Kunevo antenna and jamming systems such as Borisogledsk 2 and Murmansk BN, also used in Ukraine. The most dangerous aspect of these operations is their unpredictability. pilots can lose satellite navigation mid-flight with little warning.
Holy shit, this better be a simulator. Look at the angle, bro. Do planes make these kind of... Jesus Christ, man. Do a barrel roll. How many... Put on your seatbelts, folks. Put on your seatbelts, but light them up if you got them. I've been wanting to do this my whole career. We're doing it. We're doing it. Full throttle, baby. Do a barrel roll. If Ukraine didn't threaten to be in NATO, this wouldn't have happened. Really, Ms. Really? Yeah. So I guess they just kind of had it coming, huh? Yeah. Is Ukraine justified in its defense, fighting back against Russia? Or should they just capitulate and let Russia take them over?
Raising the risk of crash landings, instrument failure on approach, or even mid-air collisions in dense or low visibility airspace. Although NATO has rapidly developed a backup navigation system called R-Mode to guide aircraft and ships with ground-based radio beacons without GPS satellite input.
Yeah, I mean, Krail of Xanath, let's just go ahead and ignore the fact that a sovereign country is allowed to join a military alliance anytime that it wants. Let's go ahead and ignore that. Let's accept the framing that, I mean, Ukraine was really Russia's possession, right? I mean, Ukraine, obviously, they were lucky to have their freedom from the Russian Empire, okay? But, let the adults in the room talk, okay? Let's get the kids out of here. I mean, really, Ukraine's always been Russia, and obviously, right? I mean, it's like Russia has every right to do whatever they want with Ukraine, it's just a puppet state of the United States. I mean, come on. So, Ms., I asked you a direct fucking question, and like a coward, which is what I was expecting you to be, you totally avoided that question. So I'm going to ask you one more time before I hit the plunger on the toilet here and say goodbye to you. Is Ukraine justified in defending itself from a foreign invader called Russia? It's the last opportunity you're going to get to answer that question. I would suggest you do it.
Even this system may not be reliable enough to prevent a crash, according to Baltic and German officials. Maritime disruptions are also growing, with vessels losing positional accuracy in the Baltic Sea.
They're justified, I guess. Well, I guess you're on thin fucking ice, and if I see one more stupid fucking comment from you, I'm hitting this fucking plunger. I don't have debates with garbage. I flush it down my toilet like a responsible person. Yeah, that's right. I flush my garbage down the toilet. My plumber hates me. But I believe in small businesses, and I believe in giving money to my plumber. And you know what? I'll happily give another $100 to my plumber to help me flush trash in my chat.
Near Kaliningrad, adding strain to both civilian shipping and military logistics. If a commercial plane or passenger ferry were to crash due to Russian jamming, the event would be treated not as an accident, but as a deliberate escalation, one NATO has warned Moscow about for years.
It's ridiculous.
Such an incident would force NATO to respond, triggering...
Ironically, had Russia not invaded, they would have had allies with Germany and Finland and I think, and a couple other European countries. Finland and Sweden, I believe, were in the camp of let's not antagonize Russia. Let's not push it too far. So ironically, if Russia actually cared about Ukraine and NATO membership and everything, they wouldn't have invaded. They would have kept the troops on the border, and they would have said, I want to have a serious debate. And then these European countries who are now doing everything in their military power to push back against Russia would have actually been allies of Russia. Okay, Merkel and Putin were like this, baby. So don't give me that NATO aggression bullshit. It's lazy. It's quite frankly fucking lazy to be making that argument. I was there, man. I was fucking right there. I was streaming live when Russia invaded during the UN Security Council meeting. We're sitting there watching some boring ass UN Security Council meeting, and the guy goes, "Oh, the dude from Ukraine goes, oh, by the way, you're invading my fucking country right fucking now." So don't tell me that shit about NATO aggression. Oh, this is inevitable. Oh, I guess I believe in Ukrainian sovereignty. You fucking... Here we go. Is this my excuse to fucking plunge you? Whether or not it's you would consider it an act of aggression, because I actually was in that camp pre-invasion. I was like, what are we doing putting missiles right on the Polish border? What are we doing listening to John McCain when it comes to warning us about Putin and Russia? I fully admit, retroactively, I was wrong. John McCain was right when it comes to Russia. Aggressive. The only thing Russia understands is violent pushback against their demands. They'll take Moldova. They'll take Belarus. They'll take Ukraine. They'll take all these Baltic, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. They'll take all that shit. Retroactively making NATO correct. Retroactively making NATO's decision to put aggressive missiles on the Polish border totally correct. So don't give me that shit. Oh, they had no choice. Oh, they had no choice. Don't give me that shit. Like I said before, had Russia not invaded, they would actually have had a much stronger case against NATO, because there were a lot of European countries that agreed with this. It's like, you know, we should back off Russia. Let's have a real dialogue. Let's open things up. That's a new Russia. It's a new Putin. No, don't be ridiculous. Putin's not going to invade, just nakedly invade another country. Come on. He's an honest actor. That was the narrative the day before the invasion. Even as he's lining up troops on the border, the narrative was, let's work with Russia. Let's negotiate. Let's try to convince Ukraine to get joining NATO out of the Constitution. Let's have a real debate about that. Putin threw all that away and retroactively made every single military hardliner against Russia retroactively correct with his actions. Any hardliner that said we need NATO, we need to put missiles on the border, we need to have an aggressive stance against Russia, they only know violence. The leadership, I mean, not the civilians, right? But the Russian government and Putin, they only know aggression. That's the only way you're going to be able to have a to negotiate with this Russian government, is being able to defend yourself. All those hardliners who in some cases were laughed at because people thought they were extreme, were found to be retroactively correct. There's no other way to put it. NATO putting the missiles in Poland was correct. And by the way, what the fuck happened? 6 months after Russia invaded, Finland and Sweden both joined NATO. They were hemming and hawing. Oh, I don't know. I'm neutral. Stay neutral. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to piss off Putin too bad. Putin invades Ukraine. 2 brand new members into the NATO alliance, just like that. NATO should have sent Putin a check. Right? Because before the invasion, people were legitimately questioning the legitimacy of NATO. That's a fact. I was there. After invasion, people couldn't sign up to NATO fast enough. So just keep your bullshit to yourself, man. Hit the fucking books, dude. Hit the fucking books. No problem, Lenny. We're going to end it after this video anyway. Thank you so much, Lenny. Folks, make sure you're subscribing to that Lenny content. # more Lenny. Get your ass out there. And I have it on good authority that if you yourself are in south of Boston, all you need to do is scream, "Hey, Lenny!" And homeboy just shows up. So make sure you do that next time you're in south of Boston.
A chain reaction that could escalate the confrontation 100%. Far beyond electronic warfare. The first step would likely involve indirect pressure, an immediate surge in military aid to Ukraine, including systems that have so far remained in reserve, combined with a renewed push to scale up Western defense production, and possibly even actively aiding Ukraine in taking down Russian jets, missiles, and drones flying into Ukrainian airspace. However, if hundreds of civilians die in a GPS jamming-related crash, NATO might pursue a more direct route, potentially targeting Kaliningrad's.
This whole video is based off a hypothetical scenario that maybe NATO gets dragged into this. Come on, reporting from Ukraine. Come on. Okay, this isn't a Lord of the Rings fan channel, okay? I want fucking real shit, okay? That's just, you know, well, if this happens, this, okay, no, look, I like reporting from Ukraine, but that's bullshit, okay? That's a hypothetical scenario. We don't know, and we don't know how NATO's going to act if a bunch of civilians get killed. Let's not forget who's in charge of NATO basically right now, Donald fucking Trump. So no, there's no like, oh yeah, NATO might get involved if civilians get killed. No, they won't. I question whether NATO would get involved if Russia blows up a nuke. They'd still be hemming and hawing. Oh, I don't know if we should put boots on the ground, especially now that he's dropping nukes. I don't know about that. They'd still hem and haw. Oh, well, they're not a real member of NATO, guys. Oh. I know he's dropping nuclear weapons now, and well, I don't know, guys. That's going to be NATO. Do you imagine NATO putting boots on the ground for Ukraine, even though they're not a member? I mean, some real deal Holyfield, like not a plane of civilians going down. No, it would have to be nukes. It would have to be nukes or like chemical weapon, like a chemical weapon drop that kills a whole city, like Kyiv, like the entire city, majority population gassed to death. Like that kind of level to get NATO to put boots on the ground. They're not going to do it. Three years into this atrocity, and they haven't even budged on the question of joining in on the fun. Right, so it would take like a World War II level, Dresden level, right, atrocity for NATO members to be like, oh, okay, all right, well, maybe this one time. I don't know. Obviously, I'm an amateur at this stuff, so everything with a grain of salt. I hedge my bets. There we go. I'm all good. I'm not accountable. I know I just spent the last 7.5 hours telling you things, but just so you know, I don't know anything and I'm not qualified to tell you anything. Just in case anybody takes my advice and it doesn't work out. All right, folks. Is 7.5 hours enough? I actually have 4 more groups. I could do another 4 hours of news. That's okay. I also don't know anything. Great. We'll know nothing together. Let's do that. But folks, real quick before I leave, gotta tell you about the big list of protests, the motherfucking blop, the bliznop, right? The blop, the blorp, the blop. We gotta fight back. There's only one way to fight back effectively. That's nonviolent, direct political action. We gotta start somewhere. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we show up, sign up to a protest happening in our area. We find a movement that we can get behind, a group of people that we trust, a group of people that we like. And step 3, we put in the work like the fascist Charlie Kirk. We work just as hard as TPUSA is working to destroy this country. We work just as hard to rebuild it, restore our democracy, restore our liberty. Look, it originally came from nothing, right? Originally, all of this came from kingdoms and feudalism, right? And by hook or by crook, by grit, blood, and sweat, we created a democratic system from fucking feudal slavery. So even if we lose everything, even if Donald Trump fucking literally burns the Constitution into ash and carbon, there is still a chance at emancipation. There is still a chance at freedom. The moment it is over is when we give up. That's when it's over. And of course, the tyrants of the world would love to see that happen expeditiously. I'm going to die on my feet. I'm going to die so that my last remaining breath is used against this fascist movement. Throw my corpse at these people, right? Use my blood to drown them. Whatever it takes. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. Big props to every single motherfucker in the chat. Don't have time to give you props individually today. I gotta go check on the kid. But every single regulator in the chat, every single person participating in the Discord, thank you so much. We're gonna see you again, not Monday, not tomorrow, maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I'm gonna try to keep the more regular stream, at least 3 streams a week. We're gonna try to keep that up. See how long I can keep that up. We'll see. But I hope you learned something today. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East, and 100% glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Legitimately defending itself from a fucking invasion. No ifs, ands, or buts or questions about that. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East, folks. Take care of yourself. HB shouting. Excelsior! Excelsior! News Underground, bitches. Realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch. I'm here until they kick my ass out. Number 1 in politics. Number 0 in bullshit. The realest motherfucker on Twitch.